Mario Tronti. Workers and Capital. The Course of Action. Introduction. We must warn. With all this, we are still at the prologue in the sky. This is not about presenting finished research. Let's leave the small systems to the great improvisers. Let's leave the minute-blind analyses to the pedants. We are interested in everything that has within itself the strength to grow and develop. We are interested in making it known that this strength is possessed today almost exclusively by workers' thinking. Almost exclusively, because the current decadence of the capitalists' theoretical point of view on their society is not yet the death of bourgeois thought. Flashes of practical wisdom strike us and will strike us again in this long sunset to which the master's science is condemned. The faster the worker's point of view advances on its own, the sooner this historic condemnation will be consummated. Here is therefore one of today's political tasks, repeating in the step of research, experiences, discoveries, the meaning, the form of a journey, give this path the shape of a process. Not the concept of science, but the concept of the development of science is what the capitalist party must soon no longer be able to possess, on the terrain of the class struggle. If the thought of a part, of a class, sets in motion the mechanism of its creative growth, this fact alone takes away space for the development of any other scientific point of view on society, nails it to repeat itself, leaves this the only perspective of contemplating the dogmas of one's own tradition. This is what historically happened when, after Marx, the theories of capital regained the upper hand. The margins for development of workers' thinking have been reduced to a minimum and have almost disappeared. It took the Leninist initiative of a practical break at one point to hand the theoretical brain of the contemporary world back into revolutionary hands. It was a moment. After that moment, everyone knows that only capital found itself able to glean the scientific meaning of the October Revolution. Hence, the long hibernation of our thoughts. The relationship between the two classes is such that whoever has the initiative wins. In the field of science, as in that of practice, the strength of the two parts is inversely proportional. If one grows and develops, the other stands still and therefore retreats. The theoretical rebirth of the worker's point of view is necessary today for the very needs of the struggle. Starting to walk again means immobilizing the opponent in order to be able to hit him better. The working class today is so mature that on the terrain of material conflict it does not accept, in principle and in fact, political adventure. In the field of theoretical struggle, all the conditions seem to happily impose on her a new spirit of adventurous discovery. Faced with the feeble old age of bourgeois thought, the worker's point of view can perhaps only now experience the fruitful season of its strong youth. To do so, he must violently break with his immediate past, he must deny the traditional figure that is officially attributed to him, and surprise the class enemy with the initiative of a sudden, unexpected, uncontrolled theoretical development. It is worth giving one's partial contribution to this new genre, to this modern form of political work. We are rightly asked, which way? By what means? In the meantime, we reject talk of method. We try not to give anyone the opportunity to deviate from the hard practical contents of workers' research towards the beautiful forms of social science methodology. The relationship to be established with the latter is no different from the relationship that can be maintained with the world of unitary human knowledge accumulated so far, and which all flows for us into the sum of technical knowledge necessary to possess the objective functioning of current society. On our behalf we already do it, but altogether we must get to use what they call culture like you use a hammer and a nail to hang a painting. Of course, great things are done in sudden leaps. And the discoveries that matter always break the thread of continuity. And they are recognized for this, ideas of simple men that seem madness to scientists. In this sense, Marx's place has not been fully evaluated, even where it was easier, on the sole basis of theoretical thought. Every day we hear about Copernican revolutions for individuals who have moved their study table from one corner of the same room to another. But for Marx, who had overturned social knowledge that had lasted for millennia, it was said at best, he overturned the Hegelian dialectic. Yet there was no shortage of contemporary examples of a similar purely critical reversal of the point of view of a thousand-year-old science. Is it possible that everything had to be reduced to the banality of a first-grade addition between Feuerbach's materialism and Hegel's history? And the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries, which from Gauss to Lobachevsky to Bolyai to Riemann, makes the uniqueness of the axiom nothing less than a plurality of hypotheses? And the discovery of the concept of field in the field of electrology, which from Faraday to Maxwell to Hertz, sent all mechanistic physics upside down for the first time? Don't they seem closer to the meaning, the spirit, the scope of Marx's discoveries? Doesn't the new framework of space-time introduced by relativity start from those revolutionary theories in the same way that Leninist October starts, on its way, from the pages of Capital? But you see it? Every intellectual who has read more than 10 books, beyond the ones they made him buy at school, is willing to consider Lenin, in the field of science, a dead dog. Yet those who look at society and want to understand its laws can do so now without Lenin to the same extent that those who look at nature and want to understand its processes can do so today without Einstein. In this, there is no surprise. It is not about the uniqueness of the human spirit that advances in the same way in all fields. It's something more serious. It is that unifying power that gives capital structures dominion over the entire world and which in turn can be dominated by workers' work alone. Marx attributed to Benjamin Franklin, this man of the New World, the first conscious analysis of exchange value as labor time, therefore the first conscious reduction of value to work. It is the same man who conceives electrical phenomena as caused by a single very subtle substance that pervades the entire universe. The brain of the bourgeois, before his part, under the push of the workers, was constituted into a class, has more than once found within itself the strength to unify multiple given experiences under the same concept. Then, the immediate needs of the struggle rightly began to command the very production of ideas. The era of analysis has begun, the age of the social division of intellectual labor. And no one knows anything about everything anymore. Let's ask ourselves, is a new synthesis possible? It's necessary. Bourgeois science carries ideology within itself just as the capitalist production relationship holds the class struggle within itself. From the point of view of the interests of capital, it is ideology that founded science, for this reason it founded it as a general social science. What was previously the discourse on man, and on the world of man, society, the state, increasingly becomes, as the level of the struggle increases, an objective functioning mechanism of the economic machine. Today's social science is like the productive apparatus of modern society, everyone is in it and uses it, but those who profit from it are only the bosses. You cannot break it, they tell us, without throwing man back into barbarism. But first of all, who tells you that we care about human civilization? And then, modern workers know many other means of beating capital, beyond the prehistoric cry, let's destroy the machines. Finally, big industry and its science are not the prize for those who win the class struggle. They are the very terrain of this struggle. And as long as the ground is occupied by the enemy you have to shoot at it, without tears for the roses. It is difficult to admit it for those who are afraid of it, but a new great season of theoretical discoveries is possible today only from the worker's point of view. The possibility, the capacity for synthesis remained entirely in the hands of the workers. For an easy to understand reason. Because synthesis today can only be unilateral, it can only consciously be class science, of a class. On the basis of capital, the whole can only be understood from the side. Knowledge is linked to struggle. He truly knows who he truly hates. This is why the working class can know and own everything about capital, because it is even its own enemy as capital. While capitalists find an insurmountable limit to the knowledge of their own society, due to the very fact that they must defend and preserve it, and they may know everything about the workers, but sometimes it is striking how little they know about themselves. The truth is that taking the side of the whole, man, society, the state, only leads to partial analysis, leads to understanding only the separate parts, leads to losing scientific control over the whole. Bourgeois thought has condemned itself to this every time it has uncritically accepted its own ideology. Working class thinking has condemned itself to this every time it has accepted the bourgeois ideology of the general interest. There have been moments in which the crude practice of the individual capitalist has conveniently covered and rendered harmless the fearful theoretical void of his class. In other moments the collective capitalist has decisively accepted this basic thrust of direct master interest. Then there was a leap in development in the body of bourgeois science itself. Lord Keynes is a splendid example of this. Thus, not on another terrain, but on the same terrain of the deadly class contrasts of our era, the great contemporary bourgeois consciousness, the critical and destructive one, has had moments of lucid, all-encompassing awareness of the present condition of human social relations. It is history of a few supreme individualities, classical in the tragic sense, from Mahler to Musil. In the resumption of development of workers' thought, the active side, the creative work, must be re-evaluated all over again. This cannot be done without restarting the mechanism of discovery. But this mechanism is such that only those who have long practiced a correct political attitude towards the social object possess it, within society and against it at the same time, a part that theoretically grasps the totality insofar as it fights to destroy it in the practice of things, vital moment of everything that exists and therefore absolute power of decision on its survival, the condition of the workers as a class faced with capital as a social relationship. A new partisan synthesis firmly in the hands of the workers will wrest the possibility of any science from the hands of the bosses. The more a major theoretical revival becomes necessary for the workers' point of view, the more it becomes impossible for the capitalist point of view. So those who are on our side can rest assured. If you see us abandoning the petrified forest of vulgar Marxism, it is not to go running on the sports fields of contemporary bourgeois thought. When Marx criticized the highest points of capitalist development, many took him for reactionary, because he said no to the last word of modern history. Marx's response was simple and linear: we are against constitutionalism. This does not mean we are in favor of absolutism. We are against the present society. This does not mean we are in favor of the world of the past. This is how he also responded for us to those who accuse us today of the contradiction of a workers' criticism of the workers' movement. We are against the present organization of struggle and research, and this does not mean we take past theoretical and practical solutions as models. To say no to today's socialism, it is not necessary to say yes to yesterday's capitalism. Lenin said, "In philosophy I am one of those who seek." In philosophy, today there is really nothing left to look for. But as far as our problems are concerned, in order to unleash the decisive struggle against the power of capital, unknown worlds await to be explored. And the story of those who seek another route to the Indies and for this very reason discover other continents, is very close to our current way of proceeding. For this reason, it is right that the shoots of new things have not yet grown to the maturity of the plant that bears fruit. It is important to recognize the strength of what is born. If it is a living thing, it will grow. Whoever keeps the search open cannot be denied what he has not yet found. Faraday had discovered induced currents, the induction relationship between magnet, current and electric field. Someone asked him, "What is the purpose of this discovery?" Answer, "What is the use of a child? He grows up and becomes a man." Whitehead comments, "The child, having become man, now constitutes the basis of all modern applications of electricity." The research work on that small body of hypotheses, which not by chance was born in Italy in the 60s, is now at a delicate, decisive turning point. This research has laid down some theoretical premises, which are only apparently abstract. He attempted some of his own political experiments, out of necessity for truly crude and primitive things, has therefore reached a sum of first conclusions, again theoretical, in which, half concreteness, half fantasy, it is possible to discover the germ of new laws for action. Presenting all this en masse has become necessary. A comprehensive public verification is necessary before moving on. The chronological succession of the texts here demands a logical development of the discourse. But that may not be the case. There may be errors in the folds of things done and things thought, which are difficult to see from the inside, while easy to discover from the outside. In this case, together we must identify and correct together. A discourse that grows on itself runs the mortal danger of always and only occurring with the subsequent steps of its own formal logic. We must choose the point at which we consciously break this logic. It is therefore not enough to lower theoretical hypotheses into a sensible experience, to see if they work in practice. The hypotheses themselves must be denied for a long time with political work, which prepares the ground for their real verification. Only when the ground is politically ready can they function materially in practice. But it is a complex discussion, and perhaps it needs to be expressed in other, simpler words. What are Marx, Lenin, and the workers' experiences of the past for us? Certainly different things than for others. And rightly so. Others, all of them, had found in their what, in our opinion, one shouldn't even look for, a new intellectual possession of the world, which is then another direction for one's studies, a new science of life, that is, tranquility for oneself in choosing a place in society, a new awareness of history, the worst thing of all and the most dangerous, because it leads to signing in blank the notarial deed of return into the hands of the worker of his lost human essence, an inheritance granted by the master who dies and not by chance rejected, despised, by living work. Looking for certain things and not others, not all, it is the only useful way to travel. This is also how we travel in the world of classics. Then you find stones on the road that are more precious than gold in the mines, reasons for orientation in the daily class struggle, crude offensive weapons against the arrogance of the master, no decorative frills, no prestigious values. We find that growing succession of practical criteria for workers' political action, each criterion consciously assumed after another, and each level of action subjectively raised above the other, with the aim of overturning the subaltern nature of the workers' demand in an act of threatening domination over the whole of society, thus wresting the leadership and control of the class struggle from the brain of capital to hold them once and for all in the fists of the workers. This succession, this path of struggle, this political growth of our class, starts from the work of Marx, passes through Lenin's initiative, finds moments of leap in development in decisive practical experiences directly among the workers, and does not stop here. It goes beyond all this, and we too must know how to go further, with this attitude towards this process, half prediction of the future, half control over the present, partly anticipating, partly following. Anticipating means thinking, seeing multiple things in one, seeing them in development, looking at everything, with theoretical eyes, from the point of view of one's class. Following means acting, moving at the real level of social relationships, measuring the material state of the forces present, seizing the moment, here and now, to seize the initiative of the struggle. Thus, broad strategic anticipations of capitalist development are certainly necessary, but necessary as limit concepts within which to establish the tendencies of the objective movement. Never mistake them for the real situation, and never take them as a destiny of the world that cannot be escaped and must be obeyed. The meaning of the struggle and of the organization, in certain moments, lies precisely in predicting the objective path of capital, and its needs within this path. It lies in denying it the fulfillment of these needs, which blocks its development and precisely for this reason puts it in crisis first, sometimes much before it has reached the ideal conditions that we ourselves had thought of. And so, the ways of concrete action, the actual laws of tactics, are certainly also indispensable, but indispensable as functions that must serve, must be made to serve, an overall perspective which as a whole falls entirely outside there of them. Never isolate these laws from each other, never exchange them with long-term objectives, never make them autonomous as if they were the entire plan of the struggle, they were the final goal. The meaning of that theoretical vigilance to which the working class is continually forced lies precisely in the need to sometimes break the chain of historical occasions, which too often recur and are often too identical, and we must then judge them all anew and arrive at a new understanding. Choose only a few as models, in light of the latest developments, the latest predictions, the new discoveries. When we retrace the history of the workers' experiences of struggle and look at the faces of the men who express them at their head, then it shows these two things: anticipating and following, prediction and control, clear ideas and the will to action, wisdom and ability, foresight and concreteness, have always shown themselves divided, even separated in different men. From the theoretical point of view of the working class, this condition is death. For his political action, he is today's misery in the life of the official workers' movement. The situation, in this sense, is serious. And the words of a book are certainly not enough to change it. A book today can contain something true under only one condition: if it is all written with the awareness of committing a bad action. If we need to write to act, we are far behind in terms of the level of struggle. Words, however you choose them, always seem like things of the bourgeois. But that's how it is. In an enemy society there is no free choice of means to fight it. And the weapons for proletarian revolts have always been taken from the arsenals of the bosses. Research, in this form, with this awareness, must therefore continue. And beyond the boundaries achieved so far, it will become much more complex, difficult, and tiring. Up to this point we have had the canvas of the classics in our hands and we have done some embroidery on it. From now on a new canvas must be woven, cut, inscribed in the new horizons of today's workers' struggle. After Marx, no one knew anything about the working class anymore. It still remains this unknown continent. We know for sure that it exists, because everyone has heard of it, and everyone can read fabulous stories about it. But no one can say, "I saw and understood." Some sociologist tried to demonstrate that in reality he no longer exists. The capitalist fired him because he didn't know his job. What the working class is like inside, how it functions within capital, how it works, how it fights, in what sense it tactically accepts the system, in what ways it strategically rejects it, these are the events and just as many questions. Theory plus history, history plus theory, in these coming years, we must know. Like Brecht's Galileo, we try to advance inch by inch. Let's not immediately state that these are sunspots, let's first try to demonstrate that they are not fried fish. With a hard and fruitful gaze, developing the foreign eye within us, we observe the oscillating lamp of today's class struggle. With the more wonder we find ourselves watching the oscillations, the closer we will be to discovering its laws. In the research conducted so far, this methodological teaching has been kept in mind. It led us to discover some things that could not be seen with the naked eye. And compared to what can be discovered in this way, all this is nothing and only serves to introduce the discussion. Here too we can be wrong. Yet it is difficult to escape the impression that the path of a new type of Marxist research is now open before us and that the long night, the long dogmatic sleep of workers' thought is about to end. Indeed, the sea of possible discoveries has once again become so stormy that a great deal of self-control is necessary to navigate it without putting all the old tools of analysis out of action. For a long period, with rigor, without giving in, we will have to keep the object we are looking at fixed: the present society, the capital society, its two classes, the struggle between these classes, their history, the predictions about their development. To those who ask what will happen next, the answer must be, we don't know yet. We have to get to this problem. We must not start from this problem. We didn't get there. And this is one of the reasons why in all this discussion the future does not seem to exist. In fact, of everything that exists today, nothing is the future for us. And placing the model of a future society before the analysis of the current one is a bourgeois ideological vice that only the oppressed plebs and the avant-garde intellectuals could rightly inherit. It is the fanfare in front of the procession, or a reward for cowardice with the promise that beyond is the world of the righteous. No worker who fights against the boss asks you, what next? The fight against the master is everything. The organization of this fight is everything. But all this is already a world. Agree? It is the old world that must be demolished. But who tells you that this simple desire to overthrow power, organized into a ruling class, is not enough to overthrow it? On one side the working class, on the other capitalist society, this is the modern scheme of class struggle. It is not true that in this way the balance of forces shifts in favor of capital. The opposite is true. Only in this way does the working class acquire and recognize its own strength, as the only living, active, productive element of society, as a hinge of social relations, a fundamental articulation of economic development and therefore potentially holding political domination already over the present. The revolutionary process through which this domination will become real may also see forced stages of development, with the skipping of some phases. But at the peak of development, with power wrested from the capitalists, a harsh period of political dictatorship of the workers over the whole of society, this cannot be avoided. And this is the maximum of the future that we can see, the maximum that we want to see. As a fighting goal, that's enough for us. As an organization of the struggle, we need it. More cannot be said. The prophecies about the new world, the new man, the new human community, seem to us today to be dirty things like an apology for a shameful past. No, today's problem is not what needs to be replaced with the old world. The problem today is still how to break it down. It is therefore essential to still know what it is, where it is walking towards and why, with what forces inside and with how many struggles. The development of the discourse in this way is not what worries us. We can anticipate a lot of this concrete future and we must do so. This, in fact, is the resurgence of importance of the theory. But at this point there is a real question that needs a real answer. And a real answer is anything but easy to give. The young comrade, who rightly wants an immediate fight against a living enemy, asks one specific thing: what is the margin for practical activity in the meantime? What is, here and now, the action of following and controlling the present? And how is it connected? How is this active presence on today's things reconciled with voyages of theoretical discovery in new continents? These 60s in Italy will never be sufficiently considered on their positive side. A fortunate complex of conditions, directly capitalist and directly workers, has opened a process of growth of new revolutionary forces, which are currently experiencing a fundamental moment of development and turning point. They have been years of experiences. And the experiences, when they are of a new type, when they break with tradition and with current officialdom, there are those who do them and those who don't. This is not the dividing line that needs to be drawn. Those who have not done new experiments have critically redone the old ones, and so that everyone, for their own sake, when they are young, moves forward. There is a wisdom here that is difficult to practice, because it is fully possessed only after the opportunity has passed, and before that it only exists in germ, conducting objective political work with the awareness, even if obscure, of having only an experience for oneself, as a function of that body of hypotheses that lives in the head, and to know how to control them, how to develop them. After such an experiment, it always seems that nothing remains. In reality, the fundamental premise for doing everything remains: the maturity of a perspective discourse and the subjective forces that can begin to make it work. The turning point in practice must contain all these problem terms. The level reached by the discourse, the maturation of the forces that can bring it, the miraculously favorable class situation in Italy, impose that at this moment no longer be attempted practical experiments that serve theoretical discovery, impose an active, creative political work, which aims with the strength and ability to concrete results, to material steps. We need to know this in advance. This political work will be entirely beyond our theoretical horizon. And it must be on this side, always, every time it comes to opening a revolutionary process, preparing the conditions, gathering the forces, organizing the party. Yes, organizing the party. There are times when all problems can and should be reduced to this one problem. These are very advanced moments of the class struggle. and we don't always have to look for them where capital is more mature or where capitalism is weaker. Here too, with the courage of discovery, outside of the same theoretical schemes that one is cultivating in one's own garden, one must know how to find the place, the point in which a chain of circumstances has meant that there is only one knot to untie so that the thread of the revolutionary movement starts walking again, the crux of the party, the conquest of the organization. It cannot be repeated enough that predicting the development of capital does not mean submitting to its iron laws, it means forcing it to take a road, waiting for it at a point with weapons more powerful than iron, attacking it there and breaking it there. Too many believe today that the past history of the workers' movement in the most advanced countries is a fatal destiny for us that we will not be able to escape. But isn't knowing what is about to happen precisely useful to prevent it from happening, to find the ways, the forms, the forces so that it doesn't happen? And what else can it be used for? To give us your horoscope for tomorrow? The history of modern social democracy, of modern workers' reformism, is still to be done, and there will be much work to be done on this matter. But politically its underlying processes are quite clear. No one can deny that the victory of social democracy is a defeat of the working class. It is equally certain that this defeat cannot be blamed on the workers themselves, yet you will find few willing to admit it. And we understand why. If there have been no major errors made directly by the workers, these major errors therefore all fall on the heads of their bosses. If it was not the class, in its forced spontaneity, that got the sign of the struggle against social democracy wrong, this sign was therefore mistaken by those who were supposed to function as organizers of this struggle, and among these, in our opinion, also authentic workers' leaders and proven revolutionaries. Today, in this key, a profound and close criticism of all the historical left positions of the international workers' movement is necessary, against which the accusation of having not hindered, but rather favored the march of social democracy must be leveled. The first Bolshevik response itself must be involved in this criticism. It is certainly no coincidence that, when the communist movement won on some points, the left-wing positions committed the same mistakes towards it as always. The right-wing positions were simply overthrown, without destroying them. Those who made daily tactics into long-term strategies were responded by making long-term strategies into daily tactics. A false realism of practice was contrasted with false abstract theorizations. To deny the movement of the people, we closed ourselves in group isolation. The historic parties have had an easy life because on their left there have always been and there are Zarathustra-style talkers, who go around promising to annihilate the world, but ask them how to remove the dust from the ancient sacred books and they won't tell you. They know how to say. In the meantime, the workers have learned that when the brutality of the compromise with the adversary is responded to with the Chartism of moral force, in either case it is certainly not about them, their partisan interest, their class war. Those same workers had taken the lead in the insurrection when it came to defeating the reformist perspective, which even then seemed invincible precisely because it had won in other, much more advanced countries. It is true that in that case, together with them, leading the insurrection, was Lenin. And Lenin, alone among the leaders of the revolution in Europe, had always remained faithful to an elementary principle of subversive practice, to what was for him a practical command: never leave the party in the hands of those who have it. He had understood, through working and studying, that even for Russia at the time the problem to be solved was the party. Inside and outside it, in the majority and in the minority, without excluding any means that would serve the purpose, the party struggle, the open struggle for the leadership of the organization, is the red thread that runs through Lenin's life and work, and brings them both to the showdown of 17. Then, by one of those miracles that are such only for those who do not know the laws of action, at the right time the party found itself in the right hands. November 6th is early, November 8th is late. This slogan, which will long remain the model of every revolutionary choice, became possible at that point, with those forces, for those objectives. We think that this model of Leninist initiative is a lesson that we still have to learn. We will have to attend this school every day, and grow there, prepare ourselves there, until we have managed to read things directly without the dirty mediation of books, until we have become capable of violently moving facts without the cowardice of the intellectual contemplator. We will thus learn that tactics are not written once and for all on the tables of the law, it is a daily invention, it is adherence to real things and at the same time freedom from guiding ideas, a kind of productive imagination which alone manages to make thought function in between the facts, and the real move to do, but only for those who know what to do. If you know how to read, you will find in this book subsequent modifications in the consideration of this problem. It is right that they remain this way, because this is how they have been acquired over time. There is no static balance between political work and theoretical discoveries, there is a relationship of movement that makes one serve the other according to the needs of the moment. There seems to be no doubt about the need, today, to unload every discovery in the urgency of a correct resumption of practical activity. Everyone feels that the next few years in Italy will be decisive. That they will be so not only for Italy, but for international capital, few have understood. Considering the Italian class situation as normal, or as inevitably on the path to the normality of the countries that preceded us in modern history, is the typical error of pure strategy and in itself a worrying manifestation of political insensitivity. Indeed, here is a living example of how from left-wing positions the official line of the workers' movement can be overturned without touching its true contents, which for us are always given by the relationship that is concretely established with the level of political development of the class worker and with its degree of organization. Thus, thinking today that everything will be resolved in the United States, because Marx said that man explains the ape and not vice versa, is a form of theoretical orthodoxy which itself naively flows into that cauldron of fusion that is today's vulgar Marxism, where the only thing you will never recognize is the workers' initiative of the class struggle, at a certain time, in a certain place. And looking at underdeveloped countries as the epicenter of the revolution, because Lenin said that the chain will break at the weakest link, is a way of being concrete in practice which coincides with perhaps the highest form of contemporary opportunism, that who due to theoretical illiteracy in paper tigers cannot recognize which is the tail and which is the head. The point at which the level of political development of the working class has surpassed, for a complex of historical reasons, the economic level of capitalist development is still the most favorable place for the immediate opening of a revolutionary process. Provided that it concerns the working class and capitalist development in the scientific meaning of two social classes, at the time of an already reached maturity. The thesis that the chain must be broken today not where capital is weakest, but where the working class is strongest, is very close to our hearts, and although its arguments are still insufficient, it should be recommended for particular attention. Many things can come from here. The midpoint theory is one of these, the possibility of grasping from a moving point what is further ahead as a tendency of things and what is further behind as a passive inheritance. It is no coincidence that Italy today offers an ideal terrain for workers' theoretical research, if we start from here to look, with this concreteness, at the world of capital. Precisely because it is in the midst of capitalist development in its international scope, the Italian class situation, still favorable to the workers, can become a moment of subjective unification of different and opposing levels of struggle. If it is true that it is urgent and perhaps preliminary to everything to put an international strategy of the revolution back on its feet, we must understand that this will not be done as long as we continue to play with this children's globe invented by bourgeois political geography and for its educational convenience divided into first, second, and third world. It's time to start distinguishing the various degrees, the different levels. The subsequent determinations of capitalist contradictions, without exchanging them each time for an alternative to the system. Capitalist society is so made that it can always afford only one alternative, the directly working one. All the rest are contradictions that capital lives by and without which it could not live. He would certainly do without it if he knew how to do it. But he often knows this post festum and always when the critical moment has passed. This is good for us. From the worker's point of view, the contradictions of capital should neither be rejected nor resolved, they should only be used. And to use them, you still have to exaggerate them, even when they present themselves as ideals of socialism and come forward with the banners of labor. Reconstructing the chain of contradictions, reunifying it, and with the collective thought of the class possessing it again as a unique process of development of one's adversary, this is the task of theory, this is the need for a strategic rebirth of the international workers' movement. And at the same time starting again from a point, from a specific level of development, making a concrete revolutionary process walk on its own 2 feet, this is the task of practice, this is the prodigious rediscovery of the world of tactics to which the situation of class in Italy forces us every day. It is not fair to argue that the international network of the most developed capital is today so dense, even at an institutional level, that it does not allow a whole to appear in one point. Never overestimate your opponent, never place yourself in a subordinate position to him, never give up the initiative in the fight. Precisely because the network has become denser, imposing a break in one point means bringing together all the forces that want to break it en bloc. Every further link between the various parts of capital is an additional means of communication between the various parts of the working class. Every agreement between capitalists presupposes and relaunches, despite itself, a process of workers' unification. And not even a lot of reasoning is needed. A minimum of practical intuition, of that which is felt by class instinct, puts before our eyes today the shock charge, the subversive thrust function and at the same time the model of the revolutionary path, which it would represent for capitalist countries advanced as well as for those of backward capitalism, a high and new experience of political organization of the Italian working class. Here too you must not immediately ask, what will the party be like? There are some who are already beginning to consider this a word too corrupt to continue using. And maybe they are right. But we haven't gotten to this yet, and for now we don't want to get there. In the sky of theoretical discoveries it is right to fly on the wings of an intelligent imagination. But in the field of practice and in the most difficult problem of all, that of organization, we must proceed step by step, with humility and caution, speaking everyday language in prose, and making sure to jump from one form to another, but without losing any of the positive potential of real experiences accumulated over hard decades of struggle. It may seem strange, and it isn't. But when we talk about the party, it is the only time we feel like men of the older generation. And it can be said better, it is the time when we look at the rest of the problems with the consciousness of a transitory generation forced to anticipate the future with the means of the past. Let's say then, party struggle to conquer the organization, Leninist tactics within a new type of strategic research, revolutionary process at a point to restart the mechanism of the international revolution. To the question what to do, there is still a possible answer to propose for a short time. Let us all work for years on a single slogan, give us the party in Italy and we will overthrow Europe. For a little while longer. On the basis of capitalist society, the slow imperceptible path of historical development is a mad chase of brief political moments. You have to know how to be in the midst of these, and know how to grasp them one by one and all in succession, if you want to keep in your grasp the thread that unites them and which must be broken. These are not the old historical occasions, to be waited for sitting on the street corner. Nor is it a question of recovering a continuity of events, all equal to each other, and none breaking with the past. It is necessary to understand that every political moment has its own historical specificity, to be grasped with all the strength of which concrete thought is capable. We need to know that this is precisely what removes the generic nature of historical eras and makes them a field of action for a specific struggle. Discovering the development needs of capital and turning them into subversive possibilities of the working class, these are the two elementary tasks of theory and practice, of science and politics, of strategy and tactics. These two are all old words, we know, which we cannot replace, however, until we have first possessed them again with new meanings. We cannot take the last terrible decades of the workers' movement and the entire post-Leninist phase only as a nihil negativum to which we can refer polemically in the search for the future limits of our action. Subjectively, some results remained. And it is up to us to make lessons that we can use in the future of the struggle. the division of the party from the class and of the class from the party has brought with it another division, that between men and the objective perspectives that they represent, between revolutionaries on the one hand and the revolutionary process on the other, to the point of making them two opposing worlds that today do not meet and do not understand each other. Those who wanted to fight within the internal structures of the party did not actually do so, because they had not bothered to carry with them, in their heads, a general perspective that was truly alternative to the official one. Those who wanted to look for this alternative did not actually find it, because they had not bothered to maintain real relationships and the possibility of direction with the bulk of the movement. These mistakes should not be repeated. Never throw yourself into battle in practice without theoretical weapons. Never start building perspectives away from the masses. We will probably have to go and beat the reformists on their own ground today, but with an army of new revolutionary ideas, with a wealth of historical knowledge about their movements, with such prescient clarity on the final outcome of the struggle, and such control over its internal steps, and such awareness of its transitory contradictions as to leave the traditional world of politics itself astonished, with all its naive wisdom. Tactics and strategy, keep them objectively divided, always, in things, never confuse them, never identify them, because once made identical they prevent action, and keep them subjectively united, in our head, in our person, and here never separate them, because here once separated they destroy men, they have them, they make them this grey shadow to which the party leader is reduced today. What appears to be the tragic side of today's situation, not being able to immediately do what one thinks of doing tomorrow, is the normal fact of the class struggle, when it finds itself on this side of the conquest of the organization, and wants and demands that this primary condition is set to then move on to the decisive attack. And recognizing this is not enough. Once recognized, it must be taken as a positive fact, a necessary period to live to the fullest, which forces us to undergo great subjective development, prolongs the times of preparation of the forces and makes these forces clearer and deeper. Thus, the more unilateral the more whole, the more realist politicians the more high-level theorists, the more simple men the more complex mediations of workers' interest. And all this vice versa, in a circle of continuous collective growth. They have already told us that there is nothing universally human in everything we propose. It is true. In fact, there is nothing of bourgeois particular interest. Have you ever seen a worker's struggle with a platform of generically human demands? There is nothing more limited and partial, nothing less universal in the bourgeois sense, than a factory struggle fought by workers against their direct boss. Precisely for this reason, we manage to add these struggles in society, to connect them in a perspective, to unify them in the organization, and we will have the destinies of the world in our hands, because we will have conquered the most powerful weapon that can still be imagined, a power of decision on capital movements. This is precisely what we need to get to. Everything that is not needed should be abandoned along the way. While it is worth helping out by carrying the bare essentials for walking, it is possible that a stop on the bridge, who knows at what moment, will also become necessary. Maybe even right away. From the prologue in heaven to the adventures on earth, this transition is not yet proven to be imminent. The whole view presented here is not only provisional in itself. In things, it's one of those that still seems possible. Let's compare it with the others. Let's see if he has grown enough to defend himself and attack. Let's test how much strength it has. The working class today, of course, is no longer the young comrade who wanted what was right and acted wrongly. He has now reached that mature age of man, when, in order not to make mistakes, one sometimes prefers not to act. The agitators consequently find themselves using language that is perhaps not the most suitable for the current situation. Yet the Brechtian line of conduct suggested by the control choir, once the need to transform the world has been established, is still the same, and there is nothing to change: disdain and tenacity, science and rebellion, rapid impulse, thoughtful advice, cold patience, infinite perseverance, intelligence of the particular and intelligence of the whole, only if we are taught by reality will we be able to change reality. September 1966. Warning to the second edition. The text of the first edition is reproduced here without any modification. The date at the end of each writing does not allow posthumous substitutions of words or concepts. For its part, time, even if short, has already done justice to its past, that trait of naive and sentimental politics, here and there some summary execution of a living problem, everywhere that late romantic way of presenting, in form, the things. The next mistakes will not be of this type. The postscript, with its date, gives an account of the further course of the research. It is a list of problems not yet all resolved, a study program for young forces with minds open to the discoveries of critical knowledge, a realistic awareness of today's workers' struggles, based on a new yardstick of political judgment on the real workers' struggle of yesterday. For the rest, what we don't yet know how to talk about, it is best to remain silent. January 28, 1971. First hypotheses. Marx yesterday and today. Today we cannot fail to accept the fundamental Marxist affirmations any more than a serious physicist can be non-Newtonian, with the added difference that, in the field of sociology, several generations must pass before an Einstein can appear. He will not arrive before Marx's work has borne all its historical fruits. Rudolf Schlesinger reaches this conclusion, after having explored Marx's entire thought and the entire historical period that was shaped by it. From this conclusion it is appropriate to start to advance some initial disorganized considerations, working hypotheses to be explored and verified. And first of all a premise, a research that wants to resume the discussion on the current validity of some of the fundamental Marxist statements must compare Marx not with his time, but with our time. Capital must be judged on the basis of today's capitalism. Thus the ridiculous petty bourgeois banality according to which Marx's work is both the product and explanation of a society of small commodity producers will fall once and for all. It is a fundamental thesis of Marx, that, on the social basis of capitalism, the historical process itself always operates a logical process of abstraction, which strips the object of all the casual, occasional elements, immediately subsumed by its contingent presence, to then discover and enhance its permanent and necessary sides, those that mark it as a specific product of a specific historical reality and therefore make it valid for the entire span of existence of this reality. The development process of capitalism itself takes on the task of simplifying its own history, making its nature ever purer, stripping itself of all inessential contradictions, to discover that underlying contradiction, which at the same time reveals and condemns it. In this sense, capitalist development is the truth of capitalism itself, because only capitalist development reveals the secret of capitalism. This secret, expressed from the bourgeois point of view, becomes the maximum ideological mystification of capitalism for everyone, within everyone's reach, that is, the maximum realization of capitalism itself and therefore the ideological instrument of its indefinite stabilization. The same secret, seen from the worker's point of view, becomes the deepest scientific understanding of the true nature of capitalism, through the analysis of the ultimate results of its history, that is, it becomes the discovery of the maximum contradiction of capitalism and therefore the theoretical instrument of its next overthrow. If it is true that here, on the social basis of the most developed capitalism, the decisive historical clash between the working class and capital must take place, it is at the same time true that the class struggle between working class theory and bourgeois ideologies must express itself today on the same terrain. This is also a fundamental thesis of Marx, that the most developed level explains the most backward level and not vice versa, it is capital that explains land rent and not vice versa. Thus the verification of a thought must be done not with the social terrain that apparently produced it, but with that which then surpassed it, because it is precisely the latter that in reality produced it. Thus Marx compared Hegel not with the backward situation of semi-feudal Germany, but with the more advanced developments of capitalist Europe, and he forced Ricardo to give a pressing response to the problems that his time posed to him. So today's Marx cannot continue to deal with his old philosophical conscience forever, and he must rather engage in an active clash with the most modern reality of contemporary capitalism, to understand it and to destroy it. Because here is the point of verification, and this is the workers' demand that imposes itself. It is no coincidence that today, while bourgeois thought constructs existentialist novels on the alienation of the human essence, stopping in ecstasy in front of some unhappy sentences from the economic philosophical manuscripts of 44, it is no coincidence that working class thought returns to capital, as to classic model of a scientific analysis of the present, as a function of the revolutionary struggle that wants to suppress and overcome it. In a perceptive page of his book, Michaud finds the courage to express in words an idea that I believe is very widespread, albeit in a confused state, the reappearance, in our era, of an ideological situation which is in some respects pre-Marxist. Now, can this be said? And in what sense can this be said? The answer to these questions can shed a lot of light on many gray areas. Marxist thought, like all authentically revolutionary thought, tends to destroy something that already exists in order to build in its place something that is not yet there. There are therefore two parts, distinct from each other and organically united, which make up this thought. One is the ruthless criticism of everything that exists, which in Marx was expressed as the discovery of the mystified process of bourgeois thought and therefore as the theoretical demystification of capitalist ideologies. The other is the positive analysis of the present, which from the highest level of scientific understanding brings about the future alternative to this present. One is criticism of bourgeois ideology, the other is scientific analysis of capitalism. In Marx's work, these two moments can be seen as logically divided and chronologically successive, from the critique of the Hegelian philosophy of public law to capital. Which does not mean at all that they must always repeat themselves in this division and in this succession. Marx himself, when he looked at classical political economy and retraced the path that had led it to discover some general abstract relationships through analysis, knew with certainty that that path was not to be repeated. Indeed, it was necessary to start from these simple abstractions, the division of labor, money, value, to then arrive again at the living whole, the population, the nation, the state, the world market. So today, once the point of arrival of Marx's work, Capital, has been acquired, we must take this as the starting point. Once we arrive at the analysis of capitalism, it is from this analysis that we must start again. So, the research around some specific abstractions, alienated labor, the modifications that have occurred in the organic composition of capital, the value in oligopolistic capitalism must be the starting point to arrive at the new living whole, the people, democracy, the political state of neo-capitalism, the international class struggle. It is no coincidence that this was Lenin's path, from the development of capitalism in Russia to state and revolution. It is no coincidence that all bourgeois sociology and all the reformist ideologies of the workers' movement follow the opposite path. But all this is still not enough, because if we grasp the specific character that the analysis of capitalism must take on today, we must simultaneously grasp the specific character that the critique of ideology must take on today. And here it is best to start from a precise assumption, making one of those tendentious forcings, which are a positive characteristic of Marx's science, a stimulus for new thoughts and active intervention in the practical struggle. Now, the assumption is this, that an ideology is always bourgeois, because it is always a mystified reflection of the class struggle on the terrain of capitalism. Marxism was conceived as the ideology of the workers' movement. And here is a fundamental error. Because its starting point, its birth certificate was precisely the destruction of every ideology, through the destructive criticism of all bourgeois ideologies. A process of ideological mystification is in fact only possible on the basis of modern bourgeois society. It has been and remains the bourgeois point of view on bourgeois society. And anyone who has opened the first pages of Capital even once has been able to see that this is not a process of pure thought that the bourgeoisie consciously chooses to mask the fact of exploitation, but that this is the process itself, real, objective, of exploitation, that is, it is the very mechanism of development of capitalism, in all its phases. This is why the working class does not need its own ideology. Because its existence as a class, that is, its presence as a reality antagonistic to the entire system of capitalism, its organization as a revolutionary class, does not link it to the mechanism of this development, makes it independent of it and is opposed to it. Indeed, the more capitalist development advances, the more the working class can become autonomous from capitalism, the more the system is perfected, the more the working class must become the maximum contradiction within the system, to the point of making its survival impossible and of making the revolutionary rupture that liquidates and overcomes it possible and therefore necessary. Marx is not the ideology of the workers' movement, it is his revolutionary theory. Theory that was born as a criticism of bourgeois ideologies and which must live on this criticism every day, must continue to be the ruthless criticism of everything that exists. Theory that has come to constitute itself as a scientific analysis of capitalism and which must be nourished at every moment by this analysis, must at certain moments identify itself with it, when it comes to regaining lost ground and filling the void, the detachment that has been made between the development of things and the updating and verification of research and its tools. Theory that lives only as a function of the revolutionary practice of the working class, which gives weapons to its struggle, develops tools for its knowledge, isolates and magnifies the objectives of its action. Marx was and remains the workers' point of view on bourgeois society. But then, if Marx's thought is the revolutionary theory of the working class, if Marx is the science of the proletariat, on what basis and in what ways, at least a part of Marxism has become a populist ideology, an arsenal of banal clichés for the justification of all possible compromises in the course of the class struggle? Here the historian's task becomes enormous. Yet this simple fact is self-evident that if ideology is part, and a specific, historically determined articulation, of the very mechanism of development of capitalism, accepting this ideological dimension, building the ideology of the working class, means nothing else. To say other than that the workers' movement has itself become, as such, part, passive articulation of capitalist development, has undergone a process of integration within the system, a process of integration which can have various phases and various levels, but which in any case has the same consequence of provoking different phases and different levels, that is, different forms, of that reformist practice, which ends up seeming today, apparently, implicit in the very concept of the working class. If ideology in general is always bourgeois, a working class ideology is always reformist, that is, it is the mystified way through which its revolutionary function is expressed and at the same time reversed. If this is true, it follows that the process of demystification today must pass within Marxism itself, it must also express itself as a process of de-ideologization of Marxism. And I am talking here about Marxism, not about Marx's work, because the discussion on the latter is very different. There is naturally a work of internal criticism of Marx's work itself, of separation and choice of some major directions that appear in it. We must grasp and valorize the points in which scientific generalization is exercised at the highest level and where therefore the analysis of capitalism acquires all the powerful meaning of a dynamic understanding of the system, which identifies and judges the underlying tendencies that continually they modify and revolutionize it from within. And on the other hand, there are those parts to be isolated and rejected in which that type of generalization at a scientific level seems to fail and where therefore particular data are immediately generalized, namely a particular stage of development of capitalism, which ends up taking on the garment, the allegorical figure of capitalism as a whole. But this internal criticism, which in a certain sense represents Marx's self-criticism, is different from the work of demystification of some Marxian theories. The latter does not concern Marx's work, it concerns a certain part of Marxism. Today we have become accustomed to speaking with irony and contempt about vulgar Marxism, we also learned this from Marx. The different judgment and attitude that Marx took towards classical political economy is well known, compared to what he himself called vulgar economics. The merit of classical economics is the effort to bring, through analysis, the different forms of wealth to their intrinsic unity, stripping them of the figure in which they coexist independently of each other. It seeks to understand the intimate connection of the facts, freeing them from the multiplicity of phenomenal forms. In doing so, and albeit operating its own specific process of mystification, it manages to proceed hand in hand with the real development of social antagonisms and therefore with the objective level of class struggles implicit in capitalist production. But within political economy there is, or rather it appears at a certain stage of its development, an element which represents the simple reproduction of the phenomenon as a simple representation of it, and this is its vulgar element, which for a certain point separates and isolates itself from the rest as a particular exposure of the economy in general. The more the real contradictions advance, the more complex their reproduction becomes on the level of thought, the more tiring and difficult the analysis becomes at the level of science, the more that vulgar element is opposed to all this work, like an element autonomous from it and replacing it, until it finds its best expression in a learnedly syncretistic and classical compilation without character. Vulgar economics then becomes increasingly apologetic and tries to chatter away all contradictory thoughts in which real contradictions are expressed. When you read these pages of Marx and think about vulgar Marxism, you are tempted to conclude that everything has been said. Yet there is something essential to add. If it is true that mystification has today reached the very roots of Marxism, and if it is true that there are objective reasons that have guided and continue to guide this process of vulgarization, then the most urgent task becomes that of isolating these objective reasons. It becomes that of establishing the first material causes, not only to know them, but to fight them. We need to be clear on this point. This is not a struggle at the level of simple theory. It is not a question of opposing a neo-scholasticism of pure Marxists to the old academy of vulgar Marxists. We must bring the struggle to the real level, conceive this same theoretical task as a moment of class struggle. Once the need for this, so to speak, Marxian purification of Marxism has been acquired, once we have regained that scientific level of analysis of capitalism, which must be applied today to the entire complexity of international phenomena, once that scientific unity of Marxist thought, which is expressed in the organic unity of economics and sociology, of political theory and practical struggle, has been recovered and verified again, from this point we must start again, or rather at this point you have to jump, and go back to finding the real forces that must guide this process, the objective causes that necessarily produce it, the material reasons that will once again make the theory itself a material force. Perhaps never before has the Leninist thesis stood out in all its truth, that there is no revolutionary movement without revolutionary theory. When we hear everyone express the need to see and understand the strategic perspective of the revolution, beyond the blind day-to-day tactics, then we understand how great this need for theory is today, which captures the entire arc of the forces antagonistic to the capitalist system and breaks this arc at a decisive point, thus contributing to keeping those forces divided, just as the theory itself could contribute to making them united and homogeneous. Yet never before has the opposite been true, that revolutionary theory is not possible without a revolutionary movement. Therefore the theorist himself must today carry out a whole practical work of rediscovery and reorganization of the only authentically subversive forces that live within capitalism. He must regain awareness of their existence and contribute to giving a materially organized form to the revolutionary instance that in that existence objectively expresses itself. Ultimately, the process of demystification of Marxism is not possible without workers' power. Indeed, workers' power, the autonomous organization of the working class, is the real process of demystification, because it is the material basis of the revolution. In this sense, the main polemical objective of today's Marx can no longer be the vulgar economy, not even in the current form of vulgar Marxism. Because vulgar Marxism has today's presupposition and result at the same time, which is the vulgar politic of the workers' movement. It is against this vulgar policy that we must fight. But the ways of this struggle must be well chosen, and the task of contemporary Marxists cannot be exhausted in the ways of this struggle. It is an obvious principle, even if it has often been misinterpreted, that the internal criticism of the workers' movement must always be expressed as an external struggle against the class enemy, and therefore the internal criticism of Marxism must be expressed first of all as a struggle against bourgeois thought. Thus today the destructive criticism of all neo-capitalist ideologies must be the necessary starting point to arrive, once again, at the criticism of every ideology, including all the reformist ideologies of the workers' movement. But we have seen how today the analysis of capitalism must in a certain sense precede the criticism of ideology, in the sense that it must found it. Thus we can say that today the positive analysis of the present, that is, the theoretical elaboration of the basic perspectives of the practical struggle and the rediscovery and reorganization of the material forces that must carry it must necessarily precede and found the negative destruction of all ideological mystifications and policies. We can then conclude like this, that today's ideological situation is perhaps pre-Marxist, but with the difference that the theoretical situation is perhaps pre-Leninist. I want to say that today it is not a question of restarting the path from before Marx, nor of resuming it after Lenin. It is perhaps a question, and I say this in a consciously provocative way, it is perhaps a question of making the leap from Marx to Lenin again. From the analysis of contemporary capitalism, we can develop the theory of proletarian revolution on the basis of modern capitalism. The workers' revolution, with all its instruments, must become, once again and concretely, the minimum program of the workers' movement. Already once the working class found Marx again through Lenin, the result was the October Revolution. When this happens again, the death knell will sound, Marx would say, for capitalism in the world. January 1962. The Factory and the Company. At the end of the third section of the first book of Capital, when the production of absolute surplus value is now complete, Marx returns to distinguish the two faces of capitalist production and therefore the two points of view from which the capitalist form of production of goods can be considered, working process and valorization process. In the first, the worker does not treat the means of production as capital, the worker consumes the means of production as material for his productive activity. In the second, it is no longer the worker who uses the means of production, but it is the means of production that use the worker, it is therefore capital that consumes the labor power. It is true that already in the labor process capital develops in command over labor power and therefore over the worker, but only in the process of valorization does it develop into that relationship of coercion, which forces the working class to undertake surplus work, and therefore to the production of surplus value. Capital manages to grasp, in its own way, the unity of the labor process and the valorization process, and the more it manages to grasp it the more capitalist production develops and the more the capitalist form of production takes over all the others. Spheres of society, invades the entire network of social relationships. Capital places work, and is forced to place it, as a creator of value, but then sees value, and is forced to see it, as valorization of itself. Capital sees the labor process only as a process of valorization, it sees labor power only as capital, it overturns the relationship between living labor and dead labor, between value-creating force and value, and the more it succeeds in this the more it manages to recover the entire social labor process within the process of capital valorization, the more it manages to integrate the force work within capital. In the bourgeois mystification of capitalist relations, these two ultimate processes walk together and in parallel, both appearing as objective and necessary. Instead, it is a question of seeing them distinct in their unity, to the point of contrasting them with each other as contradictory processes that exclude each other, a material lever for the dissolution of capital planted in the decisive point of its system. The process by which spent labor disguises itself as capital every day is there for all to see, which is why bourgeois economists are full of praise for the merits of spent labor. It is this, in fact, which, in the form of the means of labor, then collaborates again in the living labor process, whereby the importance of labor is attributed to the figure of capital that it assumes. The capitalist form of work coincides in this case with the means of production in which work has been objectified, to the point that the practical agents of capitalist production and their ideologists are incapable of thinking about the means of production detached from the antagonistic social mask that today adheres to him. Thus spent labor, like any natural force, provides a free service to capital, and when it is invested and set in motion by living labor, it accumulates and reproduces itself on an enlarged scale as capital. It is more difficult to penetrate the process through which the living work itself is entirely taken and incorporated into this process, as a necessary part of its development. It is the natural gift of living labor to preserve the old value while creating a new one. Therefore work preserves and perpetuates, in ever new forms, an ever-increasing capital value, all the more so, the more the efficiency, the volume, the value of its means of production grows, the more the accumulation advances which inevitably accompanies the development of its productive strength. This natural force of labor presents itself as a force of self-preservation of the capital in which it is incorporated, precisely in the same way that the social productive forces of labor present themselves as a quality of capital and as the constant appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalist presents itself as constant self-valorization of capital. All the forces of labor are projected as forces of capital. 3, pages 53 to 541. The capitalist mode of production represents to itself the surplus value and the value of labor power as aliquot parts of the production of value, and it is this that hides the specific character of the capitalist relationship, that is, the exchange of variable capital with living labor and the corresponding exclusion of the worker from the product. Since all the developed forms of the capitalist production process are forms of cooperation, the development of capitalist production itself proposes and generalizes the false appearance of a relationship of association in which the worker and the capitalist divide the product according to the proportion of different factors of its formation. 2, pages 248 to 249. It is on this basis that, on the surface of bourgeois society, the worker's compensation appears as the price of work, necessary price or natural price, which expresses the value of work in monetary terms. Marx rightly says that the value of work is an imaginary expression, a rational definition, phenomenal form of that substantial relationship which is the value of labor power. But what is the need for this appearance? Is it a subjective choice to hide the substance of the real relationship, or is it not rather the real way of making the mechanism of that relationship work? Exemplary, in this regard, is the way in which the value and price of labor power present themselves in the transfigured form of wages. Precisely the real movement of the wage seems to demonstrate that it is not the value of the labor force that is paid, but the value of its function, the value of the work itself. For capitalist production, it is essential that labor power presents itself as pure and simple labor and that the value of labor is paid in the form of wages. Think about the second peculiarity of the form of equivalent, when concrete work becomes the phenomenal form of its opposite, of abstractly human work. It is not concrete labor which, within the value relationship, possesses the general quality of being abstract human labor. On the contrary, being human labor in the abstract is its own nature, being concrete work is only the phenomenal form or specific form of realization of this nature of its. And this total reversal is inevitable, since the work represented in the product of work creates value only insofar as it is abstractly human work, the expenditure of human labor power. Isn't it true that value transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyph? The value of labor power expresses in the wage, at the same time, the capitalist form of exploitation of labor and its bourgeois mystification. It gives us the nature of the capitalist relationship of production, reversed. Work becomes, on this basis, the necessary mediation for labor power to be transformed into wages, the condition for living labor to present itself only as variable capital, labor power only as part of capital. The value, in which the paid part of the working day is represented, must then appear as the value or price of the overall working day. Precisely in the salary every trace of division of the working day into necessary work and surplus labor disappears. All work appears as paid work, and this is what distinguishes paid work from other historical forms of work. The more capitalist production and the system of its productive forces develop, the more the paid and unpaid parts of labor become inseparably confused. The different forms of wage payment are simply different ways of expressing, at different levels, the constant nature of this process. We then understand the decisive importance of the metamorphosis of the value and price of labor power into the form of wages, that is, into the value and price of work itself. All the juridical ideas of the worker and the capitalist, all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production, all its illusions about freedom, all the apologetic chatter are based on this phenomenal form which makes the real relationship invisible and shows precisely its opposite. Of the Vulgar Economy, I. 2, pages 256 to 57. In the history of the varied forms of wages, one can follow the entire development of capitalist production, the increasingly complex unity that is established within it between the labor process and the valorization process, between labor and labor power, between the variable part and constant part of capital, and therefore between labor power and capital. Wages are nothing other than wage labor considered from another point of view. The specific character that labor has as an agent of production appears in wages as a determination of distribution. Wages presuppose wage labor, just as profit presupposes capital. These specific forms of distribution therefore presuppose certain social characteristics of the conditions of production and certain social relations between the agents of production. 3. p. 299. The wage already shows us that the crude separation between production and distribution has been overcome. The specific way in which one takes part in production determines the particular forms of distribution. The relations and modes of distribution therefore appear only as the reverse side of the agents of production. Marx, Introduction of 57, Rome 1954, p. 28. Establishing what relationship exists between distribution and production is evidently a question that falls within production itself, p. 31. The mediating moment between production and distribution on the one hand, and between production and consumption on the other, is exchange. In the first case the exchange itself is an act directly included in production, in the second case everything is determined by it. If it is true that exchange for consumption presupposes the division of labor, private exchange presupposes private production, a certain intensity and expansion of exchange presupposes a certain expansion and organization of production. It is on this basis that we have generally attempted to express an immediate identity between production and consumption, in that there is consuming production and productive consumption. Or we end up finding a mutual dependence between them. Production is a means for consumption and consumption is the purpose of production. Finally, one can be presented as the realization of the other and vice versa. Consumption consumes the product, production produces consumption. But Marx was already mocking literate socialists and prosaic economists, who played with this Hegelian identity of opposites. All that remains is to add to the list the vulgar sociologists, also literate and prosaic, but not socialists or economists. The most important thing to highlight is that production and consumption appear in any case as moments of a process in which production is the actual starting point and therefore also the moment that embraces and surpasses the other's end. The act in which the entire process is resolved again, p. 27. Production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are not identical, they are all represented as members of a totality, differences within a unity. And this unity is composed of an organic whole, and it is clear that, within this organic whole, the different moments exert a reciprocal action on each other. Even production, in its unilateral form, is determined by the other moments. But production embraces and surpasses both itself, in the antithetical determination of production, and other moments. It is from there that the process always starts again. A production therefore determines a specific consumption, distribution, exchange, as well as the specific relationships between these different moments, pages 35 to 36. The need to recall these elementary concepts of Marx already documents in itself the objective existence of too many Marxists, inclined to repeat the nonsense of economists, who treat production as an eternal truth, relegating history to the field of distribution. If we consider capital directly in the production process, we cannot help but continually return to distinguishing the two fundamental moments: the production of absolute surplus value, where the production relationship appears in its simplest form and can be immediately grasped by both the worker both by the capitalist; the production of relative surplus value, specifically capitalist production, where there is at the same time the development of social productive forces and their direct transfer from labor to capital. It is only at this point, when all the social productive forces of labor appear as autonomous internal forces of capital, that the entire circulation process is explained in all its richness. At this level, the realization of surplus value not only hides the specific conditions of its production, the realization of surplus value appears as its effective creation. This appearance is also functional to the system. Alongside working time, circulation time comes into play. The production of surplus value receives new determinations in the circulation process. Capital goes through the cycle of its transformations. It passes, so to speak, from its internal organic life to eternal relationships of life, to relationships in which not capital and labor, but capital and capital on the one hand, and individuals as buyers and sellers on the other are opposed. 1. p. 73. At this point, all parts of capital appear equally as sources of excess value and therefore all equally at the origin of profit. The extortion of surplus labor loses its specific character, its specific relationship with surplus value is obscured, and this is what, as we have seen, the metamorphosis of the value of labor power in the form of wages serves. The transformation of surplus value into profit is effectively determined by both the production process and the circulation process. But the manner of this transformation is nothing other than the further development of that reversal of relationships that occurred within the production process, when all the subjective productive forces of labor presented themselves as objective productive forces of capital. On the one hand, value, past labor, which dominates living labor, is personified in the capitalist; on the other hand, inversely, the worker appears as purely objective labor power, as a commodity. 1. p. 74. The actual production process, as a unity of the direct production process and the circulation process, generates new forms, in which the thread of internal connections is increasingly lost. The production relations become autonomous from each other, and the constituent parts of the value are consolidated in forms that are atonal to each other. 3. p. 240. Already in the analysis of the simplest categories of the capitalist mode of production, goods and money, we can fully grasp the process of mystification that transforms social relations into properties of the things themselves and the production relation itself into a thing. In capital, and with the development of its subsequent determinations, this bewitched and upside-down world develops and imposes itself more and more. On the basis of the capitalist mode of production, the existence of the product as a commodity and of the commodity as a product of capital implies the objectification of the social determinations of production and the subjectification of the material foundations of production itself. It is no coincidence that it is in relative surplus value first, and then in the metamorphosis of surplus value into profit, that the specifically capitalist mode of production plants its roots, a particular form of development of the social productive forces of labor, which appear as autonomous forces of capital opposed to worker, precisely because they are, in fact, a form of domination of capital over the worker. Production for value and for surplus value implies the always active tendency to reduce the working time necessary for the production of a commodity, i.e. its value, below the social average given from time to time. The desire to reduce the cost price to its minimum becomes the strongest lever for increasing the social productive force of labor, which however appears here only as a continuous increase in the productive force of capital. 3. p. 298. Just think of the capitalist's fanaticism for the economy of the means of production, economy in the use of constant capital and at the same time an economy of work. Capital does not only tend to reduce the direct use of living labor to what is indispensable, and to continuously reduce, through the exploitation of the social productive forces of labor, the labor necessary for the preparation of a product, that is to say to economize to the maximum living labor directly employed. It also has the tendency to employ this labor reduced to the limits of the indispensable in the most economic conditions, that is to reduce the applied constant capital to the minimum possible size. 1, p. 123. An increase in the rate of profit, as well as from a more modern exploitation of the productivity of social labor used in the production of constant capital, derives from the economy in the use of constant capital itself. And this economy, in turn, becomes possible on the basis of the highest concentration of the means of production, which alone can give rise to their mass use. Therefore it is only possible for the combined worker, and can often only be achieved in work organized on an exceptionally large scale, that is, it requires even larger combinations of workers in the direct process of production, p. 117. The means of production are now consumed in the production process, with a unitary criterion, by the worker as a whole, and no longer in a fractional form by a mass of workers without mutual connection. Then the economy in the conditions of production that characterizes large-scale production derives essentially from the fact that these conditions operate as factors of social work, of socially coordinated work, that is, as social factors of work. It therefore originates from the character social aspect of work in the same way that surplus value comes from the surplus labor of each individual worker considered in isolation, pages 114 to 15. And yet the economy of constant capital, the economy in the use of the conditions of production, as a specific instrument for raising the rate of profit, appears to the capitalist as an aspect completely foreign to the worker. It appears in a still clearer than the other forces inherent in work, such as a force inherent in capital, property of the capitalist mode of production and therefore function of the capitalist. This representation is all the less surprising, since it corresponds to the appearance of the facts, and since the capitalist relationship effectively hides the intimate structure of the phenomenon in the complete indifference, externality, and extraneousness in which it places the worker with respect to the conditions of implementation of one's own work, to the point of making the worker, the representative of living work, mutually estranged and indifferent on the one hand, and the economic, i.e. rational, use of working conditions on the other, pages 120-122. Thus, through the immediate social nature of work, the increasingly exclusive dominion of capital over working conditions extends and deepens, and, through this domination, with the increasingly rational use of all the conditions of production, the capitalist exploitation of labor power develops and becomes specific. The means of production, from this moment on, are no longer just the objective property of the capitalist, but a subjective function of capital. The worker who encounters them in the production process, for this very reason, now recognizes them only as use values of production, tools, and materials of work. That is, the worker returns to seeing the entire production process from the point of view of the simple working process. The unity of the labor process and valorization process remains in the hands of capital alone. The worker is now able to grasp the globality of the production process only through the mediation of capital, labor power no longer just exploited by the capitalist, but integrated within capital. The development of capitalism also brings with it the development of capitalist exploitation. And this in turn brings with it the development of the class struggle, from factory legislation to the breakdown of the state. The struggle for the regulation of the working day sees the capitalist and the worker still facing each other as buyer and seller. The capitalist claims his right to buy more surplus labor, the worker claims his right to sell less. Right against right, force decides between equal rights. The strength of the collective capitalist, on the one hand, and that of the collective worker, on the other. It is through the mediation of legislation, with the intervention of the law, through the use of law, and that is on the political terrain that for the first time the contract of sale between the individual capitalist and the isolated worker is transformed into a relationship of force between the class of capitalists and the working class. And this seems to be a passage that gives a glimpse of the ideal terrain on which only the general class conflict can take place. This is in fact how it was historically at its birth. To judge the possible generalization of this moment, it is first of all a question of grasping the specific trait that distinguished it, that is, the specific way in which it functioned within a certain type of development of capitalism. It is no coincidence that Marx introduces the chapter on the working day when it comes to moving from absolute surplus value to relative surplus value, from capital that takes possession of the labor process as it finds it, to capital that turns this labor process itself upside down, to the point of shaping it to his image and likeness. The struggle for the normal working day is historically at the center of this passage. Faced with the natural impulse of capital towards the immeasurable prolongation of the working day, it is true that the workers assembled their heads and obtained by force, as a class, a law of the state, a social barrier, which prevented them to accept slavery by means of a voluntary contract with capital. The working class struggle forced the capitalist to change the form of his domination. Which means that the pressure of the workforce is capable of forcing capital to modify its own internal composition, intervenes within capital as an essential component of capitalist development. It pushes capitalist production forward, from within, until it passes completely into all the external relations of social life. What at the most advanced stage of development appears as a spontaneous function of the worker, disintegrated with respect to working conditions and integrated with respect to capital, appears at a more backward stage as the legal necessity of a social barrier that must prevent the squandering of force work and at the same time found its specifically capitalist exploitation. Political mediation takes on its own specific place in each of these two moments. It is not said that the bourgeois political terrain must live forever in the sky of capitalist society. The transformations in the material mode of production and the corresponding changes in the social relations between producers first create monstrous excesses, then provoke, in antithesis to the excesses, the social control that determines the working day by law, regulates it and makes it uniform. 1, p. 32. All those detailed provisions, which regulate with such military uniformity, at the sound of the bell, periods, limits, breaks of work were not at all products of parliamentary contrivances, they had developed little by little from the situation as natural laws of the modern mode of production. p. 308. The English Parliament has come to understand through experience that a coercive law can certainly eliminate with its orders all the so-called natural obstacles of production that stand in the way of the limitation and regulation of the working day. The Factories Act, introduced in a branch of industry, set a deadline for the manufacturer to remove all technical obstacles. The law on factories thus allows the material elements necessary for the transformation of the manufacturing system into a factory system to mature as in a greenhouse, simultaneously accelerates, through the need for a greater outlay of capital, the ruin of minor master craftsmen and the concentration of capital. 2, p. 189. In this sense, the legislation on factories, society's first conscious and planned reaction to the figure spontaneously assumed by its social production process, is a necessary product of large-scale industry, like cotton thread, self-actors, and the electric telegraph. p. 193. With the results of the various commissions of inquiry, with the violent intervention of the state, the collective capitalist first tries to convince and then goes so far as to force the individual capitalist to conform to the general needs of capitalist social production. The exploitation of labor power can also occur through an economy of labor, as the continuous increase in the constant part of capital goes hand in hand with the ever-increasing economy in the use of constant capital itself. It is only on this basis that, at a certain point, a process of generalization of capitalist production and its development to a higher level becomes possible. The class clash on the political terrain, the political mediation of the class struggle, was, in that case, at the same time, the result of a certain level of development and the prerequisite for that development to acquire its own autonomous mechanism, which from that moment on it went very far, to the point of recovering within itself the same political mediation, the very political terrain of the class struggle. If the generalization of factory legislation as a means of physical and intellectual defense of the working class has become inevitable, it, on the other hand, generalizes and accelerates the transformation of dispersed work processes, carried out on a minimal scale, into combined work processes on a large scale. Social scale, and with this the concentration of capital and the exclusive domination of the factory regime. It destroys all the antiquated and transitory forms, behind which the domination of capital still partially hides, and replaces them with its direct, unmasked domination. It also makes the direct struggle against this domination general, pages 215 to 16. We must take this, first of all, as the arrival point of a long historical process, which started from the production of absolute surplus value and arrived by necessity at the production of relative surplus value, from the forced prolongation of the working day to the seemingly spontaneous increase in the productive power of work, from the pure and simple enlargement of the production process as a whole to its internal transformation, which leads to a continuous revolution in the working process, in function, and in ever more organic dependence on the valorization process. What was previously the relationship that could easily be established between the sphere of production and the other social spheres now becomes the much more complex relationship between the internal transformations of the sphere of production and the internal transformations of the other spheres. It also becomes a very more mediated, more organic and more mystified, more evident and more hidden at the same time, between capitalist production and bourgeois society. The more the determined relationship of capitalist production takes over the social relationship in general, the more it seems to disappear within the latter as its marginal detail. The more capitalist production penetrates in depth and invades by extension the totality of social relations, the more society appears as a totality with respect to production and production as a particularity with respect to society. When the particular generalizes, universalizes, it appears represented by the general, by the universal. In the capitalist social relationship of production, the generalization of production is expressed as the hypostatization of society. When specifically capitalist production has now woven the entire network of social relations, it itself appears as a generic social relationship. And the phenomenal forms reproduce themselves with immediate spontaneity. Like current forms of thought, the substantial relationship must be discovered by science. If we limit ourselves to a purely ideological grip on this reality, we do nothing but reproduce this reality as it presents itself, reversed in its appearance. If one wants to grasp the intimate material connection of real relationships, a theoretical effort of scientific penetration is needed, which first of all strips the object, bourgeois society, of all its mystified, ideological phenomenal forms, to isolate and then attack its hidden substance, which is and remains the capitalist production relationship. In that formidable work which is the development of capitalism in Russia, Lenin, moving on to talk about the large-scale mechanical industry, establishes first of all that the scientific concept of factory does not correspond at all to the common and current sense of the word. In our official statistics, and in our literature in general, by factory we mean any more or less large industrial establishment that employs a more or less considerable number of paid workers. According to Marx's theory, however, by large-scale mechanical, factory, industry we mean only a certain degree, and precisely the higher degree, of capitalism in industry, works, 3, Rome 1956, p. 457. And it refers to the fourth section of the first book of Capital, especially to the transition from manufacturing to large-scale industry, where the scientific concept of factory serves precisely to mark the forms and phases through which the development of capitalism passes in the industry of a given village. At a certain stage of its development, if capital wants to reduce the value of labor power, it is inevitably forced to increase the productive power of labor. He is forced to transform as much necessary and possible labor into surplus labor, that is, he is forced to turn all the technical and social conditions of the working process upside down, to revolutionize the mode of production from within. In capitalist production, the economy of labor through the development of the productive power of labor has in no way the aim of shortening the working day. It has only the purpose of shortening the working time necessary for the reproduction of labor power and therefore for the production of a given quantity of goods. That is, the increase in the productive power of labor must first of all take hold of those branches of industry whose products determine the value of labor power. But the value of a commodity is not determined only by the quantity of labor that gives it its final form, but also equally by the mass of labor contained in its means of production. Therefore, the increase in productive force and the corresponding cheaper reduction of goods in the industries that provide the material elements of constant capital also decrease the value of labor power, I2, p11. If we understand this process not from the point of view of the individual capitalist, but from that of capitalist society as a whole, then we see that the more the value of labor power decreases, the more the general rate of surplus value increases. The work of exceptional productive force operates as enhanced labor, that is, it creates values higher than those created by average social labor in the same periods of time. Therefore, the capitalist who applies the perfected mode of production appropriates for surplus labor a greater part of the working day than that appropriated by other capitalists in the same industry. He does individually what capital does on a large scale in the production of relative surplus value, p14. The coercive law of competition operates in such a way as to introduce and generalize the new mode of production, but competition itself, the external movement of capital, is nothing but another way through which the immanent laws of capitalist production present themselves, for which a scientific analysis of competition is only possible when the intimate nature of capital is understood, just as the apparent motion of celestial bodies is intelligible only to those who know their real motion. p12. The fact is, at this point, that the general rate of surplus value, in order to be positively affected by this whole process, continually needs to reduce the value of labor power, to revolutionize the conditions of the labor process, to generalize and accelerate the capitalist way of social production, starting point, which will then make capitalism a formidable historical system of development of social productive forces. Capitalist development is organically linked to the production of relative surplus value. And the relative surplus value is organically linked to all the internal events of the capitalist production process, to that increasingly complex distinct unity between the labor process and the valorization process, between upheavals in working conditions and exploitation of labor power, between technical progress and social at the same time on the one hand and capitalist despotism on the other. The more capitalist development advances, that is, the more the production of relative surplus value penetrates and extends, the more the production distribution exchange consumption circle necessarily concludes, that is, the more organic the relationship between capitalist production and society becomes. Bourgeois, between factory and society, between society and the state. At the highest level of capitalist development, the social relationship becomes a moment of the production relationship, the whole society becomes an articulation of production, that is, the whole society lives as a function of the factory and the factory extends its exclusive dominion over the whole society. It is on this basis that the political state machine increasingly tends to identify itself with the figure of the collective capitalist, and increasingly becomes the property of the capitalist mode of production and therefore a function of the capitalist. The process of unitary composition of capitalist society, imposed by the specific development of its production, no longer tolerates the existence of a political terrain, even formally independent of the network of social relations. In a certain sense, it is true that the political functions of the state are already beginning to be recovered within society today, with the slight difference that we are dealing here with the class society of the capitalist mode of production, and let us also take all this as a sectarian reaction to those sees the modern political state as the neutral ground for conflict between capital and labor. There are prophetic words of Marx, which have never penetrated Marxist political thought. It is not enough that working conditions present themselves as capital at one pole and that at the other pole there are men who have nothing to sell other than their own labor power. and it's not even enough to force these men to sell themselves voluntarily. As capitalist production precedes, a working class develops which, by education, tradition and habit, recognizes the needs of that mode of production as obvious natural laws. The organization of the developed capitalist production process breaks down all resistance. The silent compulsion of economic relations puts the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. It is true, we continue to use immediate, extra economic force, but only as an exception. In the ordinary course of things, the worker can remain entrusted to the natural laws of production, that is, to his dependence on capital, which arises from the very conditions of production, and which is guaranteed and perpetuated by them. 3. p.196. Well, one of the tools that function within this process is precisely the mystified relationship that is established, at a certain level of development, between capitalist production and bourgeois society, between the production relationship and the social relationship, a consequence of the changes that have occurred within the relationship social production and premise for this relationship to be considered as a natural law again. It is only an apparent paradox, that when the factory is a detail, albeit an essential one, within society, it manages to maintain its specific trait in the face of all reality. When the factory takes over the entire society, the entire social production becomes industrial production, then the specific features of the factory are lost within the generic features of society. When the whole of society is reduced to a factory, the factory, as such, seems to disappear. It is on this material basis, at a higher real level, that the maximum ideological development of bourgeois metamorphoses is repeated and concluded. The highest level of development of capitalist production marks the deepest mystification of all bourgeois social relations. The real growing process of proletarianization presents itself as a formal process of tertiarization. The reduction of every form of work to industrial work, of every type of work to commodity labor power, presents itself as the extinction of labor power itself as a commodity, and therefore as a devaluation of its value as a product. The payment of every price of labor in terms of wages presents itself as an absolute negation of capitalist profit, as the absolute elimination of workers' surplus labor. Capital, which breaks down and recomposes the labor process according to the growing needs of its own valorization process, now presents itself as the objective spontaneous power of the society that self-organizes and thus develops. The return of state political functions within the very structure of civil society presents itself as a contradiction between state and society, the increasingly close functionality of politics and economics as a possible autonomy of the political terrain from economic relations. In a word, the concentration of capital and at the same time the exclusive domination of the factory regime, these two historical results of modern capitalism, are reversed, one in the dissolution of capital, as a specific social relationship, the other in the exclusion from factory of the specific production ratio. Therefore, capital appears as the objective wealth of society in general and the factory as a particular way of producing social capital. And all this together is what appears to the crude bourgeois gaze of the vulgar sociologist. When the scientist himself is reduced to a paid worker, then paid work goes outside the boundaries of scientific knowledge, or rather becomes the exclusive field of application of that false bourgeois science, which is technology. It goes without saying that all this is yet to come and that we will deal with it when it comes. Whoever wants to represent any living phenomenon in its development must inevitably and necessarily face the dilemma, either be ahead of the times or stay behind. Lenin, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, in Works, 3, p. 321. This is a principle of method to be used permanently. Even when it forces us to choose that ferocious one-sidedness, which arouses so much terror in the moderate souls of so many professional revolutionaries. Even more so when this procedure certainly presents itself not as an arbitrary action of the mind, but as a real process of objective development, which is not a question of following, but of anticipating. No one tries to forcefully forget the existence of the world outside of production. Placing emphasis on a part means recognizing and claiming the essentiality of this part compared to the others. Even more so when this detail, precisely as such, becomes generalized. The scientific one-sidedness of the worker's point of view should not be confused with a mystical reductio ad unum. It involves looking at distribution, exchange, consumption, from the point of view of production. And within production, look at the work process from the point of view of the valorization process, and the valorization process from the point of view of the labor process. Grasp, that is, the organic unity of the production process, which then establishes the unity of production, distribution, exchange, consumption. The dynamic globality of this process can be grasped both with the partiality of the collective capitalist and with that of the socially combined worker, only that the former presents it with all the despotic functionality of its conservative appearances, the latter reveals it with all the liberating force of its revolutionary development. The capitalist social relationship of production sees society as a means and production as an end. Capitalism is production for production's sake. The very sociality of production is nothing other than the medium for private appropriation. In this sense, on the basis of capitalism, the social relationship is never separated from the production relationship, and the production relationship is increasingly identified with the social factory relationship, and the factory social relationship increasingly acquires a directly political content. It is the same capitalist development that tends to subordinate every political relationship to the social relationship, every social relationship to the production relationship, every production relationship to the factory relationship, because only this allows him to then begin, inside the factory, the reverse path, the capitalist's struggle to decompose and recompose the antagonistic figure of the collective worker in his own image. Capital attacks labor on its own terrain, and only from within work can it succeed in disintegrating the collective worker and then integrating the isolated worker. No longer just the means of production on one side, the worker on the other, but on the one hand all the working conditions, on the other the worker who works, labor and labor power opposed to each other and both united within capital. At this point the ideal of the most modern capitalism becomes that of recovering the primitive relationship of simple contracted buying and selling between the individual capitalist and the isolated worker, one, however, with the social power of monopoly in hand, the other with individual subordination of his post-pay. The silent compulsion of economic relations itself places the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. The current factory legislation is the rationalization of capitalist production. The constitution inside the factory will sanction the exclusive dominion of the factory regime over the whole of society. It's true, this will also make the direct struggle against this domination general. And in fact at this point it is no longer only possible, but it becomes historically necessary to plant the general struggle against the social system within the social relationship of production, to undermine bourgeois society from within capitalist production. It is essential for the working class to return to following, with all its class consciousness, the same path dictated by capitalist development, looking at the state from the point of view of society, the society from the point of view of the factory from the point of view of the worker. With the task of continually recomposing the material figure of the collective worker against the capital that tries to undermine it, indeed, with the aim of moving on to break down the very intimate nature of capital into the potentially antagonistic parts that organically compose it. The capitalist who tries to contrast labor and labor power within the collective worker is responded to by contrasting labor power and capital within capital itself. At this point, capital tries to break down the collective worker, the worker tries to break down capital, no longer right against right, decided by force, but directly force against force. And this is the final stage of the class struggle at the highest level of capitalist development. The mistake of the old maximalism was to conceive this contrast, so to speak, from the outside. He saw the working class as entirely outside of capital and, as such, its general antagonist, hence the inability for any scientific knowledge and the sterility of any practical struggle. And instead we need to say today that from the worker's point of view we must look not directly at the worker's condition, but directly at the situation of capital. Even in his own analysis, the worker must recognize a privileged place for capital, the same privilege that capital objectively possesses within the system. Not only that, the working class must materially discover itself as part of capital, if it then wants to pit all capital against itself. It must recognize itself as a particular element of capital if it then wants to present itself as its general antagonist. The collective worker is opposed not only to the machine, as constant capital, but to the workforce itself, as variable capital. He must come to have the total capital as his enemy and therefore also himself as part of the capital. Work must see labor power as its enemy, as a commodity. It is on this basis that capitalism's need to objectify all the subjective powers of labor within capital can become, on the part of the worker, the maximum recognition of capitalist exploitation. The attempt to integrate the working class into the system is what can provoke the decisive response of breaking the system, bringing the class struggle to its maximum level. There is a point in development where capitalism finds itself in this state of necessity. If he passes, he has won for a long time, but if the organized working class manage to beat it for the first time on this terrain, the model of the workers' revolution in modern capitalism would then be born. We have seen the commodity workforce as a properly active side of capital, the natural seat of every capitalist dynamic. Protagonist not only in the expanded reproduction of the valorization process, but in the continuous revolutionary upheavals of the working process. The same technological transformations are dictated and imposed by the changes that have occurred in the value of the workforce. Cooperation, manufacturing, large-scale industry are nothing other than particular methods of producing relative surplus value, different forms of that labor economy, which, in turn, causes growing changes in the organic composition of capital. Capital is increasingly dependent on labor power. He must therefore possess it more and more completely. As he possesses the natural forces of its production, it must reduce the working class itself to a natural force of society. The more capitalist development advances, the more the collective capitalist needs to see all the work within capital. He needs to control all movements, internal and external, of the workforce. He is forced to plan, in the long term, the capital-labor relationship, as an index of stability of the social system. When capital has conquered all the territories external to actual capitalist production, its process of internal colonization begins. Indeed, when the circle of bourgeois society is finally closed, production, distribution, exchange, consumption, we can say that the real process of capitalist development begins. At this point the process of objective capitalization of the subjective forces of work is accompanied, and must be accompanied, by the process of material dissolution of the collective worker and therefore of the worker himself, as such, himself reduced to ownership of the mode of production capitalist, and therefore a function of the capitalist. It is clear that, on this basis, the integration of the working class within the system becomes a vital necessity for capitalism. The workers' refusal of this integration prevents the system from functioning. Only one alternative becomes possible: dynamic stabilization of the system or workers' revolution. Marx says that of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive force is the revolutionary class itself. The capitalist production process is already revolutionary in itself. It keeps in constant movement and brings about an incessant upheaval in all its productive forces, including that living and conscious productive force which is the working class. The development of the productive forces is the historical mission of capitalism. And it is true that at the same time it establishes its greatest contradiction, because the incessant development of the productive forces cannot fail to provoke the incessant development of the greatest productive force, the working class as a revolutionary class. This is what must push the collective worker to consciously highlight the objectively revolutionary scope of capitalist development, to the point of forcing him to anticipate development, if he does not want to be left behind. Therefore, the workers' revolution must not come later, when capitalism has already collapsed in the catastrophe of a general crisis, nor can it come earlier, when capitalism has not even begun its specific cycle of development. It can and must happen simultaneously with this development. It must present itself as an internal component of development and at the same time as its internal contradiction, just like labor power, which can only put the entire capitalist society into crisis from within capital. It is only the revolutionary development of the working class that can make the underlying contradiction between the level of productive forces and the social relations of production efficient and evident at the same time. Without that development, the contradiction itself remains a potential fact and not a real one, a pure and simple possibility, such as the possibility of crisis at the level. The level of productive forces is not measured by the degree of technological progress, but by the degree of revolutionary awareness of the working class. Or rather, the first is the measure of the capitalist, who conceives the worker only as a human appendage of his machines. The second is the measure of the organized workers' movement, which organizes precisely on this basis the process of breaking the social relationship, which slows down and cages the revolutionary experience of the working class. In this sense, the contradiction between the level of productive forces and the social relations of production is only the external expression of that other contradiction, which lives entirely within the social relation of production, between the sociality of the production process and the private appropriation of the product, between the individual capitalist who tries to break down this sociality and the collective worker who recomposes it before him, between the boss's attempt at economic integration, and the political response of workers' antagonism. Let's not talk about these things casually. This process is underway today in Italy, before everyone's eyes. On this terrain, the alternative between capitalism and socialism will be decided for a long period. The political party of Italian capitalism seems to have understood this. The parties of the workers' movement, no. It is not a question of forcibly eliminating all the other contradictions, which also exist, and are perhaps more evident to everyone, and therefore seem more essential to understanding the whole. It is a matter of acquiring this elementary principle, that at a given level of capitalist development, all the contradictions between the various parts of capitalism must express themselves in the fundamental contradiction between the working class and all of capitalism, and that only at this point does the process begin of the socialist revolution. Expressing all the contradictions of capitalism through the working class already means in itself that those contradictions are insoluble within capitalism itself, and therefore refer beyond the system that generates them. Because the working class within capitalism is the only insoluble contradiction of capitalism itself, or rather it becomes so, from the moment it self-organizes as a revolutionary class. Not the organization of the oppressed class, defense of the interests of the workers, nor the organization as a governing class, management of capitalist interests. But organization as an antagonistic class, political self-government of the working class within the economic system of capitalism. If the formula of dualism of powers makes sense, this must be it. It is no longer a problem today whether political consciousness should be brought to the worker from the outside, and whether the party should bring it from the outside. The solution already exists and is directly dictated by the development of capitalism, by capitalist production which ends up touching the boundaries of bourgeois society, by the factory which has now imposed its exclusive dominion over the whole of society. Political consciousness must be brought by started, but from within the production process. Nobody thinks today that a revolutionary process can just be set up without political organization of the working class, without a workers' party. But too many still think that the party can direct the revolution by remaining closed outside the factory, that political action begins where the production relationship ends, and that the general struggle against the system is the one taking place at the top of the bourgeois state, which has in the meantime become the particular expression of the social needs of capitalist production. Mind you, it is not a question of giving up the Leninist breakdown of the state machine, as those who walk the democratic path inevitably end up doing. It is a question of founding the breakdown of the state within society, the dissolution of society within the production process, the reversal of the production relationship within the factory social relationship. The bourgeois state machine must be broken today within the capitalist factory. Whether we start from capital in the analysis or start from the current level of capitalist development, we arrive at the same conclusions. It cannot yet be said at this point that these conclusions are proven. We need to retrace another path all over again, test again the meaning of that Marxian theory of capitalist development, which every day becomes more and more the historical crux of all the problems, to free it from all the ideological incrustations, which have put a part of the workers' movement to sleep in the opportunist expectation of the catastrophic collapse, and have contributed to integrating another part into the autonomous mechanism of an indefinite stabilization of the system. And this is what will be done as a follow-up to this speech. It is enough here to have recalled the preliminary need to recover the most correct path, both for theoretical analysis and for practical struggle. Factory society state is the point at which scientific theory and subversive praxis, the analysis of capitalism and the workers' revolution, coincide today. This would be enough to verify the correctness of this path. The factory scientific concept is the one that opens the way today to the most complete understanding of the present and at the same time to its most complete destruction. Precisely for this reason, it then presents itself as a starting point for the new construction, which will have to start again from the factory, if it wants to make the workers' state grow entirely within the new production relationship of the socialist society. 1962. The Capital Plan 1. At the beginning of the third section of the second book of Capital, Marx manages to distinguish the direct process of production of capital from the overall process of its reproduction. The first we have seen includes both the labor process and the process of valorization. The second we will see includes both the process of consumption mediated by circulation and the process of reproduction of capital itself. In the different forms assumed by capital within its cycle, and even more so in the different forms assumed by the cycle, the movement of individual capital is discovered as part of an overall movement of social capital. Every single capital constitutes only an autonomous fraction, endowed, so to speak, with an individual life of the overall social capital, just as every single capitalist constitutes only an individual element of the capitalist class. 2. p. 7. If we consider, says Marx, the annual function of social capital in its result, that is, if we consider the annual commodity product supplied by society, we see that it includes both the social reproduction of capital and its productive and individual consumption. It includes, in addition to the reproduction of the world of commodities, also the reproduction, i.e. the conservation, of the capitalist class and the working class, and therefore also the reproduction of the capitalist character of the entire production process. p. 50 Simple reproduction on an unchanged scale which immediately presents itself as part of a more complex reproduction on an enlarged scale, a particular moment and therefore a real factor of the accumulation of capital. Accumulation no longer of individual capital, but of social capital, enlarged reproduction, within this, of the capitalist class on the one hand and of the working class on the other hand. The process of socialization of capital is the specific material basis on which, at a certain level, the process of development of capitalism is based. The specific formation of a capitalist society presupposes that the production of social capital has already been completed as a historical act, and already acquired as a natural fact. The figure of the collective capitalist, functionary of the overall social capital, is itself the product of a certain level of development of capitalist production. Against it, as both a prerequisite and a result, social labor force as a class, overall social labor as a class of organized workers, acquires materially objective existence. Capital's plan arises first of all from the need to make the working class function as such within social capital. The growing socialization of the capitalist production relationship does not bring with it socialist society, it only brings with it growing workers' power within the capitalist system. Of the three forms in which the cyclical process of capital is expressed, Form 3, the cycle of commodity capital, M, is the only one in which the valorized capital value already appears as the starting point of its valorization. In the cycle of monetary capital and that of productive capital, the starting point is always the original capital value, yet to be valorized, the overall movement is only the movement of the advanced capital value. M, on the other hand, as a capital relation, immediately implies both the cycle of capital value and that of surplus value, and of a surplus value already partly spent as income, partly accumulated as capital. Starting from M means starting from the overall product commodity, as commodity capital. In it, individual consumption and productive consumption enter as conditions of the cycle, and if productive consumption occurs through each individual capital, individual consumption presents itself immediately and only as a social act. The transformation that takes place within this cycle concerns the magnitude of value of capital. It therefore results not from a formal shift of monetary capital in the circulation process, but from a material change of productive capital in the production process. The cycle M presupposes, within its path, other industrial capital, but we have seen that its starting point is no longer just the capital value originally anticipated, but the capital value already valorized. Its movement is thus announced from the beginning as the total movement of industrial capital. But no longer just a form of movement common to all individual industrial capitals, but at the same time a form of movement of the sum of capitals, therefore of the overall capital of the capitalist class. 2, 1, p. 102. Now, industrial capital is simultaneously in all the different stages of its cycle and successively goes through the different forms of function given by all three cycles. The overall process is in fact the unity of the three cycles. The total cycle is the real unity of the three forms. Precisely for this reason, the total cycle presents itself, for each single form of capital function, as its specific cycle. It is a necessary condition for the overall process of production, particularly for social capital, that it is simultaneously a process of reproduction and therefore a cycle of each of its moments. p. 110. Always, a part of the capital, as commodity capital, is transformed into money, another, as monetary capital, is transformed into productive capital, yet another, as productive capital, is transformed again into commodity capital. The constant presence of all three forms is mediated by the cycle of overall capital. The forms are thus flowing forms, whose contemporaneity is mediated by their succession. As a value that valorizes itself, capital can only be a continuous movement, a cyclical process, which passes through different stages and takes on different forms of development. The cyclical process of capital is constant interruption, abandonment of one stage, entry into the next, stripping oneself of one form, existing in another form. And yet continuity is the characteristic mark of capitalist production. p. 108. It is in individual capitals that the continuity of reproduction is at some point more or less interrupted. When social value capital undergoes a value revolution, individual capital is always in danger of succumbing if it does not adapt to the conditions of this change in value. The more acute and frequent the revolutions of value become, the more the autonomous, automatic movement of value, operating with the violence of an elementary process of nature, asserts itself against the prediction and calculation of the individual capitalist. p. 112. In this case, the mechanism of the cycle stops, production is reduced, the entire development process is forced to stop, and every stop in the succession brings disorder to contemporaneity. Hence the need to find a connection between the cycles of individual capital, understood as partial movements of the reproduction process of overall social capital. In fact, only in the unity of the three cycles is the continuity of the overall process achieved. Only the overall social capital always possesses this continuity. p. 111. The same thing happens for social capital that happens in the complex system of the factory, where the process flows with the utmost regularity and uniformity, where the product always exists both in the different degrees of its formation process and in the transition from a phase of production in the other. p. 109. Furthermore, taking capital as individual capital, the natural form that the product commodity takes is completely indifferent to the analysis. Here we are dealing directly with the process of production of value and with the value of its products. This way of exposition, however, appears purely formal as soon as we come to consider the overall social capital and its product value. The movement through which a part of the value of the products is transformed back into capital and another part passes into the individual consumption of both the capitalist class and the working class constitutes a movement within the value of the products themselves. As soon as this value, the result of the overall capital, comes to express itself, this movement is not only substitution of value, but substitution of matter, and therefore it is determined both by the mutual relationship of the value constituting parts of the social product and by their use value, by their material figure. 2. Pages 52 to 53. The value reproduced in means of production must be at least equal to the constant part of the value of the social capital. Then, and as an example, the part of the social working day that produces means of production produces nothing other than new constant capital, that is, it produces only a product destined to enter productive consumption. While the part of the social working day that produces means of consumption produces nothing other than new variable capital and new surplus value, or rather, it produces products in whose natural form the value of the variable capital and the surplus value are realized. Each of these two parts of the social working day produces and reproduces, and therefore accumulates, constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value of both large sections together, that of the means of production and that of the means of consumption. The working day, which in the production of individual capital was immediately divided into necessary labor and surplus labor, is only mystified in its realization in the form of wages, now appears, in the production of social capital, effectively divided between the constant part and the variable part of the capital, between production-reproduction of the one and production-reproduction of the other, each of which includes production and consumption, means of production and means of consumption. Productive consumption and individual consumption. The social working day now functions directly within the production process of social capital, and within this production process, it produces, reproduces and accumulates new capital, produces, reproduces and accumulates new labor power. The division between necessary labor and surplus labor does not disappear at all at this level, it is simply generalized, that is, socialized in the overall process of capitalist production. There is a social surplus labor that is extorted from the working class and which ends up socializing the very existence of surplus value. But social surplus value is nothing other than the profit of social capital, and it has nothing to do with the excess profits that the monopolies' robberies glean from every pore of society. It is a whole process which has as its material basis and at the same time as its final objective a maximum degree of socialization of capitalist production, socialization of labor power and therefore socialization of capital. If we say to consider the question from the social point of view, that is, if we consider the overall social product, which includes both the reproduction of social capital and individual consumption, we must not fall into the manner of bourgeois economics, imitated by Proudhon, and consider it as if a society with a capitalist mode of production, en bloc, considered as a totality, loses this specific, historical economic character. In reverse, then we find ourselves faced with the collective capitalist. The total capital presents itself as the share capital of all the individual capitalists, p. 92. Profit, says Marx, is nothing but the surplus value calculated on the social capital. Surplus value and profit are actually the same thing, quantitatively identical from the mass point of view. Profit is the mystified form in which surplus value appears, just as wages are the mystified form in which the value of labor power appears. It is only in surplus value that the relationship between capital and surplus value is laid bare. Capital presents itself as a relationship with itself. 1, p. 78. Here the same organic difference between the constant and variable part of capital disappears, surplus value only has the indistinct total capital in front of it. And this process is already completed when the process of production and circulation of capital, the production and realization of surplus value, is completed, when the expanded playback scrolls and thus the accumulation advances. Yet there is a point within this process that makes the entire development take a leap. And it is when the complex of capitalist production arrives at producing a general rate of profit and, as a consequence of it, an average profit. The fundamental idea of average profit is based on the principle that the capital of each sphere of production must participate, pro rata of its size, in the overall surplus value extorted from the workers by the overall social capital, that is, that each individual capital must be considered as a fraction of the overall capital, and that each capitalist is in reality nothing more than a simple shareholder of the overall enterprise of society, p. 260. At this point, the profit that the individual capitalist collects is different from the surplus value that he extorts. Profit and surplus value are now effectively different quantities. Only by chance and by exception does the surplus value actually produced in a particular sphere of production now coincide with the profit contained in the selling price of the commodity. Already in the simple transformation of surplus value into profit, the part of the value of the goods which constitutes the profit is found in opposition to the other which represents their cost price. At this point the concept of value already escapes the capitalist, while profit appears to him as something that remains outside the immanent value of the commodity. This appearance receives confirmation, solidity, and structure on the historical basis which corresponds to the profit of the average social capital, when all capitals tend to realize, in the prices of the goods they produce, not the particular surplus value directly produced, but the average of the social profit, that is, they tend to realize the price of production. And production price here means cost price added to the cost price multiplied by the average rate of profit, K plus Kp. The production price in fact contains the average profit. Only by chance and by exception is the average profit determined by the unpaid labor absorbed in a single sphere of production. By rule, that is, in the law, it is determined by the overall exploitation of labor carried out by the overall capital. With a given degree of exploitation of labor, the mass of surplus value produced in a particular sphere of production is more important for the overall average profit of social capital, and therefore for the capitalist class in general, than it can be directly for the capitalist within each particular sphere of production. For it is important only insofar as the surplus value produced in its sector of activity intervenes in the formation of the average profit. 3.1, page 213. But the capitalist and therefore also the economist, says Marx, certainly do not realize this process in general, just as they do not realize the detail that in this crude and irrational form the fact that the value of commodities still shines through it is determined by the work contained in them, p. 218. A certain level of capitalist development corresponds to a certain degree of exploitation of labor. Not vice versa. It is not capital intensity that measures the exploitation of workers. In reverse, it is the specific historical form of surplus labor that discovers the ultimate social determination of surplus value. On the basis of social capital, average profit is no longer simply a mystified phenomenal form of social surplus value, it is no longer just the ideological expression that serves to hide the exploitation of the working class behind the work of capital. The average profit of social capital is a historically very specific category, which immediately follows an advanced process of socialization of capitalist production and immediately precedes its further process of development and relative stabilization. It is naturally implicit in the capital system from the beginning, yet it intervenes historically not as a peaceful point of gradual transition from one phase of capitalist development to another, but as a truly abrupt leap, full of dangerous contradictions for the class of the capitalists and of miraculous opportunities for the workers' movement. The history of the successive determinations of capital, that is, the development of the historical contradictions of capitalism, can offer in several points, at different levels, the possibility of breaking the cyclical process of production and reproduction of capitalist social relations. And it is not certain that these possibilities are directly linked to moments of catastrophic crisis in the system, they can be directly linked to a growing phase of development, which creates a positive upheaval throughout the social fabric of production, without it yet being owned and organized by the capitalist class, without it being organically put into operation within capitalist development. We must not believe in an absolute self-consciousness, in all phases of capitalism and its officials. Capital self-awareness is a late achievement of its maturity. Lenin said that the idea of seeking salvation for the working class anywhere, except in the further development of capitalism, is a reactionary idea. The working class suffers more from the insufficiency of capitalist development than capitalism itself. The bourgeois revolution actually offers the greatest advantages to the proletariat. It is in a certain sense, more advantageous for the proletariat than for the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois revolution is continually reproduced within capitalist development, it is the permanent form in which the growth of the productive forces is expressed, the balance in technological levels, the class tension within the relations of production, the growing expansion of the system throughout the society and the consequent political struggle between the general interest of capital and the particular interests of capitalists. The politically moderate soul of the bourgeoisie is committed, throughout its history, to giving peaceful, gradual form to the continuous revolutionary upheavals of its economic mechanism. It is useful for the bourgeoisie that the bourgeois revolution does not too resolutely sweep away all the residues of the past, but leaves some of them to remain, in other words, that the revolution is not completely consequent and complete, is not resolute and implacable. Social Democrats often express this idea quite differently, saying that the bourgeoisie betrays itself, that the bourgeoisie betrays the cause of freedom, that the bourgeoisie is incapable of consistent democratism. Lenin, Works, 9, p. 42. At different levels, the proletariat is called to collaborate in development, at different levels he must choose the specific form of his political refusal. There is a point at which it is still the development of capitalist production in itself that can put the capital system into crisis. The workers' response can be so immediate as to provoke a high degree of class struggle and the opening of a revolutionary process that goes beyond the system. Thus, the take-off of capitalist society can offer the historic opportunity for a revolution with socialist content, if the workers' movement finds itself politically more organized than its bourgeoisie. But it would be a mistake to generalize this moment. It serves us here only to reiterate that a revolutionary rupture of the capitalist system can occur at different levels of capitalism's development. We cannot wait for the history of capital to be concluded to begin organizing the process of its dissolution. The increasing progress of capitalist socialization brings itself to a point where capital production must set itself the task of building its own specific type of social organization. When capitalist production has generalized to the entire society, the entire social production has become the production of capital. Only then, on this basis, does a true capitalist society arise as a specific historical fact. The social character of production has expanded to such an extent that the entire society now functions as a moment of production. The sociality of capitalist production can now lead to a particular form of socialization of capital, the social organization of capitalist production. This is the culmination of a long historical process. Just as capitalist production presupposes the generalization of simple commodity production, which only capital, as a specific fact, is capable of realizing historically, so the formation of a capitalist society presupposes the generalization of specifically capitalist production, which only social capital, and the Gesamtprozess of its production, historically manages to implement. Social capital, that is, says Marx, the totality of capitalists, as opposed to the individual capitalist, or the totality of capitalists in each particular sphere of production. The social capital here is not only the total capital of the company, it is not the simple sum of individual capitals. That process of socialization of capitalist production is entire, it is capital itself that discovers itself, at a certain level of its development, as a social power. Even on the basis of individual capital, capital is a social relationship, and the individual capitalist, the single capitalist, is the personification of this relationship, a function of his own capital and a direct expression of his private property. But on the basis of social capital, capital comes to represent the totality of capitalists, and the individual capitalist is reduced to the individual personification of this total, a direct functionary no longer of his own capital, but of the capitalist class. The management of the individual company can also remain, at this point, in the hands of the managers. Its ownership is the property of the capital, it appears as an objective part of the social wealth. In fact, this social wealth now finds its private owner in the figure, also historically determined, of the collective capitalist, on the one hand supreme mediation and composition of all particular bourgeois interests, on the other direct representative of the general social interest for capital account. The collective capitalist is the form that assumes power in the hands of social capital, the power of capitalist society over itself, self-government of capital, and therefore of the capitalist class, the maximum result of capitalism and probably the ultimate form of its existence. We must not take bourgeois squabbles over state intervention in the economy seriously. At a certain level of development, this apparent intervention from the outside is nothing more than a very advanced form of self-regulation of the economic mechanism, or serves, in certain cases, to restart that type of mechanism at a higher level. Capitalist planning itself can be a particular moment within the development of capital. The general specific feature remains the objective historical existence of social capital. In the capitalist mode of production, it is not just a question of obtaining from the mass of value, put into circulation in the form of a commodity, a mass of equivalent value in another form, money or other commodity but it is a question of obtaining from the capital advanced for production the same surplus value or profit as any other capital of the same size, or pro rata of its size, whatever the branch of production in which it is employed. It is therefore a question of selling the goods at prices that ensure at least the average profit, i.e. selling them at their production prices. From this point of view, capital itself realizes that it is a social force, of which each capitalist constitutes an all the more important element, the more important his participation in the overall social capital is. 1, p. 244. The particular interest of the individual capitalist, or of the capital of a specific sphere of production, is reduced, in these conditions, to the possibility of obtaining, in the direct exploitation of one's workers, a particular gain, a profit above the average. It practically boils down to the different figures of super profit, to the various possible forms of extraction of additional surplus value, to the different external movements inherent to the new mechanism of oligopolistic competition. Individual companies or entire privileged production activities constantly tend, with a propulsive function for the entire system, to break up the total social capital from within, to then recompose it at a higher level. The struggle between capitalists continues, but now functions directly within the development of capital. Since the average rate of profit depends on the degree of exploitation of the total labor by the total capital, then each individual capitalist, as well as the set of capitalists of each particular sphere of production, are interested in the exploitation and degree of exploitation of the entire working class by overall capital, not only out of class solidarity, but out of direct economic interest, p. 246. Thus, all individual capitalists, all particular spheres of capital, are directly interested in the productivity of the social labor implemented by total capital. In fact, it is on this productivity that the mass of use values in which the average profit is expressed depend on one hand, and on the other the sum of value of the total advanced capital that determines the rate of profit. It is no coincidence that the development of the social productivity of labor manifests itself in two ways, in the increased absolute size of the productive capital already accumulated and in the relative decrease in the part of living labor required for mass production. Hence the two organically complementary processes, intensification of accumulation and concentration of capital. As the capital spent increases, the profit, even if it decreases in rate, increases in mass. However, this implies at the same time a concentration of capital, and consequently centralization, that is to say the absorption of small capitalists by the large ones and their decapitalization, Entkapitalisierung. Concentration is the specific form in which expropriation is now expressed, that is, the further separation of working conditions from producers. The capitalist's work is generally inversely related to the size of his capital, that is to say the degree to which he is a capitalist, p. 302. But this division between the conditions of work on the one hand and the producers on the other is precisely what constitutes the historical notion of capital. The process of decapitalization does nothing but confirm, at this level, the development of capital. Expropriation now extends from direct producers to individual capitalists themselves. Expropriating individuals of their means of production is the starting point of the capitalist mode of production. But it also becomes its purpose, when the means of private production now place themselves and can only place themselves as means of production in the hands of associated producers. Here then, capitalist expropriation presents itself as the appropriation of social property by a few individuals. Capital, which is itself based on a social mode of production and presupposes a social concentration of the means of production and labor forces, here directly acquires the form of social capital. Gesellschaftskapital equals capital of society, capital of individuals directly associated, as opposed to private capital, and its enterprises present themselves as social enterprises as opposed to private enterprises. It is the suppression of capital as private property within the capitalist mode of production itself. 2, p. 122. The capitalist transforms himself into a simple agent and administrator of other people's capital. Property is thus separated from its function and consequently work is also completely separated from the ownership of the means of production and from surplus value. Profit then presents itself directly as the appropriation of others' surplus value, resulting from the transformation of the means of production into capital, that is, from their estrangement from the actual producers, from their contrast as the property of others to all the individuals actually active in production, from the manager to the latest daily newspaper, p. 123. This is the form that the annulment of private capitalist industry takes on the basis of the capitalist system, suppression of the capitalist mode of production within the same capitalist mode of production, a self-destroying contradiction, production private without the control of private property, p. 125. Capital completely ceases to appear at this point as the property of direct workers, it renounces many of its previous mystified forms, it strips itself of some of its most conspicuous ideological shells, true paleo-capitalist bourgeois survivals. The same process of socialization of work is embodied directly, and without any more mediation, in the overall production of social capital. And capital presents itself as a social force of production directly in the form of private property of the large capitalists. In this way the power of capital increases, the capitalist's personification of the social conditions of production in relation to the real producer is accentuated. Capital increasingly manifests itself as a social power, which has now lost any proportional relationship with what the work of a single individual can produce. 1, p. 322. That is, capital is elevated to a general social power, while the capitalist is reduced to a simple agent, official, manager of this power, no longer even its representative, but a direct commissioner with limited power. Capital fetishism has practically won. Everyone knows that the modern bourgeois political class is increasingly of direct capitalist extraction and that this way, not through the history of political thought, we are able to grasp the real transformations that have occurred in the structure of the state. The petty bourgeois fear of the anonymous power of technicians now only reflects the survival of backward sectors of capitalist development. Big capital, for its part, only seeks to give political content to technocratic power. Indeed, it is not to be believed that the slow and just death of representative democracy marks a contemporary extinction of the political power of the ruling class. In fact, it only marks a reform of the state, a modernization of its structures, an adaptation to its new specific functions, which will increasingly have to respect the production schemes of any industrial machine. It is clear that power will become increasingly unified at the top, and only in this way will it be able to decentralize and articulate itself at the base. As in any self-respecting rational modern company, decisions must be assigned to everyone, but the power to decide must belong to only one. In this way, political power unifies and becomes homogeneous at all levels, from the company of the individual capitalist to the state of all the people. The class dictatorship of capital only becomes truly democratic at this point. It receives the sanction of popular sovereignty and immediately puts it to work within its own industrial apparatus. It will not reach it, due to its intrinsic contradictions, but certainly the ultimate objective of capitalism always remains the self-government of capital, direct democracy no longer of small owners, but of large capitalists, with the sovereign people reduced to labor force and fetish capital erected as a political state within his own company. To be understood, a specifically capitalist society must also be seen as a historical product in the development of capital. There is a level of the socialization process of capital that materially explodes the need for a rational organization of society. The growing rationalization of the production process must now extend to the entire network of social relationships. It is no longer sufficient that capitalist production as such covers the entire territory of bourgeois society. It is its specific characteristics, it is the level historically reached by the production of capital, it is its particular internal organization that must now mark the general organization of society, to the point of repeating, valorized to the maximum, on the level of capitalist society, the initial relationship which pitted the individual capitalist on one side and the individual worker on the other. The same relationship must now recur and be organized on the level of social classes. The recovery of a general real terrain of the class struggle is an objective requirement of capitalist production, at the level of social capital. Only through this recovery, in fact, can the class struggle be consciously regulated and organized within the plan of capital. We have seen that the workers' struggle has always objectively functioned as a dynamic moment of capitalist development. Yet it can be said that only at this level can it be rationally foreseen and used in the overall process of production of social capital. The tension between capital and labor thus becomes a legal institution of society, and all those institutions that guarantee an orderly bourgeois development of individual workers' demands are legally recognized, in their full autonomy. The workers' organizations themselves acquire a decisive importance for the social interests of capital. There is a moment in which modern capital can no longer do without a modern union, in the factory, in society, and directly in the state. The political integration of the Workers' Party within the absurd antediluvian forms of the bourgeois parliament itself becomes a secondary moment of mediation to arrive at the true organic integration of the workers' union within the planned development of capitalist society. Hence, and again, the entire restructuring that affects the general form of power, in search of a difficult balance between the growing need for a centralization of decisions and the need for an effective decentralization of collaboration and control functions, tendency towards unity of authority and pluralism, of central management and local autonomies, with a political dictatorship and an economic democracy, an authoritarian state and a democratic society. At this point, it is true, there is no longer capitalist development without a capital plan. But there can be no capital plan without share capital. It is capitalist society that plans its own development by itself. And this, precisely, is democratic planning. Marx says, almost at the end of the first book of Capital, since we always presuppose as given the limits of capitalist production, that is, we presuppose as given a purely natural and spontaneous configuration of the social production process, we have also abstracted from every more rational combination that it could be carried out immediately and systematically planmäßig, says the text, with the existing means of production and workforce, I. 3, p. 56. It is clear that we can no longer operate this same type of abstraction today. Marx himself abandoned it when he moved on to analyze the overall process of capitalist production. Of course, the limits of this production must always be considered as given. It is not a question of rediscovering today, after decades of absolute faith in the process of decay of capitalism, an equally absolute faith in the objective rationality of the system. That, in this sense, the game is over, the modern capitalist, with his science, certainly does not believe. However, our neo-reformist ideologists believe this, always with their souls in crisis. Pure economists, applied sociologists, technicians of the workers' movement and philosophers of Marxism, all these characters who are against the system, but don't know what to do to fight it. In fact, in all their recollections of capitalism they regularly forget about the working class. The entire capitalist mode of production is only a relative mode of production, whose limits are not absolute but become so for the mode of production itself. 1. p. 314. Capitalist production continually tends to overcome these immanent limits, but manages to overcome them only with means that confront it with the same limits on a new and higher scale. p. 306. Everyone knows that capitalism historically presents itself, from the beginning, as a system of contradictions. Its internal development is the development of its contradictions. And even when the process of social production no longer takes on a natural and spontaneous form, but on the contrary takes on a rational and planned form, even then the articulated system of production, from the single factory to the top of the state, always presents itself as the generally systematic organization of fearful irrationalities. The anarchy of capitalist production is not cancelled, it is simply socially organized. When the emphasis is always and only on the moment of development, and here even a planned development of capital, one consciously wants to react to that long religious contemplation of the crisis general framework of capitalism, which has now been fatally overturned into a profane imitation of its prodigious technical model of social development. This second attitude is the direct historical result of the first. The opportunist empiricism that dominates the international workers' movement today is the natural daughter of Stalin's scientific opportunism. The only way to recover a correct discussion on capital society is to rediscover the current concrete possibilities of the workers' revolution. And vice versa, these possibilities can only arise materially from the necessary development of capitalist production. There is certainly a need to re-evaluate the active side within the economic relationship, the conscious revolutionary activity of the organized proletariat. This is Lenin before 17. And then this organization of the revolution must be planted within a historically determined moment of capitalist development, its external consequence and at the same time its internal contradiction. It is Marx of Capital. It is no coincidence that our sectarianism starts dogmatically from these texts alone. At the level of maximum stabilization of capitalism, the plan of capital can even manage to socially organize the natural tendency of its production. That is, the possibility of a social plan for the production of capital can arise, and arise directly from the now materially objective existence of a social capital. Yet it remains firm throughout the entire span of historical existence of a capitalist-type economic social formation that the internal nexus of overall production imposes itself on the agents of production as a blind law, and not as a law which, understood and dominated by their associated interest, subjects the production process to their common control. 1. p. 314. Rather, it is now a question of seeing specifically how the internal nexus of overall production arises, at the level of social capital, and how and why it imposes itself again and again as a blind law in the eyes of the collective capitalist himself, who cannot thus to submit it once and for all to his direct control. The internal link of overall production is now directly given by the social class relationship, which contrasts capitalist society on one side and the working class on the other side. The national contract now commits the individual worker, that is, the workers of a particular sphere of production, no longer to the respective individual capitalists, but to a certain type of general development of social capital. In this sense, articulated bargaining is nothing more than a normal pluralistic structure, a guarantee of that orderly drive towards the efficiency of the individual company and of the entire system, which always comes from the union action of the workers. The Board of Auditors is a typical democratic institution of capitalist planning. Yet, these same movements of capital, disguised and distorted in workers' demands, reveal as a fundamental material fact the growing process of socialization no longer only of capital on one side and labor on the other, but of the same general social relationship that immediately contrasts them within the production process, growing generalization and socialization of the class struggle, which arises from the immediate needs of production and reproduction of social capital. Reproduction on an enlarged scale, that is, accumulation, reproduces the capitalist relationship on an enlarged scale, more capitalists or bigger capitalists at this pole and more wage earners at that other. The reproduction of labor power, effectively constitutes an element of the reproduction of capital itself. The accumulation of capital is therefore the increase of the proletariat, I. 3, p.62. It is true that the division of labor and, on this basis, its social productive force simultaneously increases, and therefore the possibility of employing various forms of labor economy increases. But accumulation, and with it the concentration of capital, also represents a material means to increase productivity. Then the increased mass of means of production, destined to be transformed into capital, must always have at its disposal, to exploit it, a proportionally increased working population. Only the absolute increase in the mass of surplus labor makes it possible to increase the absolute mass of profit. The simultaneous relative decrease of the variable part of capital compared to the constant part causes only, and in part, a fall in the rate of profit. On the one hand there is an increase in the absolute mass of profit and a relative fall in the rate of profit, because on the other hand there is an absolute increase in surplus labor and a relative decrease in variable capital. The law of the progressive decrease in the rate of profit or the relative decrease in surplus labor acquired in comparison to the mass of objectified labor set in motion by living labor, does not at all exclude an increase in the absolute mass of labor set in motion and exploited by social capital, and therefore also the absolute mass of the surplus labor that it appropriates, and much less does it exclude that the capitals available to individual capitalists command a growing mass of labor, and therefore of surplus labor, even if the number of workers who depend on them does not grow. 3.1, page 268. Marx will say below, this not only can, but must happen on the basis of capitalist production. That is, it must happen that there is a growing mass of work and surplus labor in an absolute sense, so that the relative decrease of living labor compared to objectified labor does not substantially affect the growth of the mass of profit and therefore the process of accumulation of capital. In fact, if it is true that the quantity of additional living labor decreases, it is also true that the unpaid part of the social working day continuously increases compared to the paid one, the surplus labor increases compared to the necessary labor, therefore the relative surplus value and therefore the exploitation of work at all. The progress of capitalist exploitation always serves as the material basis for the development of capital. It is then only the process of socialization of exploitation that enables capital to organize itself on a social level. This is why the extended reproduction of social capital itself can only reproduce the capitalist social relationship on an enlarged scale. The reproduction and accumulation of social capital can only reproduce and accumulate labor power itself as a social class. Individual capital, that is, every fragment of social capital that operates autonomously is endowed with a life of its own and can give its product any natural form. The only condition is that this natural form has a use value. It is indifferent and completely accidental that the produced means of production enters the production process as such again and that constant capital is therefore immediately reproduced in its natural form. Differently happens with the product of the total social capital. Here the produced part of constant capital reappears in the natural form of new means of production, which must function again as constant capital. All the material elements of reproduction must constitute parts of this product itself in their natural form. 2. p. 91. Now, if it is true that variable capital, considered according to value, is equal to the value of labor power, it is also true that, considered according to matter, it is identified with labor power itself, with living labor put in motion. At the level of social capital, the material element of variable capital can only recur in its immediate natural form, as social labor power. The individual reproduction of the single worker is no longer sufficient, a social reproduction of the collective worker becomes necessary. That is, the brute survival of the workforce as such is no longer enough, a process of accumulation of labor power is needed for social capital. Labor power must now reappear in that real natural form which is its social nature. Variable capital must re-enter the process of capitalist production directly as the working class. There is a long historical moment in which the production of capital finds itself trapped within this necessity. All the processes of rational decomposition of concrete work, which tended to destroy the abstract possibility of its social organization, find an objective limit in the material need to then recover labor power itself as an autonomous social force within capital. The apparent decomposition, each in its own field, of capital and labor, is only the specific form that the process of real internal unification, each on its own terrain, of the capitalist class and the working class takes. The total capital now needs to see the total work in front of it, for the economic calculation of its own planned development. It also needs not to see it mystified by its own exclusive class interests, not to see it distorted in its own dominant class ideology, hence, the need to know work through the workers, to calculate the overall work through the figure of the collective worker. Social capital is forced to socialize the very knowledge of social labor. The individual capitalist, with his limited vision, comes to see that his profit now does not come only from the labor employed by him or in his branch of production, and that the average profit is different from the immediate surplus value. But to what extent this profit is derived from the overall exploitation of labor carried out by overall capital, that is, by all his fellow capitalists, is an absolute mystery to him, especially since the bourgeois theorists themselves, the economists, have not yet revealed it. 1, p. 216. At a certain stage of development of capital, it is no longer only the worker, but the capitalist himself who must fight against the appearance of his relations of production, must succeed in tearing the veil of phenomena, to grasp the essence and the intrinsic nature of its process. The need for science within capital arises here, when capital realizes that it is a social force. No longer than the simple scientific existence of economic relations, but the economic relations themselves organized scientifically. And it is almost useless to point out that this too is a biased formula, which aims to capture only one side of the problem, to identify an underlying trend that guides the process. We have already said that the capitalist system will never be able to achieve perfect objective rationality of its development mechanism. Let's say here, now, that it tends towards this as its maximum program. This is precisely what the science of capital tends to do, its current attempt to demystify the social process of capitalist production, rationalizing the form and programming the content of capitalist development. Everything confirms it. The pure theorist of capitalist economy today is the modern bourgeois politician, the planning theorist identifies himself with the practical programmer. And again, there is a planning policy, but there is no planning theory. The pinnacle of planning theory is given by programming techniques. Which does not mean, precisely, that there is no longer a bourgeois thought, it means on the contrary that bourgeois thought is now completely integrated within capital, it functions as an internal mechanism of its development, it no longer serves to justify from the outside the present forms of capitalist power. This latter function is directly downloaded onto the traditional organizations of the workers' movement. When science is about to pass into social capital, ideology risks remaining in the hands of the individual worker, that is, in the hands of the disorganized workers' movement. It's true, neo-capitalist ideologies do not immediately derive from the sole center of power of big capital. They need, as practical mediation, to go through the research offices of the workers' unions. In a capitalist society that develops on the basis of socially organized capital, the ideologies of neo-capitalism correspond to a capitalist organization of the workers' movement. It is not true that at this point the working class no longer exists, there is a working class organized by capital. At this level a long series of disturbing questions opens up. To what extent can the fundamental contradiction between the social character of production and private appropriation of the product be affected and undermined by capitalist development? Isn't there a specific form of social appropriation of the private product hidden in the process of socialization of capital? Has not the very sociality of production become the most important objective mediation of private property? And how can a mediation contradict what it mediates? How can a bourgeois sociality of the production process undermine the capitalist appropriation of the product? That is, how can a capitalist society contradict the capital production process? When the production relationship has generalized into a general social relationship, when the entire bourgeois society is reduced to a moment of capitalist production, the very social character of production can be recovered within the mechanism of reproduction of capitalist private property. At this point the entire objective mechanism now functions within the subjective level of the collective capitalist. Social production becomes a direct function of private property. The general representative of the company is now truly the share capital. In the social relationship of production, the spokesperson of society is no longer the working class, but directly capital. The general social interest remains entirely in the hands of capital. The workers have nothing left but their partial class interest. On the one hand, therefore, the social self-government of capital, on the other the class self-management of organized workers. The concept of the working class then becomes only at this historically concrete level, it is specified in all its specific particularity, it develops in all the richness of its determinations. Thus, this which is the simplest social abstraction of a capitalist economic formation and which is therefore valid for all subsequent forms of its development, however appears practically true in this abstraction only as a category of the most modern capitalism. The more capitalist production attacks and dissolves its external contradictions, the more it is forced to lay bare its internal contradiction. The more capital manages to organize itself, the more it is forced to organize the working class for itself. Up to the point where the working class no longer has to reflect all social contradictions, it can directly reflect itself as a contradiction of society. And it is useless to rush to dig out magic words from the archives to ward off this vision. Workerism can also be a real danger, when paid workers are a distinct minority among the working classes. But within a process that tends to reduce every worker to a worker? It is true, in order not to contradict the old strategy, new allies of the working class are then invented, the refined elites of the new middle classes take over the place left empty by the endless masses of poor peasants. Thus, the workers together free themselves from every sectarian temptation and every socialist perspective. Capitalists know this well, the real generalization of the working class condition can give rise to the appearance of its formal extinction. It is on this basis that the specific workers' power is immediately absorbed into the generic concept of popular sovereignty. Political mediation here serves to make the explosive content of the workers' productive force function peacefully within the beautiful forms of the modern capitalist production relationship. For this reason, at this level, when the working class politically refuses to become a people, it does not close itself, the most direct path to the socialist revolution opens up. It is here that we need to resume the discussion on the abstraction of the category work. We will need to return to it later with a separate analysis. These elementary considerations will suffice now. Work in general marks the achieved indifference towards a specific kind of work and at the same time presupposes a highly developed totality of real kinds of work. The two processes are closely linked. The more concrete the particular work becomes, the more the work in general can be abstracted from it. The most general abstractions arise only where the richest development of the concrete occurs. It is no coincidence that Marx returns to speak in these terms about work when he addresses the process of leveling that the general rate of profit undergoes due to competition. Alongside the almost spontaneous mobility of capital, there is a guided mobility of the workforce here. Labor power not only can, but must be thrown as quickly as possible from one sphere of production into another, from one production location into another. There is no capitalist development without a high degree of social mobility of the working workforce. There is no development planning without mobility planning, which also requires that the worker be indifferent to the very nature, inhalt, of his work, that in all branches of production work be reduced as much as possible to simple work, that all professional prejudices are repudiated by the workers, finally, and above all, that the workers are subjected to the capitalist mode of production. 1, p. 246. The decisive feature here too is the subordination of the workers to the capitalist mode of production. The worker's indifference to the nature of his work, the worker's work increasingly reduced to simple work, the professional prejudices repudiated by the workers, are not in themselves forms of worker subordination, they are forms of capitalist exploitation. It's the difference between exploitation and Unterwerfung. Everyone knows, because it is an obvious fact in itself, that within the capitalist mode of production workers are certainly always exploited, but they are never subjugated. The insubordination of workers can advance along the same path in which capitalist exploitation advances, by grasping each time the specific ways in which the two processes come together. It is clear, for example, that today it is a question of recognizing and valorizing all the positive content hidden and mystified within the various processes known as alienation. If this corrupt word still has a meaning, it is only that of expressing a specifically determined form of direct exploitation of labor by capital. Total estrangement of work from the worker, useful, concrete work, which becomes objectively external, foreign, indifferent to the worker, the end of the trade, of the profession, of this last semblance of individual independence of the worker, the extreme survival of a bourgeois person in the worker's body. The positive content of alienation, then, is not only the positive content of capitalist exploitation itself, taken as the moment in which the response of workers' antagonism becomes conscious and organized. The process of a total estrangement of labor coincides with its most complete objectification within the capital production process. And only when work is completely objectified within capitalist production, the existence of the working class becomes specifically contradictory to the entire system of capital. Not only the product of labor, not only the instruments of production, but the entire working conditions must become objective in the person of capital. They must therefore be torn away from the subjectivity of the individual worker, if they want to be recovered as enemies of the worker collective. The individual worker must become indifferent to his work, so that the working class can come to hate him. Within the class, only the alienated worker is truly revolutionary. And in fact, there is a moment in which the person who takes up defending the personality of the worker is directly the capitalist. Only in its generically human figure can labor power voluntarily submit to capital. Only as human needs are workers' demands freely accepted by the capitalist. It is the point at which the worker definitively discovers the cult of man as a bourgeois shame. There are no rights outside the capital. The workers no longer even have to defend the rights of labor. The rights of labor, at this level, are the same as those of capital. The union, the trade union struggle, cannot alone emerge from the system, it is inevitably destined to be part of its development. The interests of capital are no longer corporate, the interests of labor outside of capital are corporate. A union which, as such, i.e. without a party, without class political organization, claims to be autonomous from the capital plan, succeeds in nothing other than the most perfect form of integration of the working class within capitalism. Modern trade unionism, the party as the union's transmission belt, is the highest point of capitalist reformism. It is the way in which the objective need of capitalist production to recover the real political terrain of the class struggle is distorted and at the same time used, within the subjective initiative of capital. There is no doubt about this. If there is anyone who pretends to interpret the economistic and objectivist terms as the substance of the previous discussion, he demonstrates that he has understood nothing of this discussion. In purely economic terms, that is, from the bourgeois point of view, Marx continually says, to say that in the field of economic competition with the capitalists, the workers are regularly beaten, on this terrain they have no other possibility than to improve the conditions of their exploitation. When we forcibly silence the traditional objective contradictions of the system, to the point of making them all disappear within its specific development mechanism, we consciously want to recover the true workers' discourse, which is a political discourse, political organization, and political power. This too in a newly determined sense. When science itself is objectified within capital, partnership is in turn forced to become scientific again. Insurrection as a work of art is only now being transformed into a science of revolution. Thus, the planning that social capital makes of its own development must and can be responded to by true workers' planning of the revolutionary process. It is true, it is not enough to ideally oppose the capital plan, one must then know how to use it materially. And this cannot be done without tracing the economic program of capitalist development into a political plan of workers' response. Now capital and labor, each in its own field, are able to see very far ahead, they face each other in the long perspective. Strategy versus strategy, tactics for bureaucrats on both sides. We have already said, the working class must privilege the fact of the existence of capital, valorize the subsequent forms of its development and even anticipate them materially, in an antagonistic form, in its own organization. Then, within the very process of socialization of capital, in the course of the development that leads social capital to become the representative of the general interest, the working class cannot help but begin to organize its own partial interest, to directly manage its own particular power. When capital discovers itself as a social force, and on this basis gives shape to a capitalist society, it leaves the working class with no alternative other than to oppose this entire sociality of capital. The workers no longer have to oppose the ideal of a true society to the false one of capital, they no longer have to dissolve and dilute themselves within the general social relationship, they can now find and rediscover their own class as an anti-social revolutionary force. The whole of capital society now stands before the working class, without the possibility of mediation. The relationship is finally reversed, the only thing that the general interest is unable to mediate, internally, is the irreducible partiality of the workers' interest. Hence, the bourgeois appeal to the corporate name in opposition to the sectoral demands of the workers. We would like to establish the same relationship between capital and labor that exists, at a certain level, between social capital and individual capitalists, a relationship, as officials say, always dialectical. In fact, when the overall labor reasonably accepts to participate in the general development, it ends up functioning as any aliquot part of the overall social capital. In this way we arrive at nothing other than the most rationally balanced development of all capital. It is at this point that the working class must instead consciously organize itself as an irrational element within the specific rationality of capitalist production. The growing rationalization of modern capitalism must find an insurmountable limit in the growing unreasonableness of organized workers, that is, in the workers' refusal to political integration within the economic development of the system. Thus, the working class becomes the only anarchy that capitalism is socially unable to organize. The task of the workers' movement is to scientifically organize and politically manage this workers' anarchy within capitalist production. On the model of the society organized by capital, the Workers' Party itself can only be an organization of anarchy, no longer inside, but outside capital, that is, outside its development. But it must be clarified, it's not about creating chaos in the production process. It is not a question of organizing the systematic disorganization of production, this, and nothing else, is neo-anarcho-syndicalism. And there is really no point in hiding behind this absurd antiquity the totally new perspectives that are only opening up today in the face of the class struggle. Nor, on the other hand, and on the contrary, do we want to contrast workers' management with capitalist management of the modern industrial enterprise or of the production center in itself, first of all, because the production center in itself does not exist and exists only capitalist industrial enterprise and that's it, secondly, because the workers willingly leave the management of this enterprise entirely to the owner, just as they leave the general management of society to the collective capitalist and maintain for themselves the sole political self-management of their own class power, which starts from the factory and aims to reach at the state. The simple request for a real workers' political power distinct and autonomous from the real bourgeois political power is now capable of throwing the economic mechanism of the system into crisis, preventing it from functioning. This is the point at which the whole discussion turns upside down, the material basis on which everything that is a function of capital acquires the possibility of becoming directly functional to the revolution against capital. From the workers' point of view, integral control of the social process becomes all the more possible the more capital becomes social capital. The worker articulation of the entire capitalist mechanism is discovered at the center of the system, now arbiter of its further development or its definitive crisis. Internal factory planning and programming of capitalist development, i.e. bourgeois knowledge of the production process, can be used in an antagonistic way to the system, exploited for revolutionary purposes. The same science within capital can become the plot of a unitary recomposition of workers' thought, forcibly provoking a theory of revolution completely integrated within the working class. Thus even the corporate and sectoral integration of the workforce becomes an instrument of direct knowledge of the productive apparatus by the workers, recognition of the specific form that capitalist exploitation takes at this level. The techniques of economic integration attempted by the boss, the objective need of capital production, become an instrument of political control over capital, therefore a means of workers' self-management. An insubordinate use of integration becomes possible, which is, in concrete terms, the revolutionary use of capitalist development. The organized workers' movement only at this point can and therefore must continuously overturn the instruments of capital's domination into means of labor insubordination, forcing with violence the objective needs of capitalist production to function as subjective demands of the revolutionary workers. The theoretical formulation of a total revolutionary strategy, at this level, is no longer just possible, it becomes absolutely necessary for the foundation of the revolutionary process itself. The objective anarchy of the working class within capitalism now needs to express itself at the highest level of consciousness. No element of it can any longer be abandoned to spontaneity, everything must be brought back to a scientific prediction of the revolution and its consequent rigorous organization. Spontaneism always and only belongs to the masses in a generic sense, never to the workers of the big factory. The working people often love to explode in sudden acts of disorderly protest, the working class does not, the people only have to defend their rights, the working class must demand power. It therefore requires first of all that the struggle for power be organized. No one is more willing than us today to fully accept the Leninist thesis: the working class in its struggle for power has only one weapon, organization. The workers don't move if they don't feel organized, that is, if they don't know they are armed in the fight. They are serious people, they never go to risk, they are a social class of producers and not a class of oppressed wretches. They will not move today unless faced with the planning of the revolution and its explicit organization. Party programs are useless. The revolutionary strategy should not be confused with a minimum and maximum charter of demands. It is not a question of negotiating individual points today and then contesting the whole of power tomorrow. It's exactly the opposite. The demand for power must precede everything, only in this way is everything organized for the conquest of power. The ruling class must immediately challenge its political dominance, then, the terrain of the struggle can also be negotiated with it. The first step always remains the recovery of an irreducible working class partiality against the entire social system of capital. Nothing will be done without class hatred, neither elaboration of theory, nor practical organization. Only from a strictly workers' point of view will the overall movement of capitalist production be understood and used as a particular moment of the workers' revolution. Only one-sidedness, in science and in struggle, opens the way at the same time to the understanding of the whole and to its destruction. Every attempt to take on the general interest, every temptation to stop at the level of social science, will only serve to inscribe the workers' movement, in the best way, within the development of capital. The class political action of the workers may no longer have the problem of sectarianism. It is workers' thinking that must be sectarian, that is, it must be part of an organic system of new power, organized in new revolutionary forms. There are no longer possible illusions. At the level of developed capitalism, one cannot continue to follow the law of movement of capital except in the organization of a decisive class struggle against the entire capitalist society. The Marxist analysis of capitalism will no longer move forward if it does not find a workers' theory of revolution. And this will be of no use if it does not have to be embodied in real material forces. And these will not exist for society unless they are politically organized in class against it. Hence the grip in which discourse always finds itself closed when it wants to be sectarian but integral, between the desire to calmly start looking for the objective reasons that guide a long historical process and the need to immediately find the subjective forces who organize themselves to overthrow him. The patience of the search and the urgency of the response. The theoretical void in between is a void of political organization. There is a right to experiment, which is practically the only one to be claimed. Until that moment, everything will happen through a rapid clash between immediately contradictory concepts. We are forced to leap forward. Let's do without mediation out of hatred for opportunism. We must now return to see, in concrete terms, what wage labor is at the highest level of capital, what the working class is like at the highest level of development of capitalism, what its material internal organization is and why and under what conditions it can come to materialize a directly workers' and therefore socialist revolutionary process. The foregoing is nothing more than the generic premise of this specific discussion. Everything still remains to be searched for. So far the attempt at a dissolution and the hint of a synthesis. 1963. A political experiment of a new kind. Lenin in England. A new era of class struggle is about to open. The workers imposed it on the capitalists with the objective violence of their organized factory force. The balance of power seems solid, the balance of forces is unfavorable. Yet, where the domination of capital is more powerful, the workers' threat insinuates itself deeper. It's easy to miss. We need to look long and deeply at the class situation of the working class. Capitalist society has its laws of development, economists invented them, rulers applied them and workers suffered them. But who will discover the laws of development of the working class? Capital has its history and its historians write it. But who will write the history of the working class? There have been many forms of political domination of capitalist exploitation. But how will we arrive at the next form of dictatorship of the workers, organized into a ruling class? We need to work patiently, in depth, from within, on this explosive social material. We too saw capitalist development first, then workers' struggles. Is a mistake. We need to reverse the problem, change the sign, start from the beginning, and the principle is the working class struggle. At the level of socially developed capital, capitalist development is subordinated to workers' struggles, it comes after them and the political mechanism of its production must correspond to them. It is not a rhetorical gimmick and does not serve to regain confidence. It's true, it is urgent today to shake off this air of workers' defeat that for decades has gripped what was born as the only revolutionary movement, not only of our era. But a practical urgency is never sufficient to support a scientific thesis, this must stand on its own 2 feet on a historical tangle of material facts. So everyone is required to know that at least since June 1848, cursed 1,000 times by the bourgeois, the workers have entered the scene and have never abandoned it, they have voluntarily chosen, time after time, to present themselves in different roles, as actors, as prompters, as technicians, as workers, waiting to go down to the audience to attack the spectators. How do they present themselves today, on modern scenes? The starting point of the new discourse tells us that, at a national and international level, the current particular political situation of the working class guides and imposes a certain type of capital development. It is a question of understanding the entire global network of social relationships in the light of this principle. Let's take the fundamental material fact of this, namely the recomposition of a world market as a macroscopically ongoing process from the moment the Stalinist bottleneck of development was eliminated. It would be easy to find an economistic explanation and start mathematically reconsidering the problem of markets in capitalist production. But the workers' point of view seeks a political explanation. The single global market today means international control of the social workforce. The production of goods can organize itself, with difficulty, in even a restricted free trade area. Working class movements, no. The working class workforce was already born historically homogeneous on the international level and forced capital, within a long historical period, to become equally homogeneous. And today it is precisely the unity of movement of the working class at a global level that requires capital to rapidly recover its unitary response. But how is it possible to grasp this unity in the working class movements? The institutional levels of the workers' movement divide everything, the capitalist structures unify everything, but in their own exclusive interest. Nor can an act of political struggle be subjected to empirical verification. The only way to verify this unit is to move on to organizing it. Then it will be discovered that the new form of class unity is entirely implicit in the new forms of workers' struggle and that the new terrain of these is at the level of international social capital. At this level, the workers' political situation has never been so clear. Wherever historically a social mass of industrial workforce is concentrated, it becomes possible to discover with the naked eye the same collective attitudes, the same basic practical choices, a unique type of growth politics. Programmatic non-collaboration, organized passivity, polemical waiting, political refusal, continuity of permanent struggles, are the specific historical forms in which the working class struggle is generalized today. Transitional forms of a transitory situation, when the workers find themselves socially already beyond the old organizations and still on this side of a new organization, in fact, without political organization, neither reformist nor revolutionary. We must fully grasp and understand the results of this period of interregnum in workers' history. The political consequences will be decisive. It is no coincidence that, as a first consequence, we find a difficulty, that of grasping the material movements of the class in the lack of the corresponding institutional levels, that is, the level at which class consciousness is normally expressed. Hence, the superior and more abstract theoretical effort that is required of us, but at the same time also its clearer practical functionality, which nails us to the analysis of the working class independently of the workers' movement. And as a second consequence, we find contradictions and apparent uncertainties in the movements of the class. If the working class possessed a revolutionary political organization, it is clear that it would aim to exploit the highest point of capitalist reformism everywhere. The process of unitary composition of capital at an international level can become the material basis for the political recomposition of the working class, and in this sense a positive strategic moment for the revolution, only if it is accompanied by a revolutionary growth not only of the class, but of the organization classy. In the absence of this element, the entire process lives as a function of capital, a tactical moment of unilateral stabilization of the system and of apparent integration, within it, of the working class as such. The historical operation of Italian capitalism, the organic political agreement between Catholics and Socialists, can even reopen a classic model of revolutionary process, if it manages to restore to the Italian workers a workers' party, now forced to directly oppose the capitalist system, in the phase of democratic development of his class dictatorship. Without this legitimate restitution, the rule of capitalist exploitation will temporarily become more solid and the workers will be forced to seek other ways for their revolution. If it is true that the working class objectively imposes precise choices on capital, it is also true that capital then makes these choices with an anti-worker function. Capital, at this moment, is more organized than the working class, the choices that the latter imposes on capital risk strengthening it. Hence the immediate interest of the working class in countering these choices. The workers' strategic vision is so clear today that it suggests that it is only now beginning to experience the season of its splendid maturity. You have discovered or rediscovered the real secret that will condemn your class enemy to violent death, the political ability to skillfully impose reformism on capital and crudely use it for the workers' revolution. But the present tactical position of the working class, class without class organization, is and must necessarily be less clear and, let's say, more subtly ambiguous. It is forced to make further use of the contradictions that undermine capitalist reformism, to exasperate the elements that serve as a brake on its development process, because it knows and feels that the green light is given to capital's reformist operation in the absence of a political organization of class of workers is the closure, for a long period, of the entire revolutionary process, as would its immediate opening in the presence of this organization. Thus the two reformisms, of capital and of the workers' movement, should certainly actually meet, but through directly workers' initiative. When the initiative, as today, is entirely capitalist, the immediate workers' interest is to keep them divided. It is also right tactically that they meet when behind the working class there are already not only experiences of struggle, but of revolutionary struggle and, within this, models of alternative organization. Then the historical encounter of capitalist reformism with the reformism of the workers' movement will truly mark the opening of the revolutionary process. Today's situation is not this, it prepares this and precedes it. Hence, on the workers' side, the strategic support for the general development of capital and the tactical opposition to the particular ways of this development. Tactics and strategy, today, in the working class, contradict each other. That is, the political moment of tactics and the theoretical moment of strategy contradict each other, in a complex and highly mediated relationship between revolutionary organization and workers' science. On a theoretical level, the working class point of view today must have no limits, must not set up barriers, must leap forward, overcoming and denying all the evidence of facts that is continually required of it by the intellectual cowardice of the petty bourgeois. The moment of discovery has returned for workers' thinking. The time of arrangement, of repetition, of vulgarity elected as a systematic discourse, is definitively closed. What is needed again, all over again, is an iron partisan logic, committed courage for oneself and disinterested irony towards others. The mistake to avoid is to confuse all this with a political program, the temptation to fight and to immediately bring this theoretical attitude into the political struggle, a struggle articulated on the basis of precise indications of content, which in some cases rightly go so far as to contradict the form of the theoretical assertions. The practical response to practical problems, of immediate struggle, of immediate organization, of immediate intervention in a class situation, at a workers' level, all this must first of all be measured against the objective needs of the development of the movement and only secondarily verified along the lines general who subjectively imposes it on the class enemy. But the dissociation between theory and politics is only the consequence of the contradiction between strategy and tactics. Both find their material basis in the still slowly ongoing process of division first and then of opposition between the class and the historical organizations of the class, between the working class and the workers' movement. What does this discussion mean in concrete terms and where does it want to go? It should be made clear straight away that the objective to be achieved is the firm recomposition of a politically correct relationship between the two moments. No division between them should be theorized, no opposition should be practiced at any point, not even temporarily. If a part of the workers' movement rediscovers the path of revolution marked by its own class, the reunification process will be quicker, easier, more direct, and safer. Otherwise, the same process will be equally certain, but less clear, less decisive, longer, more dramatic. It is easy to see the work of mystification that the old organizations make of the new workers' struggles. It is more difficult to grasp the continuous, conscious worker exploitation of what still appears to the capitalist as the movement of organized workers. In particular, the working class has abandoned all tactical problems in the hands of its traditional organizations, to reserve for itself an autonomous strategic vision, free from impediments and without compromises. Again with this provisional result, a revolutionary strategy and a reformist tactic. Even if it seems, as usual, Exactly the opposite. It seems that the workers are now in perspective in agreement with the system and only occasionally in friction with it, but this is the bourgeois appearance of the capitalist social relationship. The truth is that even trade union skirmishes are politically academic exercises for the workers in their struggle for power, and as such they assume them, use them, and so used, they give them to the boss. It is true that the classic Marxist thesis still lives at the workers' level: the union has the tactical moment, the party has the strategic moment. Precisely for this reason, if a link still exists between the working class and the union, the same link no longer exists between the working class and the party. Hence, the liberation of the strategic perspective from immediate organizational tasks, the transitory split between class struggle and class organization, between the permanent moment of struggle and provisional organizational forms, the consequence of a historical failure of socialist reformism and the premise of a political development of workers' revolution. It is around this mechanism of development, no longer of capitalism but of revolution, that the attention of theoretical research and practical work must be violently drawn. There are no models. The history of past experiences helps us free ourselves from them. We must entrust everything to a new type of scientific prediction. We know that the entire development process is materially embodied in the new level of workers' struggles. The starting point is therefore in the discovery of certain forms of workers' struggle that provoke a certain type of capitalist development that goes in the direction of revolution. From here we move on to articulate these experiences at the base, subjectively choosing the crucial points in which it is possible to hit the capitalist production relationship. And on this basis, trying and trying again, we propose again the problem of how to make a new organization correspond permanently to these new struggles. Then perhaps it will be discovered that miracles of organization have already occurred and always occur within these miraculous struggles of the working class, which no one knows, which no one wants to know, but which in themselves have made and are making more revolutionary history than all the revolutions of all the colonial peoples put together. But this practical work, articulated on a factory basis, in order to function on the terrain of the social relationship of production, needs to be continuously judged and mediated by a political level that generalizes it. It is around this new type of political level that a new form of workers' newspaper must be sought and organized, which must not immediately repeat and reflect all the particular experiences, but must concentrate them in a general political discourse. In this sense, the newspaper is the point of control, or rather of self-control, on the strategic validity of individual experiences of struggle. The formal verification procedure must be clearly reversed. It is political discourse that must verify the correctness of particular experiences, and not vice versa. Because political discourse is, on this basis, the total point of view of the class and therefore the real material data is the real process itself. And it is easy to see how we move away, in this way, from the same Leninist conception of the workers' newspaper, which was a collective organizer on the basis of or in anticipation of a Bolshevik organization of the class and the party. Objectives that are impossible for us in the current phase of the class struggle, when we need to set out to discover a political organization not of advanced avant-gardes, but of the entire compact social mass that has become, in the period of its high historical maturity, the working class, precisely because of these characteristics the only revolutionary force, which controls, threatening and terrible, the present order. We know it. And Lenin knew it before us. And before Lenin, Marx had discovered, in his own human experience, that the most difficult point is the transition to organization. The continuity of the struggle is simple, the workers only need themselves and the boss in front of them. But the continuity of the organization is a rare and complex thing. As soon as it is institutionalized in a form it is immediately used by capitalism, or by the workers' movement on behalf of capitalism. Hence the rapidity with which the workers passively reject organizational forms that they have just conquered. And with the permanent struggle at the factory level, in ever new forms that only the intellectual imagination of productive work can discover, they replace the bureaucratic void of a general political organization. Without a directly workers' political organization becoming general, the revolutionary process will not begin. The workers know this, and for this reason you will not find them willing today to sing, in party churches, the democratic litanies of the revolution. The reality of the working class is definitively linked to the name of Marx. The need for his political organization is equally definitively linked to the name of Lenin. The Leninist strategy, with a masterly stroke, brought Marx to Petersburg. Only the workers' point of view could be capable of such revolutionary audacity. Let's try to do the opposite path, with the same scientific spirit of adventurous political discovery. Lenin in England is the search for a new Marxist practice of the Workers' Party, the theme of struggle and organization at the highest level of political development of the working class. At this level, it is worth convincing Marx to retrace the mysterious curve of Lenin's straight line. January 1964. Old tactics for a new strategy. The problem is this: how to make immediately practical a discourse that has, and wants to have at this stage, a political theory character. How to tactically apply a new strategy in a new way. We wanted to repropose, in modern terms, the historical theme of the fight against reformism. We must now avoid reducing it to a study topic. We need to find an articulation over time that demonstrates the possibility of its concrete realization. Just one example. And the example is offered to us, as a political opportunity, by the current economic crisis of Italian capitalism. The purely strategic application of our discussion would be, saving the center-left, stabilizing the economic situation, starting again with reformism on the one hand and the revolutionary use of reformism on the other. Before even discussing, we reject this purely theoretical use of a political alternative. And let's say more, that the spontaneity of the struggle moves today in the highest points of development of the working class, is that this type of spontaneity must be understood, criticized, and beaten. In the critical passages of capitalist development, different levels of class struggle reappear in an open form. The most backward working sectors today tend to actively take on traditional, general but defensive types of struggles. The more advanced sectors instead tend to respond again by renouncing open struggle, due to the lack of an offensive capacity of the organized workers' movement. Both of these choices spontaneously favor the process of stabilizing the economic situation. The bosses are in fact provoking exactly these two types of responses. They attack the advanced level of the working class, because they expect a passive response here, which allows greater capitalist power to pass into the factory and weakens and demoralizes the too strong working class push of recent years. On the other hand, at other points, they need active but backward struggles, to push back the level of development currently reached by the class struggle and advance homogeneity and therefore the possibility of control of the entire workforce, on a social level. These are the real economic difficulties. These must be resolved before programming. In fact, let's look at how the bourgeois side presents its situation to us. It is said, the imbalances are in the market, and above all in the money market. Demand has exceeded supply, not only in consumer goods, but also in investment goods. The investment consumption growth rate has reversed, productive consumption is in danger. Hence, an entire government economic policy aimed at rigorously limiting these processes at the level of simple circulation of capital. With these consequences, squandering of monetary reserves, deficit in the trade balance and in the balance of payments, blockage of liquidity, indebtedness abroad. Everything, according to the Carly line, as the only way to avoid jeopardizing and indeed maintaining the recent high rate of development of industrial production. Nothing more than a typical capitalist example of dumping production difficulties onto the market. But what are these difficulties? The new imbalances in the capital market are a clear consequence of new contradictions that have occurred in the production of capital. What then are these contradictions? The answer is, the increase in wages has largely exceeded the increase in productivity. That is, labor productivity has not decreased at all, the wage bill has grown relatively. Labor income increased faster than capital income. with two fundamental consequences: an inflation induced by costs, and above all by the cost of the workforce, a relative contraction of profits compared to wages. It must be said that the science of capital has clearly seen the causes of the economic crisis, already clearly on a technical economic level, but still obscure on a political institutional level. It is on this basis, and out of necessity, that it makes the mistake of placing a stabilization tactic ahead of the programming strategy over time. In the midst of these two moments, a formidable opportunity for class struggle opens up today. This separation must in fact, on the terrain of direct conflict, be accepted and overturned. There is no point denying the facts, for fear of the consequences. A process that occurs in the structures of capitalist production should not be denied from an economic point of view, but affirmed from a political point of view. It's true, in recent years, the increase in wages has exceeded the increase in productivity. And here is the root of it all. National income has been partly redistributed, profits have been affected, the self-financing margin of large companies has been cut, direct investments have remained blocked. And all this while production costs have risen and labor productivity has fallen, following the persistence of workers' struggles, the excessive mobility of the workforce, the lack of technological leaps. The normal capitalist response, faced with the forced increase in the nominal wage, was to attack the real wage, setting in motion the inflationary spiral of prices, as the only way to avoid immediate repercussions on the level of production. In this sense, even today we cannot speak of bottlenecks in development, only a common adjustment mechanism is in place between different compartments of the capitalist structure. The bottleneck, the block, the development crisis are things that must be discovered, built, imposed, subjectively, by force. The material conditions exist. The moment is exemplary. The new course of workers' struggles in recent years indicates the trend of the movement. It is in the 50s, perhaps immediately after 53, after an open political battle won and lost almost at the same time, that the working class discovered in Italy, spontaneously and not for the first time, a new terrain of struggle politics, the union terrain, initially linked to a mass of particular demands, then increasingly referring to contractual opportunities. The formal political terrain, the traditional level of the struggle within the state, was completely destroyed at that moment, it was abandoned, everything was left in the hands of the historical parties of the working class. The economic struggle, under the trade union guise, is rediscovered as the only one capable of attacking capitalist power at its base, therefore as the only practicable political struggle at that moment. Which on the other hand is grafted onto the objective needs of capital, which wants and prepares a leap in development in Italy, pressured by the need to eliminate old internal imbalances to adapt to the emerging new international balances. These new types of workers' struggles are imposed on the union and through the union brought directly into the sphere of production. They restart a positive mechanism of capitalist development, and within this they make the demand for stronger workers' power play. It is not true that July 1960 started the workers' revolt. The recovery had already taken place and the street fight came at the end of a long chain of clashes, in the factory, in production, in front of the direct boss. July 1960 relaunched the open struggle, at a general level, with the demonstration of workers' availability for many other objectives, and a force well capable of achieving them. Then the institutions of capitalist power adapt to the new class situation. From here, the modern union and the reformist operation of Italian capital were born together. From here arises first the miracle and then the clouding of the miracle, when the workers continue to fight beyond the limits permitted by the equilibrium of development and actually obtain more than the capitalists could give at that moment. All economists will say that cheap labor was at the base of the boom and excessive labor costs at its peak. Raising the price of labor power was an act of workers' strength, which coincided for a moment with a need for capital, and then overwhelmed, surpassed, and overturned it. The wage productivity imbalance is a political fact. It must be understood as a political fact and politically used. We find ourselves faced here, and for all these years, with a macroscopic example of the political use of the trade union struggle. With all the openings and limits that this entails, struggle in the production structures, immediate clash with the boss, possibility of immediately affecting profit, but also trade unionist illusions, errors of spontaneity, underestimation of the organization. It is on this basis that the concept of the mass party is strengthened on the one hand and responded to with the organization of minority groups for intervention in struggles on the other. Yet, within this process, the decisive fact remains that the factory, from the workers' point of view, has regained the leadership of the actual class movement, of the two classes in struggle. It is within this struggle that the union found itself to the left of the party, cutting and mending the transmission belt in the opposite direction. In this, it has only directly felt the workers' push. The workers' use of the trade union struggle has in fact surpassed and beaten, in recent years, the capitalist use of the union. Ask a trade unionist if he has ever forced the workers to fight. When the union leadership launches agitation, for months, always, the workers push, fight on their own. The official start of the agitation is only the opportunity for open struggle, a unique opportunity, as long as there is a lack of general class organization, in the factory and in society. It's true, there has been and still is, at the highest points of political development of the working class, a rejection of these opportunities. For years fiat workers have said, no to the class union. At that level it was impossible to make it a political weapon. It became so in a single moment, in the summer of '62, when the class clash suddenly became acute, general, direct, and frontal. The opportunity, then, was not lost. It is a law of development. The more the political level of the working class and the economic unification of capital grows, the more the union tends to separate itself from the immediate workers' interest to integrate completely, as institutional mediation, into the capitalist interest. It is a story already written, from the anti-statism of old trade unionism to the integration of modern trade unionism into the state, from anarcho-syndicalism to conflictual participation. And it is an ongoing development here. It is not a question of stopping it, but of using it. In the factory, just as the exploitation of the trade union struggle is taking place, you will find that the workers' contempt for the trade unionist has almost reached class hatred for the bosses, for the guards, for the technicians, for the engineers. And this will be increasingly the case in the future. But how can we organize this today against the social master? In fact, it is precisely at a social level that capital has understood all this today. First of all, it wants to block that working class dynamic, which it needed, at a certain point, to restart its development mechanism. The center-left came not too early, but too late. Capital is traditionally slow in its political reflexes, even more so in Italy, where, while the workers attack him, he must continue to converse internally with all his friends, farmers, traders, priests, savers, students, intellectuals, land speculators, and state employees. Thus, while the government announces pale anti-economic measures and defines the economic situation as alarming, making only the left-wing parties believe it, the capitalists attack directly, and on their own, the decisive point, the workers' level, with these precise objectives, to reduce the full employment, reconstitute a safety margin in the reserve army, restructure the working day within it, retrain the workforce at higher levels, better guiding its mobility and cutting production costs. All to obtain, without asking, a de facto salary truce. The attack must be repelled on this same terrain. Right here, an immediate fight program becomes the simplest thing to put into practice. It is not up to the workers to solve the conjunctures of capitalism. Let the owners do it alone. It's their system, they get on with it. It is here that a strategy of total rejection of capitalist society must find the positive tactical forms of the most effective aggression against the concrete power of the capitalists. It is therefore not enough to refuse collaboration to resolve the economic difficulties. It is necessary to bring these difficulties back to their place of origin, in the production structures, to prevent them from being resolved at market level, thus to block the various possible anti-economic policies from the beginning, to unleash workers' struggles everywhere as a response to the request for a truce, prevent stabilization in this way. The blockage, even temporary, of production and what cannot be tolerated today, it is therefore necessary to block production at strategic points. The boss attacks the factory to demolish the workers' drive. In the factory this attack must be used as a multiplier of that drive. The government, on behalf of the capitalists, proposes a pause for reflection on wages. We must put aside all other demands and ask for wage increases, immediately. It is in this sense that it is a question of intervening today, forcing the high levels of the struggle, defeating workers' spontaneity at these points, imposing the open nature of the clash, overthrowing the cult of passivity in open struggle, dragging ourselves along with this type of violence, the old organizations. In these conditions, no form of workers' initiative can replace the traditional and fundamental form of struggle, the factory strike, the mass strike. We wonder, what's next? And we answer, sure, not the catastrophic crisis of the system. Because it is clear that the economic situation will then stabilize, the development balance will be recomposed, planning will begin to function and the structure of the state will adapt accordingly, but with a relationship of different forces, a stronger working class, aggressive and strengthened by the conflict, organized by experience, present on the substantial political terrain. However, if the planning arrives without this type of open struggle, the bourgeois legend of the political availability of the working class for capitalist development will begin to be told in Italy too, for the first time, at various levels, from the trade union to the state. There are moments in which one finds oneself having to choose between two possible types of workers' defeat, forced into this not by an objective class situation, but by the fearful lack of subjective forces. In principle and in practice, a defeat through struggle is more favorable to the working class. We therefore say that a concrete program of immediate struggle is possible today. Let's say that this must be grafted, as its practical application, onto the strategic vision of a capitalism that walks, in its development, on a chain of conjunctures. Let's say that each link in this chain will offer the opportunity for an open clash, a direct struggle, an act of strength, and that the link in which the chain will break will not be the one where capital is weakest, but the one where the working class is strongest. Hence the workers' interest in eliminating, in capitalism, all the old contradictions that mediate, fade, and make the class struggle indirect and imprecise. Hence, the primary need for the working class to express, on every occasion, in open forms, this struggle of its own, to grow politically, in an organized way, with it and within it. Hence, finally, the fundamental task, for a political organization of the class, of subjectively choosing points and moments of general attack, which strike at the base and cause the top of the system to falter several times, thus building a continuity, in leaps, of the entire revolutionary process. Behind the effort to discover and rediscover the most modern ways and means in which the working class presence in capitalist society has expressed itself and continues to express itself, the conviction must be held firmly that at the highest level, at the decisive moment, in the frontal clash, the most elementary forms of struggle and organization will be recovered, the mass strike, street violence, the permanent workers' assembly. Thus, the theoretical view that seems the most abstract with respect to the present moment reappears as the only one capable of functioning practically, in a given situation, in a particular moment, as the driving force of the facts. The most complex strategy is rediscovered as the tactically easiest one to apply, while all these popular paths to socialism founder in the most ridiculous impotence in the face of the first opportunity to attack the social mechanism of capital. Last demonstration that a new line is imposed at the base of the movement to immediately advance the working class struggle politically. May 1964–1905 in Italy. The discussion is once again on Italian capitalism. A knot of practical problems recommends concentrating all the attention of the analysis on this particular point of international capital. This situation, to be such, lasts too long, either it is concluded politically by the capitalists with an open defeat of the workers, or it risks developing into a crisis, on an objective economic level, on the level of direct production. The dilemma that divides the ruling class in Italy is all here: either take the courageous initiative of a general political attack that blocks the factory and pushes back and diverts the current working pressure on the process of capitalist accumulation, or resigns oneself to suffering, in perspective, all the directly economic repercussions that the objective readjustment mechanism offered by the crisis inevitably causes. The first eventuality terrifies the bourgeois political class as a whole, due to the terrible workers' response that could result from it. It is no coincidence that the government solution, even in its new guise, tries not to take on similar initiatives. The second eventuality terrifies the individual capitalist, due to that halt in his private profit, due to that general chaos in the market, due to that overall and always dangerous reorganization of the production structures, which the crisis always brings with it. Not surprisingly, for months, private capital dramatizes the economic situation and threatens autonomous political initiatives. It is easy to laugh at the uncertainties and confusions that the traditional political level, governmental and parliamentary, offers with every change of season. Much more useful is to recognize that the conditions of capitalists in Italy are objectively difficult. If the official workers' movement cries, the bourgeois political institutions do not laugh. Decidedly, the institutional level is not the realm of joy. Can we perhaps speak of a tragic overall crisis of the institutions? It is a theoretical theme that can only be hinted at. At a highly developed capital level, the possibility of control over the objective movements of economic laws is very high. The forms in which this control is expressed, from state structures to party organizations, the so-called terrain of institutional politics, are still very uncertain, unstable, uncontrolled, and therefore backward. It seems that all the contradictions and irrationalities typical of the development mechanism of a capitalist society have been resolved at the economic level, to be downloaded and concentrated at the political level. In fact, the crisis today always seems to be a crisis of the state. At most a difficult economic situation appears in production structures. This appearance should not be deceiving. The dictatorship of capital rarely experiences political stability. And politically the capitalists are amateurs. It is always easy to beat them on this ground with 4 well thought out moves. Their practical wisdom is all in economics. But the logic of profit does not mechanically coincide with the logic of power. When, with their programming techniques, they achieve control over the movements of the workforce, they realize that they do absolutely nothing about it without the active collaboration of the working class. Then they say they are willing to start all over again, but in fact they start making mistakes again, because they regularly confuse the workers with their so-called organizations, and then when they decide to call a workers' party to government they are the wrong party, and the result is that commedia dell'arte to which the great reformist operation of Italian capital has been reduced. We might as well, in these conditions, immediately trace the possible prospect of a new imminent crisis of traditional political institutions to the real state of the balance of power between the different classes. The initiative that in recent years had been directly in the hands of the workers, with the consequences on the mechanism of capital development that everyone can see today, tends to pass directly into capitalist hands again. The class use that the capitalists have so far made of the economic situation has been infinitely stronger than the same use that the workers have been able to make of it, and not for the banal consideration that sees the cost of the economic situation falling mainly on the shoulders of the workers, since that we do not understand how and why it should be otherwise in a capitalist society, but rather for the actual reversal that the initiative of the struggle is about to undergo, including its possible violent conclusion. Before talking about planning again, 2 problems must be resolved from the bourgeois point of view: economic stabilization of the situation and political blockade of the workers' push. The 2 problems are one and the same. Without workers' temporary renunciation of the fight for wages there will be no stabilization, and without this any historical proposal for active collaboration of workers in the development of the system is unthinkable. The circle is closed. Incomes policy is today nothing more than a fashionable phrase. Everyone says it must be done, but no one has yet said how. The truth, difficult to confess, is that incomes policy, like planning, knows only one efficient path, the bureaucratic, authoritarian, centralized one. Capitalist programming can also be democratic and pluralist towards the official workers' organizations. Towards the workers it will always be a well-assorted platter of technical knowledge, authority, and violence. The hardest part, and perhaps the most far-sighted, of Italian capital has made its program clear, to provoke the working class to a clash in the open field, with an attack on the factory that becomes generalized on the political level, therefore starting from a general workers' defeat to repropose all the long-term plans of capitalist development. The timid spring attempts were postponed to the autumn, and it may be that they will be postponed again, but in a more or less long term this is an obligatory step for the system, in Italy, in its march towards the mature phase. We must therefore not make the mistake of identifying this program with that of the economic, traditional, and obtuse right. The first Moro government fell due to too prolonged indecision to adopt this which is today's line of big Italian capital. The second Moro government will still try to mediate and graduate this line over time, but in the end it will either take it on its own or be overwhelmed. The problem that arises is this: whether a class clash of this type, although desired by the bosses for their purposes, could be favorable to the workers. We say yes and thus explain the reasons. The working class has its internal problems, which in Italy are still, in part, those of all those countries where the strength of capital seems to rest on a pedestal of fearful weaknesses. Here the opportunities for struggle are continuous, but the moment of organization is weak. The class clash, from the workers' point of view, repeats itself and advances, but it does not end with victories as continuous as the opportunities for struggle. It does not leap forward, it fails to introduce a mortal danger into the machine of the system. The current relationship between the class and its traditional organizations, between the working class and the labor movement, has been said to be ambiguous. This ambiguity needs to be resolved. A direct discussion on the conditions of the workers' movement in Italy is ripe at a class level. Now is the time to open a debate, to conduct an analysis, to begin precise political action on this terrain. The passage through a general class clash is necessary in this new type of political work. No basic pressure at the workers' level by organized groups, nor any factional action within party structures, can cause the restructuring of the movement as a whole, on the basis of a change in the general line. This restructuring and at the same time this change instead immediately become possible and practicable in a moment of acute clash with the class enemy. It is no coincidence that this clash is desired but at the same time feared by the most intelligent part of capital. It is now taken for granted but is continually pushed away by the official workers' movement. But what is the official workers' movement on a political level? It is perhaps time to start distinguishing. The Socialist Party as a class party is dead. Any attempt to reanimate the corpse with moral massages to the old red heart of the 19th century tradition is useless and harmful. In recent years, the Socialist Party has taken on the courageous historical function of helping the most modern part of Italian capitalism, which could not do it alone, to impose its own line of economic development, in a situation of continuing structural backwardness, fierce policies, institutional uncertainties. In doing so, it has contributed or is helping to free the class movement from a series of old false problems. It is precisely in this function that the SI must be consciously used in the current stage of the class struggle in Italy. And here Nani is much more useful than Lombardy. We must not make mistakes in men, just as the bourgeoisie make mistakes in parties. Lombard reformism remains the main enemy to be defeated at this moment. Because his plan to modernize capitalist society and gradually transform it into a socialist society presupposes that the entire workers' movement in Italy is committed to this path. All these communists who flirt with all the words of Comrade Lombardi know too well that today a concession, even a tactical one, to the Lombardian positions means strategically taking for granted a social democratic or, if you like, socialist evolution of the Communist Party. At least we can certainly say that the Ninian right does not demand this. It takes on the capitalist initiative on its own, accepts the exclusion of the communists, and thus ends up handing over to the PCI the opposite initiative, of the integral opposition, on the ground, this time, of a more advanced capitalism. For these considerations, it seems clear that in the current situation of the Socialist Party the left-wing positions must be clearly reversed, Nini must be used in the long term, Lombardy must be defeated in the short term. It is at this point that a direct discussion on the Communist Party reopens for us too, in a new way. Until now it has been too easy to dismiss with the accusation of abstraction every new political idea that did not coincide with the most current clichés. The truth is that on the problem of political organization, on the theme of the party, we have not yet said a word, and this is because we consider these things, at this level, not as theoretical themes, but as practical problems of organizing the struggle and progress of the struggle. And in the field of practice the objective conditions, present at a given moment, are always decisive. These conditions tell us, 1. That Italian capital is not subjectively mature to extend its reformist operation to the Communist Party, 2. That the relationship between this party and the popular masses expresses and mystifies at the same time a still real relationship with the working class. The two conditions influence each other. The existence of this relationship prevents the capitalist political class from expanding its initiative with a little more courage. On the other hand, the lack of this courage continually restores that relationship and paradoxically consolidates it every time it seems to loosen. In the face of all this stands a working class which, following one of its own laws of development, does not completely break the link with the old political organization until it sees and touches the new and alternative organization. But no one can see an organizational alternative, on a general political level, at this moment in Italy. Here too, the circle is closed. To break it, it is necessary not to abandon the search for this alternative, but to plant it entirely in the heart of the workers' struggles, or rather at the head of these struggles, as a material guide and as a general objective. That movement of political unification of the various levels of struggle of the working class, which is the real basis for the revolutionary process to be officially declared open, must pass through this moment of reorganization of subjective forces. This moment must be approached subjectively. It is the only way to bring the entire perspective of the revolution closer. You certainly need to be careful. The cult of spontaneity always tends to turn into a fetishism of organization. It is the fate of minorities. We must refuse. The Bolshevik taste of the majority must be fully regained. From the workers' point of view, an action is either mass, or it is not. A vanguard that does not lead the movement is no different from a rear guard. The dilemma is not between spontaneity and organization, but between two possible ways to arrive at the new organization. We say that today we can choose the path that passes through a positive crisis of at least part of the old organizations. This sweeps away from the immediate terrain the danger of starting from scratch to build another new bureaucratic structure. But that choice can be made under only one condition, which is the fundamental condition that distinguishes and discriminates this from all the other now traditional positions in the petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian anguish of old and new entryism. It is the fact, which must function as a material force, of this political work which is conducted not inside, but outside the party, in the factory, in production, among the workers, all the workers, the few organized as well as the mass of the unorganized. Always, and again today, everything must be tactically determined within a specific moment of the working class struggle. The initiative of the class struggle is passing again, as we were saying, into capitalist hands. It must be prevented. A program of real aggression against the economy is still relevant. The most difficult point of the economic evolution must correspond to the most acute moment of the workers' struggles. They have already said that the critical limit for increasing wage levels has already been exceeded for this year. Well, in every government declaration they are forced to record a workers' victory. From here, from this result, we must start to make the trade union struggles general on a political level. We must not wait for the masters, as a group, to take the initiative in the conflict, because for now they may not do so. And if they do so forced only by the economic situation and not by the workers' political drive, the clash will take place on bases that are too backward and on positions that are too defensive for it to be possible to reap the benefits at an organizational level. Before they manage to stabilize the de facto freeze on wages, the wage dynamics must be exacerbated, even by articulating it. Before they attack employment levels, labor productivity must be targeted, with a clear threat of retaliation. Before they freeze the contracts already signed, some of them must be reported, even with factory actions at strategic points. Before they start looking at the strength of the state again as a panacea, they need to be reminded, by giving an example, that there is a much greater strength in the factory. A few moves would thus be enough to block the entire laborious mechanism of economic recovery, to jam all the economic stabilization programs, that is to cause a real political crisis, which is not a government crisis, but a crisis of power and therefore a substantial change in the relations of strength between the two warring classes. The initiative of the general clash, brought back into workers' hands, finds its starting point here. We already know that the official leadership, and since we have learned to name names, let's say the current communist leadership of this movement, will tend to divert it towards the positions of a generic popular protest. We will have to find the strength to nail everything down to a political content of workers' revolt. It is in the anticipation and research of this moment of workers' revolt that the revolutionary image of an Italian 1905 takes shape. We know the huge differences. We are not interested here in the philology of history. The few affinities are decisive. In 1905 the Bolsheviks undergo their trial by fire, the Soviets were born in 1905, without 1905 there is no October 17. A dress rehearsal is necessary at this point for each of us and for everyone. We must reap rich fruits from it at the level of the new organization. A fixed point must be set, beyond which there can be nothing more than the actual process of the workers' revolution. The subjective conditions for this minimum program now seem to be all there. The Putilov factories, this time with 100,000 workers, are ready to give the attack signal. A Potemkin battleship is easy to find in any statute square. And Pope Gapon is no longer, and with him we buried the sacred icons. September 1964. Class and Party. The search for a new strategy of class struggle at the level of advanced capitalism is the order of the day. The urgency of being able to recompose, on this terrain, the general perspective presses on the movement with the force of great historical needs. This enormous work will either be collective or it will not. Either he will be able to immediately meet the daily movement of a working social mass, or he will remain stuck in himself, he will stagnate, he will go back. There is no autonomous development of theoretical discoveries separated from practical organization. There is no possibility of predicting the fight outside of the fight. Nor are there any slogans that are truly such without weapons to impose them. These are the laws that govern the history of workers' experiences. And if there have been other moments in which the relationship between class and its political organization took on the violent aspect of a problem that had to be resolved before all the others, perhaps never like today has this violence been imposed through pressure, the imminence, the complexity, and at the same time the clarity of a historical knot that must be politically resolved within the short time given by things, that is, by the current stage of social relations, including the subjective forces present in them. Today's discussion on the party must first of all be thrown into this furnace of still open problems, melted into the new form that workers' thinking can give to the new class facts, printed and reshaped on the dry reality of these, with a critical eye to all the models of the past and a cleverly tactical interest in some organizational solutions that the present offers us. Each of these moments must appear explicitly in the analysis if the theme of the class party is to be addressed on the political terrain. But to do this it is necessary to immediately introduce a new concept of workers' political struggle to replace the old one. The Leninist distinction between economic struggle, fight against individual capitalists or against individual groups of capitalists to improve the situation of workers, and political struggle, fight against the government for the extension of people's rights, i.e. for democracy, is well known. Lenin's Marxism then united these two moments of the workers' struggle into an indissoluble whole. Without Marxism and without Lenin, the two moments have once again become divided, they have entered into a double crisis, which is today's crisis of the class struggle, understood in the Leninist sense as the organization and direction of this struggle. Taken literally, that distinction in fact calls for a class union and a people's party, an Italian reality that we all have before our eyes, a form of opportunism that did not need to break ties with Leninism. Two consequences: a union that finds itself managing the concrete forms of class struggle without even being able to talk about their political outlet, and a party that exhausts its function in talking about this political outlet without the slightest reference or the most distant link with the concrete forms of class struggle. Extreme confusion, extreme remedies. To abolish the consequences, it is better to destroy the premises. The old distinction between economic struggle and political struggle must disappear, thus a cardinal point on which the most modern, post-Leninist, and communist reformism has always been oriented will disappear. This shouldn't be a difficult task. If we look at advanced capitalism, the distinction is already broken. At the level of social capital, when the broadest processes of integration between state and society are underway, between the bourgeois political class and the capitalist social class, between the mechanics of the institutions of power and the mechanism of production for profit, at this level, every worker's struggle that is consciously limited to the economic terrain ends up coinciding with the most reformist politics. When the historical democracy-capitalism nexus is definitively stabilized for the first time in the only way in which it could be stabilized, namely in the form of an authoritarian planning that requires the active consent of the productive social forces through the increasingly direct exercise of popular sovereignty, at this point, every worker's struggle consciously limited to the political terrain, no longer for democracy, but for democratic planning, ends up coinciding with the most opportunistic economism. To avoid remaining trapped and divided on these two terrains artificially proposed by capital to the workers' movement as a cage for the class struggle, it is necessary to repropose in practice every time the unity of the conflict, which is perhaps only historically possible and practicable today. On the basis of modern capitalism, from the workers' point of view, political struggle is that which consciously tends to undermine the economic mechanism of capitalist development. The elements of this definition are all equally important. The new strategic point that seeks an active reversal in the relationship between the workers' political movement and the economic crisis of capitalism has already been made the subject of a minimum of theoretical analysis, which will soon be taken up again, in depth, argued with a longer-term discussion. The possible tactical application of this strategic reconstruction can be documented by that interpretation of the current situation of Italian capital, already exposed in these columns, and rich, in its simple exposition, of practical consequences that at this point it would only be a matter of experimenting. Instead, it is of interest here to bring to the foreground an element that we have rarely considered until now, that element of subjective conscience, internal and essential to the very concept of political struggle, and constitutive of every act of intervention of the revolutionary will, as it is the result of organization. In fact, it is within that definition of the political content of the class struggle that the irreplaceable function of the Workers' Party must be rediscovered, reaffirmed, and once again imposed. If it is right to say that various moments of workers' struggle always precede and impose different moments of the capitalist cycle, it is necessary to add that to give revolutionary content to those struggles, it is necessary to precede and impose the moves of capital in a conscious way at the level of the social mass, and that is, in an organized way at the level of political intervention. If this is done, that condition of workers' domination of the capitalist production process is triggered, which should be the immediate premise of its overthrow. But this cannot be done without the passage through the organization of that domain, without the political expression of this organization, without the mediation of the party. Only through a subjective, conscious intervention from above, through a material force that puts you in possession and makes you master of the functioning mechanism of the system to be destroyed. Only through the social use of this force is it possible not only to predict and anticipate the turning points in the cycle of development of capital, but also to measure, control, manage and therefore organize the political growth of the working class, forcing it to go through that chain of clashes. At various levels and on various occasions, in one of which it is necessary to decide to break the chain, overturn the relations between classes, break the machinery of the state. A new relationship must then be established between spontaneity and organization. Because the old one no longer holds. The old one was based on the illusion that knowing capital was enough to understand the working class. Hence the approximate knowledge that one can have from above of the current party and of both. Hence the attempt still today to adapt the organizational instrument of the party to the development needs of capitalist society rather than to the needs of revolutionary workers for revolt. It must be replied that a correct relationship between class and party presupposes first of all a scientific knowledge on the part of the party of the material, objective, spontaneous movements of the working class, and that only this makes scientific knowledge of the movements of the capitalist class and its organization possible today. Social. It is in this sense that the party presents itself as the theoretical organ of the class, the collective brain that holds within itself the de facto reality of the class, its movements, its development, its objectives. The party leader must necessarily possess that synthetic quality of political judgment, which can only derive from high experimentation with the long perspective, made with refined, modern, complex and profound theoretical tools. The ruling group of the party, as a whole, must every time be able to express within itself this synthetic unity of workers' science. It cannot delegate it to anyone else, it must keep it all for itself. The function of the intellectual in the party is definitively over. As a man of culture he has no place in the workers' party. A science of social relations divided from the practical ability to overturn them is truly no longer possible, if it ever was. And a correct relationship between class and party therefore presupposes secondly precisely this practical ability to predict and direct class movements in specific historical situations, not only knowledge of the laws of action, but the concrete possibility of acting, in complete possession of what can well be called the theory and practice of the laws of tactics. The party in this sense is not only the scientific bearer of the strategy, but the practical body of its tactical application. The working class has a spontaneous strategy for its movements and its development, and the party only has to detect it, express it, and organize it. But the class itself does not possess at any level, neither that of spontaneity nor that of organization, the real moment of tactics. All the historical opportunities that have been lost, all the attempted attacks on the class enemy that have been defeated, and all the attacks of the master that have not had the deserved response, derive from this and only this. The party alone could and can isolate and grasp the specific point at which the class conflict is overturned and can turn into social revolution. The great Leninist demand of the party marks the historical conquest, by the workers, of the world of tactics. It is no coincidence that, for the first time, it was linked to a revolutionary, historical, and concrete experience. But we must have no illusions. In none of these historical moments will the relationship between class and party, between the working class and the workers' movement, find a perfect form of expression. At that moment the history of class experiences should be declared concluded. In fact, those times in which it was said that the perfect form had been achieved seem to come to an end. No party will ever be able to express, in its totality, the incomparable richness of the experiences of struggle that exist at the level of the class as such. The party must continually tend to understand within itself the entire reality of the working class, anticipating and guiding its movements, but knowing first that a gap will ultimately remain between its own margins of subjective action and the overall basic push that affects it and forces him to act. The party must experience this tension towards the class, as its reason for existence. And the party leader, the professional revolutionary, must be the living mirror of this revolutionary tension, against the opposing class and at the same time towards his own class. Indeed, all the action of the worker leader is caught between these two contradictory extremes. And from this grip every true theoretical discovery is born, that is, each of those sudden intuitions, each of those ingenious syntheses of social reality, which are now only possible from the worker's point of view. And at the same time the tactical ability to move among the facts arises, to move them at will, to destroy and reconstruct them, with the subjective violence of the forces organized by oneself. The revolutionary leader is this living contradiction, which has no solution. Never more than when you leave here and then find yourself faced with the party bureaucrat, do you feel the urgency of that mine of historical research, which explains, digging deep, what has happened in the workers' movement in recent decades. Yet it would be an error of abstract moralism to stop on this ground. It would be easy to divert the discussion from the essential point here. We consciously intend to underestimate the internal institutional problems, the internal organizational structures of the party. They are the easiest problems to solve and will be solved later. It is the new line that imposes the new organization and not vice versa. And we have learned to show very little sensitivity to requests for internal democracy that do not question the general line. It is clear that the political relationship between party and class must be born in the factory, and from here it must start to affect the whole of society, including its state. And he must return to the factory, to make the political mechanism of the revolutionary process walk on the decisive ground. This is the correct path, on the sole condition that that scientific concept of the factory is held firm, which prevents us from remaining on this side of the production relationship, in the network of empirical relationships with the individual owner, and at the same time prevents us from immediately going beyond there, to assume a generic relationship with the social master, on a formal political level. The slogan of the party in the factory, to work, needs to already see the factory in the party. For the party organization to be able to live materially in every factory, the production relationship must first be able to live politically along the party line. And if you look deeply into this problem, you will discover that between these two moments there really is no before or after, but they live together, and only together can they live, in an organic whole, in a historical relationship of movement and organization, of spontaneity and direction, of strategic line and tactical moves. It is the decisive problem around which the solution of all the other problems must be oriented, the point of suture between party and class, the common ground of struggle for the social class and for the political party, on the basis of which alone it is possible, from workers' point of view, a class party. Of course, here too there is a long way to go. Beyond all the democratic chatter about the concept of autonomy, it cannot be denied that on certain occasions, some of which are very present, tying the union to the party with a transmission belt still seems the most viable path of class struggle. But it is clear that, once these last occasions have passed, the belt tends to break and the relationship to break down. In this way, and in the long term, it is to be expected that an identification, on class grounds, between party and union will become inevitable. And the reduction of the union to a party, or rather of the class union to a class party, will perhaps be the first scientific formulation of the workers' party at the level of advanced capital. At this level, the union as such will be increasingly reduced to an office of defense, conservation, and development of the material, economic value of the social workforce, while the party will have to grow increasingly into an offensive weapon, an instrument of attack of workers' political interest against the capital system. In the presence of the Workers' Party, and naturally only under this condition, will the Union be able to fully resume its natural role as defender of the rights of the working people. In fact, the new definition of political struggle calls for, at most, a class party and a popular union. There will be a moment, there must be a moment, in which only the workers' mediation of capitalist interest will live in the union, while the directly workers' interest will live in the party and only in the party. To the point that, outside the party, the working class will seem to have disappeared politically, only to reappear in moments of most acute social tension and in the presence of general conflict. When the organization for the revolution finds its first functioning application in developed capitalism, It will precisely be entirely a function of a revolutionary process, foreseen, prepared, practiced, only momentarily concluded and continually reopened. It will be nothing more than the organization of an increasingly rapid continuity, of an increasingly accelerated succession between the hidden political growth of the class and sudden revolutionary attacks by the party. In fact, at a certain stage of the struggle, it will be necessary to make people dance to this music. Along the capital, before knocking it down with the decisive blow. Discovering and opening the path that will lead to the stage is today's task. The task is therefore still to lay the foundations of the revolutionary process, advancing the objective conditions and beginning to organize the subjective forces. This will not be achieved unless we immediately unify, now, great strategic clarity and strong political realism. Marx, in his maturity, had already understood that all the weapons to fight must be taken from the current society. We must start from this maturity, to avoid starting to enjoy the childhood sensations of the workers' movement again. It is clear, for example, that there will always be, different degrees of political development within the same working class, and the most advanced strata will be faced with the problem of direction over the most backward strata, just as the class as a whole will be faced with the problem of real political unity, possible only through the party and within it. It is equally clear that there is a problem of worker hegemony, not over other classes, but over other parts of what are generically and loosely called the working masses. What on the theoretical level is the difference, which will need to be explored in greater depth, between direct and indirect forms of productive work, on the immediately political terrain is expressed precisely as the hegemony of the working class over all the people. How to make the people function within the working class is still a real problem of the revolution in Italy. Certainly not to conquer the democratic majority in the bourgeois parliament, but to build a political bloc of social forces, to be used as a material lever to blow up the internal connections of the opposing political power one by one, and then all together, a terrible, manipulated popular power, controlled and directed by the working class, through the instrument of its party. Thus, on this basis, precisely what seems to have characterized it up to now remains excluded from the party's tasks, the task of mediating relations between similar classes, that is, between different classes, with all their ideologies, in a system of alliances. Having reduced the party to the sealing wax that holds the historical bloc together was one of the strongest, perhaps the strongest, blocking elements of the entire revolutionary perspective in Italy. The Gramscian concept of historical bloc was nothing other than the detection of a particular stage, of a national moment, of capitalist development. Its immediate generalization, in the prison works themselves, was already a first mistake. The second error, much more serious, was Togliatti's vulgarization of the new party, which had to tend more and more to identify itself with this historical bloc, until it disappeared within it, as the history of the nation gradually came to identify itself with the national policy of the party of all the people. It is easy to say today, the design failed. The truth is that he couldn't succeed. Capitalism does not allow these things to those who, even formally, speak on behalf of the opposing class. Capitalism keeps these programs for itself, adapts them to its level, uses them in its own development. Everyone said Togliatti was a realist. But he was perhaps the man furthest from the social reality of his country that the Italian workers' movement has ever expressed. One suspects that his approach was not well calculated opportunism, but a poorly thought out utopia. It is no coincidence that precisely at this point the discussion on the current moment of this social reality reopens. The accounts with Italian capitalism are still to be done. There is no doubt that Italy today finds itself in the phase that immediately precedes capitalist stabilization at a high maturity level. Domestic economics and international ties are pulling this process forward with a force that is impossible to resist. There is equally no doubt that the Italian workers' movement is in the phase that immediately precedes a social democratic settlement, at a classic political level. And here too the national economic situation and the international situation play as strong accelerators of development. We advance the hypothesis that the two processes do not have the same, mechanical, irresistible objectivity. And indeed that the present moment of the class struggle in Italy must tend to divide these two processes, to put them into contradiction, to the point of making them march in the opposite direction of the other. With the aim of achieving, for the first time, and therefore on the basis of an original revolutionary experience, the economic maturity of capital in the presence of a politically strong working class. To do this, it is necessary first of all to block in Italy what has been the historical path of all advanced capitalist societies, which is only possible by preventing the stabilization of the system at new levels from conquering for itself, at this point, all the margins of the new available political terrain, which is then the only way to keep that political threat to the system in workers' hands, which everyone knows risks disappearing from the horizon for decades if it does not find, at decisive moments, at crucial points, explicit forms of functioning and organization. Maturity without stabilization, economic development without political stability, capital must be made to walk along this line, in order to put the workers' forces that will have to blow it up on their feet in the meantime. There will be no political stabilization without a general defeat of the working class, and this is what the capitalist initiative is aiming for at the moment. And workers' defeats on a general level are also those, perhaps they are only those, that cut at the base and destroy at the top every possible form of immediate organization, making every concrete possibility of aggressive struggle disappear, pushing the working masses back towards now traditional attitudes of passivity, political and purely economic refusal. When the entire official workers' movement, within a capitalist country, stands on openly social democratic positions, it is necessary to have an organizational alternative ready and able to function, capable of immediately bringing with it the political majority of the working class. The experience of international capitalism has shown that without this condition the revolutionary perspective is closed for a long period. It is therefore this condition that must be lived. To prepare that organizational alternative for that moment we need to work from today, gathering maximum strength, with the maximum possible control over the situation, clarity of perspective and ability to practice things. Today, as in other historical moments, the internal struggle of the workers' movement is an essential part, a fundamental moment of the class struggle in general. By ignoring it, we lose the complexity, knowledge, control, and therefore ultimately the practicability of the class struggle against capital. It is not a question of using PCI in a revolutionary sense today. The situation is much further behind, the task is still entirely negative. It is about preventing the process of explicit social democratization of the Communist Party. Because preventing this already means blocking the political stabilization of capitalism in Italy. Preventing this means not allowing the Italian workers' movement to settle at the new levels of capital reformism as a whole now, immediately, at this moment, when outside the official workers' movement, at a class level, no real organized force exists, and therefore no serious viable proposal for an alternative political organization. That is, it means avoiding a terrible workers' defeat, which would push the struggle back for years, would close the prospect of a short-term breakdown of the system, that is, would bring the Italian class situation back into the ranks of that Western capitalism, where it has so far failed to stay, where it must not go, where it must not be allowed to go, whatever the cost of personal sacrifices, theoretical retreats, even practical compromises. Not handing over the PCI to capital's reformist operation, even if it were to go so far as to make this request, is the first political objective in the practical organization. Only from within the struggle for this objective will it be possible to start soon to recompose in terms of revolutionary action the political relationship between class and party. The short period of the revolution in Italy is linked to this perspective. And it is a tough prospect, which will not be without the courage of some positions taken, without the patience of continued political initiatives, without the violence of open struggle. Everyone sees that the last act of the comedy has practically already begun, which should lead to the complete liquidation of the class party. The party's liquidators must in turn be liquidated immediately. Liquidationism, said Lenin, is not just opportunism. The opportunists push the party along a bourgeois, false path, along the path of liberal workers' politics, but they do not renounce the party itself, they do not liquidate it. Liquidationism is such an opportunism that it goes as far as renouncing the party. It is against this extreme form of defeatist opportunism that we will find ourselves fighting the next battle. Not to stop there, but to go further, towards the Workers' Party. But all these processes in time, within what limits of space can they take place? What historical horizon can they give themselves? Isn't there once again at this point the danger of overestimating a national moment, a particular stage of capitalist development? In all this discussion, isn't the enormous complexity of the problems of the workers' revolution, as they arise today at an international level, overlooked? It is true. The complexity of these problems is enormous. You couldn't skip it, even if you wanted to. What has been said so far is a tenth of what should be said for now. We don't even know if it's the most important part. It is certainly the most urgent one, the preliminary one, the premise to begin with. Today there is a strange and strangely current form of opportunism in internationalism, which also needs to be defeated, the idea that everything can only be resolved on a generically global basis of revolution or integration. It is one of the many ways of intellectual disengagement from the concrete moments of real class struggle. Yet no idea force still seems more important to us today than that Leninist thesis which sees the chain of capitalism breaking at one point, and which in view of this primary objective calls for the isolation and resolution of the related problems of organization and direction. This thesis has grown and continues to grow in importance with the advancement of the processes of supranational integration of contemporary capitalism. The communication channels established by capital for its interests are now an objective fact also for the working class. A revolutionary rupture at the national level is only now beginning to possess a real possibility of chain generalization on the international level. Indeed, it is increasingly revealed as the only possibility. Because it seems clear that now only a real revolutionary experience can set the entire mechanism of the international revolution back in motion. No theoretical discourse, no political alternative at the program stage will be able to have this impact force, this model value, this function of dry practical proposal, which is the minimum that is needed today in the most developed capitalism to break the truce underway between workers' revolution and capital development. Of course, the Leninist thesis needs to be corrected on one point. More than on the inequalities in the economic development of capitalism, the emphasis today must be placed on the inequalities in the political development of the working class, to pass the neo-Leninist principle that the chain will break not where capitalism is weakest, but where the working class is strongest. And we must get it into our heads, and it is not easy to do so, that the levels of development of capital and the working class do not coincide mechanically. Once again the practice of struggle proves to be richer than all the wealth accumulated in workers' thought. The point must therefore be chosen where there is at the same time a sufficient degree of capitalist economic development and a high degree of political development of the working class. Is Italy therefore on the way to becoming the epicenter of the revolution in the West? It's too early to tell. It all depends on the time it will take us to pass the line, to open the way. December 1964. First theses. Marx, labor force, working class. Let's start from the fundamental discovery which, according to Marx, lies at the basis of capital, the Doppel character of labor represented in commodities. That the commodity was something dual, both use value and exchange value, was obvious in Marx's time. But the fact that work expressed in value had different characteristics from work producing use values was unknown to the thinking of the time. Marx says, just at the beginning of Capital, this dual nature zweischlechtige Natur, nature at once double, divided and opposed of the labor contained in the commodity has been demonstrated critically by me for the first time. In For the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, he had in fact attempted an analysis of the commodity as labor in two forms, analysis of use value as real labor or productive activity compliant with the purpose, and analysis of exchange value as time of work or equal social work, and he had found here the final critical result of 150 years of classical economics, which in England ranged from William Petty to Ricardo, and in France from Bois-Guilbert to Sismondi. Marx's discovery, on this terrain, is the transition from real work to work that creates exchange values, that is, to bourgeois work in its fundamental form. Already in 1959, the Marxian concept of value-producing work presented three well-defined characteristics: simple work, social work, abstractly general work. Each of these characteristics is in itself a process, which immediately appears intimately linked to the process of the others. These processes all together give rise to the passage from pre-capitalist forms of work to capitalist forms. And every process is an objective fact governed by force by the laws of development of nascent capitalism. Simple work means the reduction of all work to simple, undifferentiated, uniform work, always qualitatively the same and only different in quantity. Complex work is nothing other than simple work raised to a certain power. Work of higher intensity, of greater specific weight, is always reducible, that is, it must always be reduced to unskilled labor, to unskilled work, work devoid of quality. But work without quality and generally human work are the same thing, not work of different subjects, but different individuals as simple organs of work. This abstraction of generally human work exists in the average work that every average individual can perform in a given society. It is a specific productive expenditure of muscles, nerves, brain, etc. humans. The specific form in which work acquires a simple character is therefore that of human work in general. The reduction to simple work is a reduction to abstractly human work. The same is true for the social character of value-producing work. The conditions of this work, as they result from the analysis of value, are either social determinations of work or they are determinations of social work. In both cases they are certainly not social, they become so within a particular process. And what is the particularity of this sociality? It is two things: 1, the undifferentiated simplicity of work, that is, the equality of the work of different individuals, the social character of equality of the work of individuals; 2, the general character of individual work which presents itself as its social character, because it is indeed the work of the individual, but the work of the individual undifferentiated from the other individual. In the logical passage between these two things, which is the historical passage from the social determinations of labor to the determinations of social labor, the various exchange values find a general equivalent, a social magnitude that is such only as a general magnitude. But for a product to take on the form of a general equivalent, even the work of the individual must take on a generally abstract character. The specific form in which work acquires a social character is therefore the form of abstract generality. The particular trait of this social work is that it is also abstractly human work. Simple work and social work, when they produce value, are reduced to abstract work, to work in general. It is therefore wrong to see work as the only source of material wealth, because here we would still and always be dealing with concrete work, the producer of use values. Instead, we need to talk about abstract labor as a source of exchange value. Concrete work is carried out in the infinite variety of its use values. Abstract labor takes place in the equality of commodities as general equivalents. Work that creates use values is a natural condition of human existence, a condition of organic exchange between man and nature. Work that creates exchange values is instead a specifically social form of work. The first is particular work that is divided into infinite ways of working, the second is work in general that is always abstractly the same. Work as a source of material wealth was known both to Moses the legislator and to the customs clerk Adam Smith. Value-producing work is the first fundamental discovery of the worker's point of view applied to capitalist society. Upon the release of the first book of Capital, Marx wrote to Engels, "The best of my book is, 1, and on this rests all understanding of the facts, the dual character of work immediately highlighted in the first chapter, depending on whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value. 2. The treatment of surplus value independently of its particular forms such as profit, interest, land rent, etc. August 24, 1867. And a few months later, in another letter, he reproached a review by Düring of Capital for not having grasped the completely new elements of the book, namely, 1. That unlike every economy of the past, which considers the particular fragments of surplus value with their fixed forms of rent, profit, interest as given a priori, in my book the general form of surplus value is treated first, in which all this is still found indistinctly, so to speak in a solution. 2. That all economists, without exception, have missed the simple thing that, since the commodity is something dual in terms of use value and exchange value, the work represented in the commodity must also have a dual character, while the mere analysis in based on the work sans phrase, as for example in Smith, Ricardo, etc. He must everywhere come across inexplicable things. Marx to Engels, January 8, 1868. We will return later to the organic connection that intimately links one and the other content of these two discoveries, the concept of labor power and the concept of surplus value. For now we want to follow the origin of the first, in Marx's works and in his sources. If we ignore the use value of commodity bodies, only one quality remains for them, that of being products of labor. But the product of labor can also have a use value. Let us also ignore this and erase all the sensible qualities of the commodity, it will no longer even be the product of specific productive work. With the utility character of the products of labor, the utility character of the jobs represented in them disappears, therefore the different concrete forms of these jobs also disappear, which are no longer distinguished, but are all reduced together to equal human labor in the abstract. What remains of the products of labor at this point? Nothing, other than the same spectral objectivity, a simple concretion of indistinct human work. That is, all that remains is, a disposal of human labor power, Arbeitskraft, regardless of the form of its expenditure. Only as crystals of this social substance common to them, human labor power, are things values, commodity values, capital, I. 1. Common social substance, Gemeinschaftliche Gesellschaftliche Substanz, to things, common to goods, i.e. common to the products of labor, not common social substance of exchange value, see beginning of the glosses on Wagner, but wortbildende Substanz, valuing substance. This is the first definition of the concept of labor power that we find in Capital. Arbeitskraft, Marx says here, in theories of surplus value he had mostly said Arbeitsvermögen, in the Grundriss he had mostly said Arbeitsfähigkeit. The concept is the same. We are not interested here in the philological transition from one term to another. The distinction between labor and labor power is already acquired in Marx in all the preparatory works for the critique of political economy, see Grundriss der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Berlin 1953, for the years 57 to 58. If think that these works cover the span of a decade, 49-59, it is immediately after 48 that the definitive Marxian discovery of the concept of labor power must be correctly located, in its overall scope. Seeds of discovery can naturally be found in all works prior to this date. Through these works it is possible to document an internal development of the concept of workforce, its subsequent internal specification, which will add ever greater scientific qualifications, until the decisive meeting and definitive identification, in the midst of the revolutionary experience of 48, with the concept of the working class. In some notebooks of extracts from the works of the major economists, compiled by Marx in Paris in 1844, and therefore preparatory or contemporary to the economic philosophical manuscripts, we already find the concept, the term, of Erwerbsarbeit, which we seem to be able to translate directly with industrial work. In industrial work, says Marx, there is, 1. The extraneousness and randomness of work with respect to the working subject, 2. The extraneousness and randomness of the work compared to the object of the work itself, 3. the determination of the worker by social needs, which are an obligation alien to him, to which he subjects himself out of individual need. 4. That to the worker the preservation of his individual existence appears as the aim of his activity, and his real activity appears to him as a simple means, that in short he lives only to earn a living. On this basis, the unity of human labor is considered only as a division. And once the division of labor is presupposed, the product, the material of private property, increasingly acquires the meaning of an equivalent for the individual. And the equivalent acquires its existence as an equivalent in money. And in money the complete dominion of the estranged thing over man is already revealed. The separation of labor from itself, Trennung der Arbeit von sich selbst, is equal to the separation of the worker from the capitalist, and this is equal to the separation of labor and capital. Economists distinguish production, consumption and, as a mediator between the two, exchange or distribution. But the separation of production and consumption, of material and spiritual activity, in different individuals and in the same individual, and the separation of work from its object and from itself as a spirit, is the separation of work from work, Trennung der Arbeit von Arbeit, Megamarx Engels Gesamtausgabe, I. 3, 1932, pages 539-41. In the first of the 44 manuscripts, in the part on wages, Marx writes, "It goes without saying that political economics only considers the proletarian, proletarier, as a worker, Arbeiter, that is, he who, without capital and land rent, he lives purely from his work, and from unilateral, abstract work, rein von der Arbeit und einer Einziehtigen, abstrakten Arbeit let." Work appears in political economy only in the figure of industry, unter der Gestalt der Erwerbstätigkeit. But if we raise ourselves above the level of political economy, two decisive questions emerge which, not by chance, present themselves to Marx at this point. 1. What meaning does this reduction of the greatest part of it to an abstract work, auf die abstract Arbeit? 2. What mistake are made by the reformers in detail who either increase wages, and thereby want to improve the situation of the working class, or consider, with Proudhon, wage equality as the goal of the social revolution? An equally decisive answer to this question will be given by Marx much later, and quite correctly only in Capital. Under the highly ideological form of the manuscripts, nothing more than the undoubtedly already present direction of future research is to be discovered with difficulty. We certainly got the concept of expropriated labor, expropriated life, from political economy as a result of the private property movement. But in the analysis of this concept it is shown that, while private property appears as the reason and cause of expropriated work, it is rather a consequence of the latter, just as the gods are originally not the cause, but rather the effect of the loss of the intellect. Human. Then this relationship reverses into a reciprocal effect. Only at the last culminating point of the development of private property does this once again reveal its secret, that is, on the one hand, it is the result of expropriated labor, and secondly that it is the means by which labor is expropriated, the realization of this expropriation. The reversal of the relationship between labor and capital is already here in germ, and can already be grasped in all its potential as a revolutionary methodological approach, which opens the door to immediate subversive solutions, simultaneously on the level of theoretical research and on the level of struggle practice. We will demonstrate how the underlying theme of Marx's entire work is here. Yet we can already anticipate that in this work this discovery did not go beyond a brilliant intuition, always subjected to the uncertainties of an objective path in the history of capital, slower and more complex, less linear and certain, than what was possible to predict from Marx's workers' point of view. This strategic reversal of the relationship between labor and capital must today be rediscovered in its entirety and entirely reproposed as a method in analysis and as a guide for action. A minimal tactical grip on the present now allows us to grasp the truth of this principle with the naked eye. Indeed, the culminating point of capital development shows its secret once again in prominence. The subjective essence of private property as a reflected activity, as a subject, as a person, is work. Only political economy recognized work as its principle, and thus revealed itself as a product of private property and modern industry. The fetishism of the monetarist mercantilist system knew only an objective essence of wealth. Physiocracy represents a decisive moment of transition to the discovery of a subjective existence of wealth in work, but it is still a concrete, particular work, linked to a specific natural element as its material. Political economy, from Adam Smith onwards, recognizes the universal essence of wealth and therefore elevates work to a principle, in its complete absoluteness, that is, abstraction. The physiocracy is shown that agriculture, from the economic aspect, the only justified one, does not differ from any other industry, and is therefore not a specific job, a particular manifestation of work, linked to a particular element, but that the essence of wealth is work in general, Arbeit überhaupt. In the process of scientific understanding of the subjective essence of private property, work first appears only as agricultural work and then asserts itself as work in general. At this point all wealth has become industrial wealth, wealth of work, of industry, and perfect work, just as manufacturing is the perfect being of industry, that is, of work, and industrial capital is the perfect objective form of private property and work, in manuscripts of 44. In the Arbeitslohn manuscript, dated Brussels, December 1847, we read immediately at the beginning, Die menschliche Tätigkeit equals where, Marx Engels, Werke, 6, Berlin 1961, p. 535, from now on we will indicate the Steets edition with Werke of Marx and Engels together. And further on, the worker, der Arbeiter, the worker, not the work, becomes an increasingly unilateral productive force, productive Kraft, which in the shortest possible time produces as much as possible. Skilled work, Geschicht, is increasingly transformed into simple work, p. 540. Therefore, there is already the generally human activity of the worker reduced to a commodity. There is the most complex work reduced to the simplest work. Furthermore, at the end of the manuscript, we find a paragraph placed in brackets by Marx, and with the warning of wanting to consider the matter in general, when labor was reduced to a commodity and as such subjected to free competition, attempts were made to produce it as cheaply as possible, i.e. at production costs as low as possible. Therefore every physical work has become infinitely easy and simple for a future, Künftig, so in the Werke, the mega carried, craftage, organization of society, mega, I, 6, p. 472, Werke, 6, p. 556. Social work therefore already exists, albeit in doubt as to its particular content which is not yet well defined. This manuscript The Wages offers the trace of the conferences that Marx held in 1847 to the Association of German Workers in Brussels and further develops some points that will not be taken up even in the famous articles of the Neue Rheinische of April 1849 on wage labor and capital. By applying to this manuscript of 1847 the same treatment that Engels reserved for the articles of 1849, that is, replacing Arbeit with Arbeitskraft, every time we talk about abstract labor, that is, everywhere, we practically have this result, that the concept of labor power, if not the name, is present in Marx's work not only before Capital, but before the Manifesto, and as his discovery it dates back, in our opinion, to that first insufficient criticism of political economy which is the manuscripts of 44. What economists had considered as the production costs of work were the production costs not of work, but of the living worker himself. And what this worker sold to the capitalist was not his labor. But, he gives up, that is, sells, his labor power. This labor power, however, is united together with his person and inseparable from him, says Engels in the 1891 Introduction to Wage Labor and Capital. The difference between work and workforce is all here. In the concept of labor force there is the figure of the worker, in the concept of work there is not. And the figure of the worker who, by selling his own work, sells himself as labor power, is present, entirely, in Marx's works, right from his youthful discourses on alienated labor. Indeed, this is the premise of that whole discussion. Alienation of labor and alienation of the worker are, under the conditions of capital, one and the same thing. Otherwise one would have to conclude that that analysis does not concern capitalist society, but society in general. It does not concern the worker, but man in general. It is the mistake of those who want to find in the young Marx nothing more than an old philosophy of the totality. The limit of Marx's works that come before 48 is elsewhere. It lies in the insufficient definition of workers' labor power as a commodity, or rather in the still absent analysis of the particular characteristics of this commodity, in the lack of consideration of labor power as a completely special commodity. Before 48 there was already abstract labor as labor power in Marx. There is already labor power as a commodity. But it is only the revolutionary passage of 48 that lays bare in Marx's head the theoretical process that will lead him to discover the particular content of the commodity labor force, no longer linked only, through the alienation of labor, to the historical figure of worker, but linked, through the production of surplus value, to the very birth of capital. Almost at the beginning of Wage Labor and Capital we find this illuminating statement by Marx. Now, after our readers have seen the class struggle develop in colossal political forms in 1848, it is time to penetrate more deeply into economic relations, on which both the existence of the bourgeoisie and its class domination as well as the slavery of the workers are based. We say that only in 48, or rather after June 48, does the concept of labor power meet for the first time, in Marx's thought, with the movements of the working class, and that from there the real story begins. Marxian theory of the labor power commodity, which with all its particular characteristics, that is, with all its specifically working class content, will reappear, well defined, in For the Critique of Political Economy and then in Capital. In this sense, the bourgeois of the time were right to shout, even after having defeated the workers in the field, "Cursed be June." Work as abstract labor and therefore as labor power was already there in Hegel. Labor power, and not just work, as a commodity was already there in Ricardo. The commodity labor power as the working class, this is Marx's discovery. The dual nature of the work is only the premise of this, it is not the discovery, but only the way to get there. We don't move from work to the working class, from labor force, yes. To say no longer work, but labor power, means no longer the work, but the worker. Workforce, living labor, living worker, are synonymous terms. The criticism of the value of work, the definition of the value of labor power, opens the door to the concept of surplus value. The pre-Marxist socialist ideology, like the post-Marxian one, has never taken this path. It has therefore never even touched on the historical existence of the working class. In fact, what is this, at this level, if not social labor force producing surplus value? And from surplus value to profit and from profit to capital, this is the path that follows. The living commodity of the socially organized worker is thus discovered as the place of origin, not only theoretical, but as the practical historical premise, what we will call the fundamental articulation of capitalist society, glide and Grund at the same time. But these are already the conclusions of the discussion. And we still have to prove the premises. The research on the main sources of the concept of work in Marx does not arise here from the scholastic need to specify the terms of the question philologically, but from the practical need to isolate Marx's true discoveries in order to recognize and develop them, and from the tendentious choice to separate from I begin what is laboriously born on the terrain of workers' thought, using parts of the opposing thought for its own purposes. What Schumpeter called the impressive synthesis of Marx's work almost always has this characteristic: it is not one's own individual discovery that counts, but the overall use of individual discoveries made by others, their overall reference to a single tendency of thought, with the relative one-sided interpretation from this point of view alone. The sectarianism of workers' science is all here. Marx gave a model, which he himself was not always able to follow in his analyses and conclusions. After him, no one among the Marxists took him up on it. The only major decisive exception, Lenin with his revolution. Here the method of unilateral synthesis, the path to the overall possession of a social reality starting from a conscious choice of trend, finds a practical outlet through concrete forms of political organization. It is the most important passage there has been, after Marx, in the history of workers' thought. The bourgeois mystification of an immediate identification between the particular interests of a class and the general interest of society is at that point no longer possible either on a theoretical or practical level. Control over society in general must be achieved, through struggle, by imposing the explicit domination of a particular class. Two points of view of almost equal strength and power clash on this terrain. The universal kingdom of ideology collapses thunderously. There is no longer room for two antithetical class positions, each of which aims, with skill and violence, at exclusive domination over society. This Lenin had imposed, in practice, on the capitalists of his time with the immature organization of the revolution. Even Marx's analysis of capitalist society was immature for his time. This is why Capital and the October Revolution had the same historical destiny. It is easy to list the enormous logical and historical contradictions that did not allow either one or the other. In the end one must always conclude that all this does not affect the slightest bit of their validity. The truth is that it is a single procedure applied at two different levels, the theoretical use and the practical use of a network of material conditions, multiple concepts or multiple circumstances, from a rigorous worker's point of view in a process subversive of capitalist society. The treatment that Marx gives to the categories of political economy or to the concepts of classical philosophy is the same that Lenin reserves for the intermediate classes of the old society or the historical parties of the old state. There is a tactical moment of research that Marx powerfully discovered, the practical ability to use some results achieved by the science of the time to reverse them into the opposite dimension of a strategic alternative. Lenin, the only Marxist who understood Marx in this, directly translated this theoretical procedure into laws for action. The Leninist discovery of tactics is only the extension to the field of practice of a theoretical discovery of Marx, the conscious, realistic, non-ideological one-sidedness of the workers' point of view on capitalist society. We want to demonstrate that all the value in work and all the power to the Soviets are one and the same thing, two slogans that cover a tactical moment of struggle and at the same time do not contradict any of its possible developments strategic, two laws of movement not of capitalist society. Here there may be an error by Marx, because here the tactical moment risks skipping, but of the working class within capitalist society, and here is Marx's Leninist correction. A reference to Marx's sources, on a specific and decisive problem which concerns the definition of the concept of work, is essential at this point to clarify. The Marx-Hegel relationship has been studied for a long time. The Marx-Ricardo relationship has been studied almost at all. The most interesting thing would be to study the Hegel-Ricardo relationship. If we had time and political tranquility, we could think of a minute comparative analysis of Hegelian phenomenology and Ricardo's principles. We would find that the material treated is the same, the way of treating it, the method, is the same, only the form is different. Of the discussion, which has delivered them to different disciplines, incommunicable with each other. Here the Hegel-Ricardo relationship will be detected only in its objective terms, by means of a separate, albeit parallel, analysis. Marx says, if the Englishman transforms men into hats, the German transforms hats into ideas. The Englishman is Ricardo, a rich banker and great economist, the German is Hegel, simple professor of philosophy at the University of Berlin. One Hegel and Ricardo. Let us take from the Phenomenology the Hegelian chapter on the independence and dependence of self-consciousness, on lordship and servitude. Self-consciousness has come out of itself, it begins to be another self-consciousness for it. But this is not immediately seen as a different essence, in the other one first sees oneself. The duplication of self-consciousness in its unity presents us with the movement of recognition, double movement of both self-consciousnesses. Each sees the other doing precisely what it itself does, each does for itself what it demands of the other, and therefore she does what she does, only insofar as the other also does the same. Unilateral action, einseitig tun, would be in vain, since what must happen can only be achieved through the action of both. We use the beautiful translation by E. de Negri, Florence 1960, but let's keep in mind the fourth edition prepared by J. Hofmeister for the Samtliche Werke edited by Lassen. Leipzig 1937. Only in the way in which the process of recognizing oneself appears to self-consciousness will the side of inequality and therefore of opposition present itself. The presentation of oneself as a pure abstraction of self-consciousness consists in showing oneself as a pure negation of its objective guise. This presentation is the duplicated operation, Gedoppeltun, the operation of the other and the operation through oneself. The relationship of both self-consciousnesses is therefore constituted in such a way that they mutually prove themselves through the struggle for life and death. Only by putting one's life at stake can freedom be preserved. But this trial through death risks concluding in a natural denial of consciousness itself, denial without independence, denial which therefore remains devoid of the required meaning of recognition. Both moments recognize each other again as essential, as unequal and opposite. They are like two opposite figures of consciousness. One is the independent consciousness of which being for itself is the essence, the other is the dependent consciousness to which life or being for another is the essence. One is the master, the other the servant. The Lord relates himself to two moments together, to the thing, to the object, that is, of the appetite, and to the consciousness to which thingness is essential. Not only the master relates to the servant in a mediated manner through independent being. Indeed, it is precisely to this that the servant is tied. This is his chain, from which he could not abstract in the struggle, and therefore he showed himself to be dependent, having the independence of him in causality. Likewise, the master relates to the thing in a mediated way, through the servant. For the servant, denying the independent thing does not mean destroying it. The servant with his work only transforms it, bearbeitet es nur. The Lord, on the other hand, does not go beyond pure negation. In the act of enjoying, he tends to calm down in the enjoyment, until the thing is exhausted. For this reason the master is forced to introduce the servant between the thing and himself. He thus obtains the dependence of the thing and its pure enjoyment. But the independence side of the thing he abandons to the servant who elaborates it. Again, bearbeitet. For the Lord, his being recognized by another consciousness is realized. While in his own recognition of him, what the Lord does towards the other, he cannot also do towards himself, just as what the servant does towards himself, he cannot do towards the other. A unilateral and unequal recognition has been produced. Where the Lord found his fulfillment, this became the dependence of his own conscience. The truth of independent conscience and, consequently, servile conscience. Even servitude in its fulfillment will become rather the opposite of what it immediately is. It will go into itself as a conscience reconcentrated within itself, and will turn towards true independence. The conditions exist so that what the servant does is properly the master's doing. But if servitude is self-consciousness that reaches independence, it is therefore possible and necessary to consider what it is in and of itself. First, for servitude the essence is the master, for her the truth is the independent consciousness that is for itself and therefore not yet in itself. Yet already in this phase, servitude actually has within itself this truth of pure negativity and being for itself, having experienced such an essence within itself. This absolute negativity is therefore not only a pure and universal movement in general, in serving it actually accomplishes it. There it removes its adherence to natural existence in every single moment and, with work, transvalues and eliminates it, arbeitet das Elbeheinweg. It is therefore through work that the servile consciousness reaches itself. In the Lord's consciousness the pure negation of the object seemed reserved for appetite. But this satisfaction is only a vanishing, it lacks the objective side and subsistence. Work, on the other hand, is a restrained appetite, it is a restrained disappearance, that is, work forms, bildet. The negative relationship towards the object becomes the form of the object itself, it becomes something that persists, and this is because precisely for those who work, eben dem Arbeitenden, the object has independence. This negative medium or the formative operation constitutes at the same time the singularity or the pure being for itself of the consciousness which now, in work, comes out of itself in the element of permanence, thus, therefore the working consciousness, Arbeitend Bewusstsein, arrives at the intuition of independent being as of itself. However, training does not only have this positive meaning, it also has a negative meaning when faced with its first moment, the fear of the master which is always, for the servant, the beginning of wisdom. Even this objective negative, this alien essence before which the servile consciousness trembled, is now destroyed. The consciousness of the servant places itself, as such a negative, in the element of permanence and thus something that is for itself comes to be. Due to the fact that it is externalized, the form does not become another than the servile consciousness, the form itself is its pure being for itself which here becomes truth. Thus, precisely in the work, in der Arbeit, where it seemed that it was a foreign sense, fremder Sinn, consciousness, through this discovery of itself through itself, becomes its own sense, einer Sinn. For a correct reading of this famous Hegelian text, for the purposes of our research, it is sufficient to keep in mind, adapting it, a single observation by Marx. Hegel is not to be blamed because he describes the existence of the modern state as it is, but because he peddles what is like the essence of the state. We open Ricardo's Principles to Chapter XX, Distinctive Characteristics of Value and Wealth, an investigation into the difference between use value and exchange value, is therefore a completion of the first chapter on value, as he defined as Marx. A man, says Adam Smith, is rich, or poor, according to whether he can procure to a greater or lesser extent what is necessary, useful, or pleasant for human life. Ricardo comments, value therefore differs substantially from wealth, it depends not on abundance, but on the difficulty, or ease, of production. The work performed in factories by 1,000,000 men always produces the same value, not always the same wealth. We use the principles of political economy and taxes, Jotet, Turin, but we keep in mind the works and correspondence of David Ricardo, edited by P. Sraffa, Volume I, Cambridge 1951. Inventions of machines, progress in the skills of individuals, better division of labor, discovery of new markets can lead to doubling or tripling existing wealth, without increasing its value. In fact, the value of everything increases or decreases based on the greater ease or difficulty of production, that is, in other words based on the quantity of labor used to produce it. Many errors in political economy originate from errors in this topic, from the idea that increases in wealth and increases in value have the same meaning. There has long been discussion about what constitutes a standard measure of value. Without arriving at certain conclusions, it would be necessary to find an invariable commodity, for the production of which the same sacrifice of pain and work must be made at all times. We have no knowledge of such a commodity. Hypothetically, however, we can reason and discuss it as if it really existed, as if we had. One thing is certain, even if it were assumed that one of the proposed measures is an exact standard of value, this does not mean that it could serve as a standard measure of wealth, since wealth does not depend on value. The confusion of the ideas of value and wealth has led to the assertion that wealth can be increased when the quantity of goods is decreased. And this would be correct if value were a measure of wealth, since scarcity increases the value of goods. However, if Adam Smith is right, if wealth consists of necessary things and pleasant things, it cannot grow due to a decrease in quantity. It can be concluded that the wealth of a nation can be increased in two ways, by allocating a greater share of income to maintaining productive labor, or without employing any additional quantity of labor, making the economy more productive. Pre-existing quantity. In the first case the nation becomes richer and at the same time the value of its wealth increases. In the second case, as more is produced with the same amount of work, wealth increases, but not value. Mr. Say, for example, considers not only the terms value and wealth to be synonymous, but those of value, riches, and utility. He thus easily exchanges a quantity of wealth, a quantity of utility, therefore a quantity of use value, with what is instead a quantity of value. In this way he arrives at estimating the value of a commodity based on the quantity of other commodities that can be obtained in exchange. Yet already a very distinguished writer, Mr. Destotte de Tracy, had said, measuring something means comparing it with a specific quantity of the same thing, which is taken as a standard of comparison, a unit of measurement. The measure of the value of a thing is the thing that is to be measured, they must be capable of being referred to some other measure common to both. Which, I believe, can happen because they are both the result of work. Work is therefore a common measure, a commodity on which both their real value and their relative value can be estimated. This too, I am happy to say, is apparently Destotte de Tracy's opinion. He adds, just as it is certain that our physical and moral faculties constitute our only original riches, so the use of these faculties, work of some kind, is our only original treasure. And it is always from this use that all the things we call riches, de biens, originate, the most necessary as well as those that are simply pleasant. It is also certain that all these things represent nothing other than work, ne font que representer le travail, who created them, and that if they have a value, or even two distinct values, these values can only derive from the work from which they derived life. Ricardo did not quote the continuation of this speech by Destotte de Tracy, la richesse consists à posséder de moyens de satisfaire ses désirs. Nous appelons ces moyens de biens, parce qu'ils nous font du bien. Ils sont tous les produits et la représentation d'une certaine quantité de travail, see Elements d'idéologie, tome 4, Trait de la volonté et de ses effets, Paris 1815, p. 103. Say accuses Smith of the error of having attributed the power to produce value to man's work alone, and of having thus forgotten the value that is attributed to goods by natural agents, which sometimes replace man's work and sometimes contribute to it. With him in the production process. In reality, it is Say himself who has forgotten that these agents, while increasing the use value of a commodity, certainly do not increase its exchange value. Mr. Say never notices the difference between use value and exchange value. For having believed that the value of everything derives from the work of man, Mr. Say accuses him of not having paid attention to the value that is attributed to commodities by natural agents and machines. This criticism does not seem founded to me. At no point does Adam Smith underestimate the services that such natural agents and machines perform for us. He instead specifies very rightly the nature of the value that they confer on commodities. They benefit us in that they increase the quantities of products, and by increasing their use value, they make men richer. However, since their work is free and nothing is paid for the air, heat, and water we benefit from, the help they give us does not increase the exchange value at all. David Ricardo, says Marx, clearly elaborates the determination of the value of the commodity through labor time, and he shows that this law dominates even the bourgeois relations of production, which apparently contradict it the most. So value and wealth are not the same thing. But are they two opposite things? If wealth can be reduced to use value and value to exchange value, between value and wealth there is the same opposition combined with a constant co-presence that exists between exchange value and use value. It is true, Marx already observed in one of his readings of this chapter of the Principles, with the pure and simple conceptual distinction between value and wealth, Ricardo does not eliminate the difficulty. Bourgeois wealth and the aim of all bourgeois production is exchange value, not enjoyment. To increase this exchange value, there is no other way than to multiply products, produce more. To achieve this increased production, the productive forces must be multiplied. But in the same proportion in which the productive power of a given quantity of labor, of a given sum of capital and labor, is increased, the exchange value of the products decreases, and the doubled production has the same value as the previous half. The aim of bourgeois production is not to produce more commodities but to produce more values. See Notizen und Ausgabe Ricardo System, March-April 1851, in the appendix to the Grundriss, Berlin 1953, p. 804. And therefore the aim of bourgeois production is not wealth, but value. Marx, however, adds, without wealth there is no value, without use value there is no exchange value. The aim of bourgeois production is not the mass of commodity objects necessary, useful, and pleasant for life, but the mass of values that are realized in them. It is not the quality of the products, but the quantity of their qualitative content. Yet without the mass of commodities there is no mass of values, without the quantitative aspect of the product its contained quality would have no form. Capitalist production does not eliminate wealth, it makes it serve value, it suppresses it as an end but maintains it as a means. Wealth, as a use value, becomes the phenomenal form of its opposite, value. The reduction of wealth to a crude instrument for the production of value is precisely the condition of capital. When Ricardo, in the same chapter cited above, says, capital is the part of the nation's wealth employed with a view to future production, Marx rightly takes it up. Ricardo here confuses capital with the material of capital. Wealth is only the stuff of capital. Capital is always a sum of values, p. 805. The equation is therefore not between wealth and capital, but between capital and value. The distinction between value and wealth is the distinction between capital and wealth. When wealth, that is, everything that is necessary, useful, or pleasant for human life, becomes the material of a social production relationship, then the mechanism of actual capitalist production is triggered and from there the process of building a society of capital. Can it be said that at this point, all the other fundamental conditions have already been achieved? If capital is a sum of values, isn't it also a sum of labor? From work to value and from value to capital we pass through the use of wealth as the material of production. On the other hand, wealth is already in this phase the liberation of work, the creation of an available reserve of work. And naturally we always talk about workforce here, as everyone talks about it. Haven't we even seen Destutt de Tracy say, the use of such faculties, physical and moral, work of some kind? What is le travail quelconque if not, Arbeit überhaupt? Too often the so-called original accumulation is confused with the general process of capitalist accumulation, as if they were one and the same. But the process of separation of value from wealth is no different from the process of separation of the worker from the ownership of working conditions, of the producer from the means of production, of work, as labor power and therefore as worker, from capital. Only we must not take these as capital processes. Marx himself called them the prehistory of capital. But this definition is also dangerous. In his work, and beyond, too many prehistoric characteristics have remained stuck to the actual history of capital. We must free ourselves from it with the coldest critical courage, by putting together historical work that reconstructs the processes and theoretical work that reorganizes the concepts. Money and goods, says Marx, are not capital from the beginning, just as the means of production and subsistence are not. They need to be transformed into capital. For this transformation into capital it is necessary, 1. That labor has already emancipated itself from servitude, 2. That value has already subjugated wealth. It is therefore necessary, on the one hand, to have a free worker, and on the other, wealth, which has become money, means of production and means of subsistence through accumulation, subjected to the process of valorization, that is, forced to purchase labor power, or rather forced to pay labor force. The whole movement therefore returns to the side of work, or rather to the moment of the achieved freedom, emancipation and independence of work, as labor force and therefore as worker, moment that can be isolated in the actual historical transition from work to labor power, from work as servitude and service to labor power as the only commodity capable of subjugating wealth to value, capable of valorizing wealth and therefore producing capital. Here is the key that opens the mechanism of capitalist production. What did Hegel say that was different in his language? The master is forced to introduce the servant between the thing and himself, he thus abandons the aspect of the thing's independence to the servant who elaborates it. It is Marx who says, Hegel remains at the point of view of modern political economy. He grasps the essence of work and conceives work as the essence of man, he thus sees only the positive aspect of work, not the negative one. The work that Hegel alone knows and recognizes is abstract spiritual work. What Loet says in this regard is not true. For Marx, work is abstract no longer in the Hegelian sense of a positive universality of the spirit, but in the negative sense of an abstraction from the totality of concrete man, who wants implement with work in its integrity. It is not true if what he himself says further down in the note is true. This unilateral transformation of dialectical negation into a simple annihilation characterizes the radical attitude of all left Hegelians. What Marx criticizes in Hegel is not abstract labor, but the spiritual, logical, speculative character of this abstraction of labor. Here too the movement of history describes the real history of man, but in the form of a dialectic of abstract thought. At no point, in Hegel, does the concept of abstract labor go beyond this empirical abstractness, from the real philosophy of Jena to the phenomenology, to the philosophy of law. It is always and only a question of the real development of the abstract form. The I in itself is something abstract, he certainly works, but his work is something equally abstract, ein ebenso abstractis. Universal labor and division of labor are the same thing. Man's work becomes increasingly mechanical and tends to belong to a single determination. But the more abstracted work becomes, the more man is only the abstract activity. Since his work is this abstract work, he thus behaves as an abstract I, that is, according to the mode of thingality, not as a comprehensive, content-rich, perspicuous spirit, which dominates a large sphere and is lord over it. There is no concrete work, but rather its strength, craft, consists in analyzing, in abstraction, in the decomposition, Zerlegung, of the concrete into many abstract parts. Genenser Real Philosophy, 2, Die Vorlesungen von 1805-806, Samtlichwerke, XX, Leipzig 1931, pages 214-15. In the preface of the Phenomenology he will say that in modern times the individual finds the abstract form beautiful and prepared. But already before he had spoken of multiple jobs of needs, as things that must also realize their concept, their abstraction. Need and work, raised to this universality, build for themselves a prodigious system of community and mutual dependence, a life of what is dead that moves within itself, ein sich in sich bewegendes Leben de Taten, which it rives in its movement blindly and in an elementary way, blind und elementarisk, in one direction and the other, is that like a ferocious beast it needs to be constantly subjugated and tamed. Genenser Real Philosophy, I, Die Vorlesungen von 1803-804, Samtlichwerke. 19, Leipzig 1932, pages 239-40. This necessity which is found in the universal complication of everyone's dependence is now the general and permanent wealth for each one. The possibility of participation in general wealth, Vermögen, particular wealth, is also conditioned partly by an immediate particular base, capital, partly by ability, Philosophy of Law, page 200. Elsewhere he had said, the first essence is the power of the state, the other is wealth. Although wealth, Reichtum, is the passive or the null, it is nevertheless a universal spiritual essence, it is the result, which incessantly becomes, of everyone's work and doing. Phenomenology, 2, Culture and its realm of actuality. Again work and wealth, positive and negative, in that mechanism of community and mutual dependence, which is the system of needs. Value is missing, the mediation of value, and its link with work emancipated by wealth. The passage between work value capital stops in Hegel at a correct concept of work. He starts correctly from work as labor power, but does not arrive at value. If abstract labor does not meet the concrete worker, it does not meet the relative abstraction of value either. Capital is thus trivially reduced to particular wealth and work itself to the mechanical ability of those who work. The first chapter of the Principles will deal with, on value. Hegel without Ricardo would not have allowed Marx to move from labor to capital through the valorization of value. Ricardo intervenes and shouts stop to science. The foundation, the starting point of the physiology of the bourgeois system, of the understanding of its intimate organic connection and its vital process, is the determination of value through working time, Marx. If no machinery was used in the production processes, but only labor power was used, it is Ricardo who speaks, and the period of time that must pass before they can be brought to the market were the same for all goods. Market, the exchange value would be in exact proportion to the quantity of labor employed. Again, with fixed capitals of the same value and the same duration, the value of the goods produced would only vary with the variation in the quantity of labor used to produce them. Every progress in terms of machines, tools, buildings, extraction of raw materials allows us to save work, it allows the goods to which the improvement is applied to be produced more easily. In evaluating the causes of the variations in the value of goods, although it would be erroneous not to want to consider the effects produced by an increase or decrease in the value of labor at all, it would therefore be no less erroneous to want to attribute excessive importance to this cause, in the following part of this work. I will assume that all the intense variations that are determined in the relative value of commodities originate from the more or less variations that, from one era to another, are determined in the quantity of labor that necessary to produce them, see pages 36 to 37 in Sraffa's edition. We have purposely taken the most cautious Ricardian definition that exists on the subject, from the third edition of the Principles and not from the first, and in the context of that fourth section of the first chapter which sees the use of fixed capital intervene to considerably modify the principle of labor value. Marx will discuss this in depth in Book 2 of Capital. Ricardo, says Marx, everywhere exchanges the relationship between variable and constant capital with the relationship between circulating and fixed capital. We will see later how this distorts his investigation into the rate of profit. The real material of the capital paid out in wages is the work itself, the labor power that is put into action, which creates value, and the living labor which the capitalist has exchanged for dead and objectified labor and which he has incorporated into his capital, so only the value found in his hands has been transformed into a self-valorizing value. But the capitalist does not sell this force of self-valorization. It is always only a constituent part of his productive capital, like his means of labor, never of his commodity capital, such as the finished product that he sells. Within the production process, as constitutive parts of productive capital, the means of labor do not stand before labor power as fixed capital, just as working material, as circulating capital, does not coincide with labor power. From the point of view of the labor process, labor power is contrasted with means of labor and labor material, as a personal factor, person-liker factor, with objective factors, Sachlichen Faktoren. From the point of view of the valorization process, these same objective factors are opposed as constant capital to the labor force subject as variable capital. That is, if we must speak of a material difference, as it operates on the process of circulation, it is only this, from the nature of value, which is nothing other than objectified labor, and from the nature of the labor power which is activated, which it is nothing other than work that is objectified, it follows that the workforce constantly creates value and surplus value during its duration of function, that what on its side is represented as movement, as creation of value, Wertschöpfung. On the side of its product is represented in static form as created value, geschaffener Wert. Muerdal asked, why did Ricardo and after him the other classics decide to see the real value of a commodity in the labor incorporated into it? Why must the real, immutable measure of value consist of a commodity that always contains the same quantity of labor? Ricardo gives no satisfactory answers to these questions. The answer that he did not find in Ricardo, he had to look for in Marx. Precisely the answer to this question, why work, would have solved one of his curious problems in the simplest way. The most difficult problem from the point of view of the history of doctrines is perhaps to explain the enigma, why the classics did not draw the conclusions of the socialists from their premises. Ricardo's final uncertainties on this problem are known. He wrote to McCulloch on June 13, 1820, "I sometimes think that if I were to write again the chapter on value, which is in my book, I should recognize that the relative value of commodities is regulated by two causes instead of one, that is, by the quantity relative of labor necessary to produce these goods and by the rate of profit for the entire time in which the capital remained dormant and until the goods were transported to the market." See Works and Correspondence, Volume 8, Letters 1819. June 1821, Cambridge 1952, p. 194. But Ricardo, says Marx, never distinguishes between surplus value and profit, just as he never distinguishes between variable capital and constant capital. Thus he does not arrive at a correct concept of capital, which is reduced by him to accumulated labor, to something simply objective, to a simple element of the labor process, from which the relationship between labor and capital, between wages and salaries can no longer be developed. Profit. The same letter continued, "I would probably find almost as great difficulties in this way of looking at the matter as in the one I have adopted. After all, the great problems of rent, wages, and profit must be explained on the basis of propositions in which the entire product is divided between landowners, capitalists and workers, proportions which are not necessarily connected with the doctrine of value." Ricardo's extreme attempt is to separate the theory of value and the theory of distribution, which leads him decisively to a concept of value as a cost of production. The starting point was correct, the starting point was value. In the work value capital passage, Ricardo starts from value, but arrives neither at work nor at capital. Instead of work he should have talked about workforce. But then capital would also have appeared as the objective conditions of work opposed, as a power that has become independent, to the worker. And capital would immediately appear as a specific social relationship, Marx. What is therefore missing is a correct concept of work, as labor power, as abstract work. Without Hegel, Ricardo would not have allowed Marx to move from value to capital through the production and reproduction of labor power. To the money-work exchange we call L the labor force, PM the means of production, the sum of goods M becomes equals L plus PM, and, more briefly, MLPM. Considered according to its content, DM therefore presents itself as DMLPM, that is, DM is divided into DL and DPM. The sum of money D is split into two parts, one of which buys labor power, the other means of production. These two series of purchases belong to two completely different markets, one to the commodity market in the strict sense, the other to the labor market, il capitale, 2, 1, chapter I. When DMLPM is completed, the buyer has not only means of production plus labor power. He has a greater availability of labor power, i.e. a greater quantity of labor than is necessary to replace the value of labor power. He simultaneously has the means of production required for the realization and objectification of this sum of work. The value advanced in the form of money is therefore now in a natural form, in which it can be realized as a value-producing surplus value. Monetary capital, D, has transformed into productive capital, P. The value of P is equals value of L plus PM equals D converted to L and PM. Therefore DL is the characteristic moment of the transformation of monetary capital into productive capital, as it is the essential condition for the value advanced in the form of money to truly transform into capital, into value-producing surplus value. DPM is only necessary to carry out the mass of work purchased through DL. From the capitalist's point of view, labor power is found on the market like any commodity with any owner, Its buying and selling of human activity, Kauf und Verkauf von menschlicher Tätigkeit, represents nothing more extraordinary of the sale of any other goods. From the worker's point of view, the productive activation of his workforce becomes possible only from the moment in which, following its sale, it is connected with the means of production. For both, labor power therefore exists before sale separately from the means of production, from the objective conditions of its activation. Before the sale, that is, before the formal act of exchange, on this side of circulation, the very elements of production are already divided and opposed, the objective factors concentrated on one side, the work activity isolated from them, on the other. Therefore, although in the DL Act the possessor of money and the possessor of labor power find themselves towards each other only in the relationship of buyer and seller, nevertheless from the beginning the buyer presents himself together as owner of the means of production, which constitute the objective conditions for the productive expenditure of labor power by its owner. In other words, these means of production are opposed to the owner of the labor power as an alien property. On the other hand, the seller of labor stands against the buyer of it as an alien labor force, which must pass into his power, be incorporated into his capital, so that this truly acts as productive capital. The class relationship between capitalist and wage worker is therefore already present, already presupposed at the moment in which both oppose each other in the DL Act, LD by the worker. It is only when this class relationship already exists that there is a forced interruption of circulation. Capital value, in the form of productive capital, cannot continue to circulate, it must pass into consumption, and specifically into productive consumption. The use of labor power, work, can only be realized in the labor process. The capitalist cannot resell the worker as a commodity, because the worker is not his slave, he has only purchased the use of his labor power for a fixed period of time. On the other hand, he can only use labor power by having it use the means of production as creators of goods. Thus, if labor power is a commodity only in the hands of its seller, the wage worker, it becomes capital only in the hands of its buyer, who is responsible for its temporary use. The means of production themselves become objective figures of productive capital, i.e. productive capital, only from the moment in which labor power, as its personal form of existence, person-like Daseinsform des Leben, has become embeddable with them. Just as human labor power by its nature is not capital, neither are the means of production. This is why capitalist production is concerned not only with producing goods and surplus value, but with reproducing, in ever larger dimensions, the class of wage workers, transforming the vast majority of direct producers into wage workers. P. The overall cyclical process of the first stage of capital, has as its first prerequisite for its development the constant existence of the class of wage workers. Monetary capital, Geldkapital, productive capital, Produktivskapital, commodity capital, Warenkapital, are the three forms of the cycle, two extreme stages of circulation, an intermediate stage of production. The capital that in the course of its overall cycle assumes and abandons these forms again and in each one performs the function corresponding to it, is industrial capital, Industrielskapital, industrial here in the sense that it embraces every branch of production conducted capitalistically. The other forms are not autonomous species of capital, but only subsequent particular forms of function of industrial capital. In fact, this is the only way of being of capital in which the function of the appropriation of surplus value accompanies the process of its creation. It is therefore true that industrial capital is the condition of the capitalist character of production. But, we have seen, precisely its existence implies that of class antagonism, Klassengegensätz, between capitalists and wage workers. In fact, if we return to the process of production of capital and in particular to the first historical forms of production of relative surplus value, we immediately find this elementary fact: capitalist production really begins only when the same individual capital employs at the same time a rather large number of considerable number of workers. The work of a rather considerable number of workers, at the same time, in the same place, or, if you prefer, in the same field of work, for the production of the same kind of goods, under the command of the capitalist himself, constitutes historically and conceptually, historisch und begrifflich, the starting point of capitalist production, Il Capitale, 1, 2, chapter 11. And this also coincides with the existence of capital itself. Work objectified in value is always work of average social quality, and therefore always the explication of an average workforce. Yet the concept of average social work implies the historical realization of an overall working day. The law of valorization, in general, is completely realized for the individual producer only when he produces as a capitalist, employs many workers at the same time, and therefore sets average social labor in motion from the beginning. The specific productive force of the combined working day is greater than that of an equal number of individual working days. It is social productive force of labor, i.e. productive force of social labor. In planned cooperation with others, the worker strips himself of his individual limitations and develops the faculties of his species, Sengatungsvermögen. At the beginning, the command of capital over labor presents itself only as a formal consequence of the fact that the worker, instead of working for himself, works for the capitalist, and therefore under the capitalist. With the cooperation of many wage workers, the command of capital evolves into a requirement for the execution of the labor process itself, that is, into a real condition of production. On the one hand, the function of direction, supervision, and coordination becomes a function of capital. On the other hand, the managerial function receives well-known special characteristics as a specific function of capital. With the mass of simultaneously employed workers, their resistance grows, and therefore necessarily the pressure of capital to overcome this resistance. The direction of the capitalist is not only a particular function deriving from the nature of the social labor process and pertinent to this process, but it is at the same time a function of exploitation of a social labor process, and is therefore a consequence, bedingt durch, of the inevitable antagonism between the exploiter, Ausbeuter, and the raw material, of his exploitation. As long as he negotiates with the capitalist, the worker does so as the owner of his own labor power. He sells what he owns, his individual working power. The capitalist concludes the same contract with other isolated workers, he therefore pays the value of each autonomous workforce, but does not pay the combined workforce of the workers. Therefore, as independent people, the workers are individuals, Vereinzelt, who enter into a relationship with the same capital but not in a mutual relationship with each other. Their cooperation begins only in the working process, but in the working process they have already ceased to belong to themselves. Upon entering it, they are incorporated into the capital. As cooperators, as members of an operating organism, they are themselves only a particular mode of existence of capital. Therefore, the productive force developed by the worker as a social worker, Arbeiter als gesellschaftlicher Arbeiter, is the productive force of capital. Thus a considerable number of workers, that is, the socially combined worker, within the same production process, under the command of the same capitalist, becomes the productive force of capital. The social productive force of labor does not exist outside of capital, because it is not developed by the worker before the worker's work itself belongs to the capitalist. It is unpaid productive force. Marx says, it thus presents itself, as usual, erscheint, as a productive force possessed by capital by nature, as its immanent productive force. And this is not an appearance. As a producer, the worker has no autonomy from the conditions of capitalist production. He would never have started producing if he hadn't produced capital first. In the transition from individual labor force to social labor force, from the worker to the social worker, work is transferred to capital, it becomes the social productive force of capital. When the workforce appears socialized in its productive functions, there has already been production of capital. It is only the production of capital that makes the process of productive socialization of labor power possible, the birth of the historical figure of the social worker, as a social productive force of labor, incorporated into capital. It is another, perhaps the greatest, of the historical progress brought by capital. Yet precisely within this progress, labor power, which was presented from the beginning as a prerequisite of capital, independent of it and opposed to it, is subordinated to capital, becomes its part, is made the object of social exploitation. What does Marx therefore mean when he speaks of a class relationship, Klassenverhältnis, already present in the moment in which capitalist and worker oppose each other in the DL act, in the formal act of the exchange between money and labor power, when he speaks of the constant existence of the class of wage workers, Lohnarbeiterklasse, as the first prerequisite for the development of the cycle of money capital, when he speaks of the existence of industrial capital which implies the existence of class antagonism, Klassengegensatz, between capitalists and wage workers? He means exactly this, that the historical figure in which the wage worker appears before the capitalist for the first time is that of the seller of labor power. Here is at the same time the first elementary form of antagonism between two classes, which already sees the contrasting elements of a necessary relationship between owners of opposing goods. DL, but, says Marx, LD on the part of the worker. The decisive characteristics of the wage worker for the market are already present at this stage, labor power purchased with money, in the form of wages. It is by virtue of this form that this mercantile transaction between money and labor power is recognized as characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. But the truth, the content of this form, is that in the labor power purchase contract the supply of a quantity of labor greater than that which is necessary to compensate for the price of the labor power, and therefore to cover the amount of the wage, therefore a supply of surplus labor is already presupposed, negotiated, which is then the fundamental condition for the capitalization of the advanced value, for the production of surplus value, and therefore of capital. It is true that the first antagonistic figure that the worker assumes is that of seller of labor power, but it is also true that this figure already presupposes that of producer of surplus value. Is it this assumption that makes the worker antagonistic, at class level, on the labor market? Or is class antagonism already present in the worker forced to become a wage earner, that is, forced to sell the only commodity he owns, his own labor power? Marx says, the capitalist relationship during the production process reveals itself only, kommt nur heraus, because it exists in itself in the act of circulation, in the different fundamental economic conditions in which buyers and sellers oppose each other, in their class relationship. It is not money that gives the relationship with its nature, rather, it is the existence of this relationship that can transform a simple function of money into a function of capital. Therefore for Marx there is no doubt that the class relationship already exists in itself, precisely, and sich, in the act of circulation. It is precisely this that reveals and brings out the capitalist relationship during the production process. The class relationship, Klassenverhältnis, therefore precedes, provokes and produces the capitalist relationship, Kapitalverhältnis. Indeed, it is the existence of the class relationship that makes the transformation of money into capital possible. It's a pretty important point. Because Marx is generally made to say exactly the opposite, and it is in current Marxist usage to say the opposite, that is, only from the capitalist relation of production does the opposition, the antagonism of classes emerge, which is then only an antagonism of a new type compared to the old one that has always existed since human society was no longer a primitive community. So it is capital that creates classes, or rather that transforms the old classes into new but